There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. One main body and 3 clones continuously spread out their divine consciousness in 4 directions, searching. Therefore, the entire Zhuanwu kingdom was known to the old man like the back of his hand. Any cultivator entering or leaving Zhuanwu kingdom was sealed by his divine consciousness, and from then on, the actions of each person were known to the 8 extremes demon lord. This old man relentlessly pursued Wang Lin, chasing him from Nandu City in the cultivation demon sea, passing through Huofen kingdom along the way, and directly entering Zhuanwu kingdom, but then suddenly disappearing without a trace. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't find a single clue. His analysis suggested that the opponent was hiding deep underground. But after carefully searching underground, he still found nothing. However, his confidence remained unwavering. When he heard in Nando City that this person used the death curse technique, his heart pounded. He had a grand plan in mind, and with the help of the death curse technique, it would be much easier to accomplish. That's why he had exhausted all his energy chasing after him. With his strength, capturing Wang Lin would be simple. But the opponent's movements were elusive and unpredictable. After disappearing, he never reappeared. When he was about to strike, he didn't expect the opponent to use the earth technique without hesitation, burrowing deep underground. Fortunately, he had borrowed the earth traveling boat. Beforehand, a magical artifact possessing a high-level earth technique. Using it to pursue him didn't require as much effort as before. Being underground greatly restricted his magical abilities. When he was close to catching him, he realized he had miscalculated once again. The opponent once again changed direction and escaped upwards, then lured him into breaking through the mountain protection formation. But in doing so, he lost track of them. During the pursuit, he didn't hesitate to offend the Zhuanwu kingdom and the Huofen kingdom, using his divine consciousness to cover all the people of these 2 countries. In reality, the old man had never killed anyone from either of these 2 countries. The more profound one's cultivation, the more they understood that behind the Fire Flame Kingdom and the Zhuanwu Kingdom were 4th-level cultivation nations. Therefore, no matter how they fought, they wouldn't attract the attention of a 4th-level cultivation nation. However, if outsiders attacked, the 4th-level cultivation nation would send people to stop them. In the past, he would definitely kill anyone who displeased him. But since the opening of that place was approaching, he didn't want to cause more trouble. 2 years passed, and the occasional divine sense probes of the Zhuanwu Kingdom and the Fire Flame Alliance had become commonplace. This phenomenon occurred almost several times a day. As for the reason, almost all cultivators had been seriously warned by their elders not to go there to investigate. The 8 extremes demon lord grew increasingly anxious as he waited. He saw that only a year remained before the place would open, and any delay would have dire consequences. In his anger, he decided that if the young man didn't appear within 6 months, he would have to destroy the Zhuanwu kingdom, even if it meant offending a 4th-level cultivation nation. Time slowly passed, 1 month, 2 months. Until the 5th month, the 8 extremes demon lord's expression grew increasingly grim, the murderous aura on his face growing thicker and thicker. Wang Lin, meanwhile, sat cross-legged in the dream realm space, his expression even more grim than the 8 extremes demon lords. He wondered why the exterminate character above his head, created by the 10,000 Demons 100-day extermination order, was still relentlessly pursuing him. What was the reason? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. His time in the dream realm space had reached its limit, and his anxiety grew even greater. As the last day in the dream realm approached, Wang Lin vaguely felt that if he didn't leave, he might never escape this place in his lifetime. He needed to rest for at least 3 days before he could enter again, but if the old man outside pursued him, those 3 days would be incredibly difficult. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, watching the light inside the dream realm diminish. His body trembled slightly, and he emerged from the dream realm. When he appeared outside, the main body and 3 clones of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, who were sitting on all 4 sides of Zhuangwu Kingdom, suddenly opened their eyes. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. Wang Lin's body, which had been a phantom, solidified, and a headache struck him. He suppressed the pain, his divine consciousness spreading out, and at that moment, he immediately sensed a hint of danger. Wang Lin gave a wry smile. He knew that in his current state, he couldn't escape far, so he quickly emerged from underground and appeared on the surface. As he appeared, 4 identical figures immediately appeared, surrounding him. The 8 Extremes Demon Lord coldly stared at Wang Lin. The 4 figures slowly merged into one, and the old man said in a deep voice, "That brat, including 97 days ago, I've been waiting for you for almost 3 years." Wang Lin's expression darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on the old man in the green robe without a word. "What's your name?" the old man in the green robe snorted. "Ma Liang." Wang Lin said in a low voice, the opponent's cultivation level unfathomable in his eyes. "Ma Liang, I ask you, do you possess the death curse technique?" The old man's eyes flashed like lightning, staring intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he spoke. If the other party answers no, he will certainly become enraged and kill them, then return to Nando City and unleash a massacre. Anyone who dares to deceive him will suffer the most brutal punishment. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then nodded. He could sense the killing intent emanating from the other party. If he miscalculated even a single step, he would surely die without a burial place. The old man continued to stare at Wang Lin as if afraid he would escape. Without a word, he potted his storage bag, and instantly a 3-jan-long green striped python appeared in his hand. As soon as the green striped python appeared, it hissed from its mouth, its black eyes staring intently at Wang Lin. "Use the death curse technique. The main target is this python." The old man in the green robe threw the python to the ground, speaking indifferently. The python immediately formed a snake formation upon landing, its head raised, occasionally biting. Wang Lin lowered his head, a red lightning flashed in his eyes, and whispered, "Die?" Wang Lin's target wasn't the python underground, but the old man in the green robe. At this moment, his peak divine consciousness was pushed to its limit. As the word death escaped his lips, Wang Lin quickly retreated. The old man in the green robe also felt a shock to his consciousness, and a red lightning bolt entered his sea of consciousness. Inside the old man's sea of consciousness, the water had completely dried up, leaving only the 8-clawed octopus lying in the center. When the red lightning bolt entered the sea of consciousness, the 8-clawed octopus immediately opened its mouth, and a huge suction force instantly pulled the red lightning bolt into its mouth. However, the peak divine consciousness was very powerful. Although the old man in the green robe had a very strong cultivation, the 8-clawed octopus in his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble after swallowing the lightning bolt. A chain reaction began to occur. The 8-clawed octopus trembled, its consciousness spreading throughout its body. This caused the old man's body to freeze in place. Wang Lin quickly retreated, simultaneously spitting out a beam of light. The light transformed into a flying sword, severing the python on the ground, and then continued its trajectory like lightning towards the old man's forehead. However, as the sword approached, a luminous aura appeared, preventing it from inflicting any damage. Without a word, Wang Lin summoned the flying sword back. Upon its return, the sword burrowed into the ground, swiftly fleeing. A moment later, the old man's body trembled. He looked at the python's corpse on the ground, then touched his forehead, his eyes blazing with rage. The old man let out a cold laugh, clasped his hands together, and softly shouted, "Go!" A 7-colored light flashed before him, then a transparent, spindle-shaped mace appeared. The mace radiated light in all directions. As soon as the old man gave the command, it shot forward, trailing a 7-colored light behind it. The mace directly penetrated the ground, rapidly pursuing Wang Lin below. Along its path, the mud and earth dissipated, not hindering its speed at all. In an instant, the mace was only 10 meters away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's head felt numb. Without thinking, he immediately took out the jade talisman that Yang Shen had given him years ago from his storage bag. This jade talisman could withstand a full-force attack from a nascent soul cultivator. As soon as the talisman appeared, the mace was already hurtling towards him. The talisman instantly enlarged, shielding Wang Lin from behind, and the mace struck it with a loud boom. Following the explosion, the jade talisman disintegrated into dust, and the mace was pushed back several meters. At the same time, the aftershocks began to spread, damaging the ground wherever they passed. Looking down from above, one could see a small circle rapidly expanding. In an instant, it had spread hundreds of meters, churning up the mud and soil on the surface. Wang Lin was struck by the aftershock, spitting out fresh blood. Without hesitation, he emerged from the ground, quickly dodging the shockwave. Having just emerged from the ground, he showed no intention of stopping, his body instantly shooting forward like an arrow. Feeling the shockwave beneath his feet, the old man murmured, "His attack just now startled even me for a moment." It's rumored that the Death Curse technique specializes in cultivating spiritual consciousness, using spiritual consciousness to attack. If so, this young man truly possesses the Death Curse technique. Thinking this, the old man's body lightly vanished from the spot. Wang Lin felt a vague pain in his chest, and while flying, he quickly took out the healing elixirs given to him by Li Muan to consume. As soon as he finished the elixir, Wang Lin felt the spiritual power had suddenly increased. Having encountered many nascent soul stage experts, he knew this was a sign of teleportation. Without hesitation, he abruptly changed his direction of flight. At this moment, where the spiritual power fluctuated, the figure of the old man in green robes suddenly appeared. "Young friend, I didn't intend to hurt you. Could you please listen to what I have to say?" As the old man in the green robe spoke, his hand transformed into a claw, and streaks of lightning quickly converged from all directions. In an instant, lightning bolts appeared all around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He turned to look at the old man in the green robe and said coldly, "Senior, what exactly do you want?" The old man in the green robe stared at Wang Lin for a long time before saying, "I want to borrow your Death Curse technique." Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, looking at the lightning bolts surrounding him and the sound waves emanating from all directions. "I want to know the reason." Outwardly, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was wavering. He had heard Li Muan mention the transformation pill before. This was an extremely precious elixir. Besides its effects similar to a cultivation pill, it could also elevate one's cultivation by one realm. The success rate from the early to the middle stage was very high, while the success rate from the middle to the late stage was slightly lower. But even if it didn't succeed, it would still help the spiritual power in the body make a leap, preparing a foundation for the future. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then looked up at the old man without saying anything. He felt a little suspicious, although he couldn't discern the old man's cultivation level. A mere wave of his hand was enough to break through the fire-burning alliance's mountain protection formation. A single shout could deter nascent soul cultivators from advancing. Such a level of cultivation meant that the old man had either reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage or had officially surpassed the nascent soul stage and entered the god transformation stage. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could suppress him, even refine him into a puppet. From then on, he would have to obey the old man's orders completely. It seemed unnecessary to negotiate with him in this manner. There must be something wrong, Wang Lin thought to himself, but his outward expression showed no abnormality. He pondered for a moment, a cold smile in his heart, staring at the old man and shaking his head. The old man in the green robe remained expressionless, calmly saying, "You want to die." His right hand transformed into a claw, and the lightning bolts surrounding Wang Lin immediately shrank. Wang Lin's body didn't move, coldly staring at the old man, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. The circle of lightning bolts became smaller and smaller, finally almost touching Wang Lin's body. His hair, blown by the wind and struck by the lightning, turned into dust. At this moment, the old man also stopped, looking at Wang Lin and saying in a low voice, "Not a bad temperament. Do you think I won't kill you?" Wang Lin's mocking gaze grew stronger, and he calmly said, "One transformation pill is not enough." The old man stared at Wang Lin, a hint of anger in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that going to that place required no restrictions on the body, he would have long ago placed restrictions on Wang Lin's body instead of the trouble he was in now. Moreover, after entering that place, all restrictions would lose their effectiveness. Most importantly, he wanted the other party to use the death curse technique. If the other party harbored resentment and intended to die, it would be very dangerous. 1,000 years ago, when he first entered, he almost died there because of this. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he only recently recovered his cultivation, and although his cultivation had progressed somewhat, that place was too dangerous. Therefore, facing Wang Lin, the old man couldn't impose any restrictions, nor could he be too forceful. Everything was done with persuasion. Hearing Wang Lin's words, the old man inwardly cursed before waving his hand to control the scattered lightning. Wang Lin didn't even blink, not even glancing at the lightning. He simply looked silently at the old man in the green robe. "What do you want? Don't hesitate," the old man said decisively. "I want to know, is it dangerous to go there?" Wang Lin's voice was extremely calm, but his tone was full of determination. The old man in the green robe chuckled softly. "There are many dangers. I don't want to deceive you. A nascent soul early-stage cultivator entering is a matter of life and death. If a mid-stage cultivator is lucky, they can protect their life. Only those in the late stage, reaching the pseudo-god realm, can safely enter. However, if one is not careful, they can still die." The old man paused for a moment before continuing, "But that place, though dangerous, offers immense rewards. Magical treasures, elixirs, cultivation techniques, you could say it has everything you need. Besides those, there's the legendary nascent soul pill. Just one pill instantly gives you the chance to become a nascent soul stage expert. As for the danger, you don't necessarily need to worry. You have the death curse technique. It plays a significant role there. At least in the initial stages, you won't be in danger. But in the later stages, if you are greedy, you will die without a burial place." Wang Lin listened, pondered for a moment, and silently analyzed the old man's words, only believing a few parts of them. "I see your cultivation level is probably just recently reached the golden core stage. All right, I have a nascent soul pill. If you agree to follow me, I'll give it to you. Furthermore, when we finally reach the treasure location, I will give you one item. How about it?" He had heard Li Nuan mention the nascent soul transformation pill. This type of pill, when consumed, slightly increases the success rate of nascent soul formation. This pill is extremely rare in third-level cultivation nations. Even in fourth-level cultivation nations, it's not commonly seen, and only fifth-level cultivation nations possess the method of refining it. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, somewhat tempted by the mysterious old man's words. He didn't seek the legendary nascent soul transformation pill. He only desired a cultivation method that would increase the effectiveness of nascent soul formation and some pills. Without external assistance, Wang Lin didn't know how long it would take him to reach the nascent soul stage. Moreover, if he resolutely refused, the other party, knowing his hopelessness, would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. From then on, only one path lay before him. "Okay, I agree," Wang Lin nodded. The old man in the green robe stared at Wang Lin for a moment, then suddenly said, "Your aura disappeared twice before. How did you manage that?" Wang Lin looked at the old man without speaking, and the two silently stared at each other for a while. After a while, the old man withdrew his gaze, no longer mentioning the matter. He said coldly, "In less than half a year, that place will open. If you try to escape along the way, I won't give you any chance. I'll directly refine you." As he spoke, he waved his large hand, drawing a talisman in midair, and then sent it into Wang Lin's body. "It won't harm you. It's just to prevent you from disappearing again. Once we reach that place, I will release it for you." Wang Lin had already prepared himself mentally. If it were him, he would have done the same. Moreover, if the other party wanted to impose some powerful restrictions, they wouldn't have waited until now. He didn't move, but looked at Huo Fenming in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Junior still has one question I'd like to ask Senior." The old man in the green robe raised his eyebrows, staring at Wang Lin, and said, "What is it?" Wang Lin said, "Senior, have you ever heard of the Divine Tao technique of the War God Temple?" The old man sneered, "Can Divine Tao technique increase the success rate of forming a golden core?" I also heard about these things back then, but even if you obtained it, it would be the most original version of the Divine Tao technique. Unless you go to a 4th level cultivation nation, you can't obtain it. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred slightly. He understood the old man's meaning from his words. The War God Temple was indeed as he had predicted. They were incapable of retaining the most original Divine Tao technique. However, without personally examining it, Wang Lin felt somewhat unwilling. Therefore, his body moved slightly, transforming into a streak of light and flying towards the fire-burning sect. The old man in the green robe behind him flashed his eyes, then followed at a steady pace. Not long after, the mountain occupied by the fire-burning sect came into view. Wang Lin stood on a nearby mountain, waiting for the old man in the green robe to approach before speaking loudly. "Mao Liang greets Senior Feng Lone of the War God Temple." His voice, upon leaving his mouth, spread out like thunder, quickly reverberating. From the opposite mountain, a figure immediately appeared. It was Feng Lone. She first glanced at the old man in the green robe beside Wang Lin, then turned her gaze to Wang Lin. A shiver ran down her spine. In just a few years, the other party had reached the nascent soul stage. However, after considering the body possession incident, she realized that the other party had already reached the golden core stage before the possession, which was why they were able to quickly achieve it again. She paused for a moment, then coldly said, "He's been searching for you for 3 years. Is that you?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He avoided the topic, saying, "Senior Feng Lone, I have a favor to ask. I hope you will grant it." Feng Lone glanced cautiously at the old man in the green robe, took a deep breath, and said, "Speak. I wish to borrow the Divine Tao technique. I hope you will grant my request," he said calmly and slowly. Feng Lone paused for a moment, looking at the old man in the green robe, noticing he was gazing up at the sky. Over the past 3 years, they had gained some insight into the old man's cultivation level. Seeing him come to their door, they were inwardly shocked. At this moment, the red-faced old man stepped forward from behind Feng Lone. He looked at Wang Lin, his gaze slightly fixed, and said, "You are a disciple of the War God Temple, so it's fine to let you see it. Follow me." As he spoke, he glanced at the old man in the green robe. Wang Lin said nothing more and flew after him. The old man in the green robe remained indifferent. With his experience, he could easily see through Wang Lin's use of his aura to view the Divine Tao technique. However, such a small detail wasn't worth turning against him. He simply wanted Wang Lin's help, so he needed to do him a favor to ease the tension in their relationship. Thinking this, he said in a low voice, "Young friend, I'll wait for you outside. If you are unfortunately harmed, I will make amends to all the living beings in this mountain." The red-faced old man's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and entered the mountain. Wang Lin followed closely behind, and the two entered the mountain and stopped in front of a stone mansion. "I must be Wang Lin." The red-faced old man broke the silence. After arriving in front of the stone mansion, he stopped, then turned and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin only nodded without saying anything. "Wang Lin, let bygones be bygones. I don't care how much trouble you've encountered, but you shouldn't have dragged the War God Temple into this. If you can swear to do this, I will open the stone mansion for you to see the Divine Tao techniques." The old man took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Wang Lin looked up at the old man and said clearly, "Senior, rest assured. After I finish examining the Divine Tao technique, I will leave immediately and never return." The old man's face flushed as he looked at Wang Lin. After a long while, he flipped his hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his palm. He placed the jade talisman on a stone wall, and immediately, rays of light emanated from it, quickly spreading across the entire wall. At this moment, a layer of starlight appeared on the stone wall, growing stronger and stronger, until the entire wall resembled a mirror. The old man didn't turn around, but stepped into the mirror, his whole body seemingly submerged in water. Small ripples appeared on the stone wall. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then also stepped in. A cool sensation spread through his body as he entered the stone wall, as if a wet towel had just been wiped across his face. The coolness subsided, and Wang Lin realized he had entered the stone wall. He looked behind him. The inside of the wall, like the outside, rippled with energy. Wang Lin reached in to test it, and the coolness returned. This is the water mirror gate, created by the War God Temple's refining techniques. Without the help of a jade talisman, one must have a nascent soul cultivation level to enter. Otherwise, no one can enter this stone mansion, the red-faced old man calmly said. Hearing about the refining techniques, Wang Lin's heart stirred slightly. He carefully glanced behind the stone wall once more, then followed the red-faced old man inside. The space within the stone mansion was vast. Except for the main hall in the center, there were stone chambers on all four sides, each with a water mirror gate visible from the outside. Inside, there are 365 stone chambers, each with a water mirror gate. These water mirror gates are actually symbolic of the disciples of the refining Chahal. Wang Lin observed for a while, then withdrew his gaze. At this point, the two were standing in the main hall in the center. In front of them was a series of shelves, each divided into 4 tiers, each displaying a few spirit tablets. Except for the top tier, which contained only 1 spirit tablet, the other tiers held numerous different types of spirit tablets. Wang Lin's eyes fell on the highest-ranking spirit tablet, which read, Founding Ancestor of the War God Hall, Gong Mo. The old patriarch of the War God Temple was the founder, and the divine Tao techniques were also discovered by him. The red-faced old man bowed respectfully to the ancestral tablet, turning to look at Wang Lin as he spoke. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then bowed in return. The red-faced old man turned and continued inside. Passing the area where the ancestral tablets were kept, he saw a jade-like stone wall with countless small characters carved on it. Wang Lin looked up and saw a large line of text that read Divine Tao Technique. But when he looked further down, his heart sank. Below it read, Disciple Chen Chong, based on memory, recreated this. Future generations should be cautious in their cultivation. Disappointed, aren't you? The red-faced old man sighed, looking at Wang Lin. There was a time when the War God Temple had a traitor, and since then, the secrets of the Divine Tao techniques have been spread everywhere without restraint. Not long after, the 4th-level cultivation nation, the Heavenly Gang Kingdom, came to investigate. After discussing with Ancestor Gong, they took away the original Divine Tao technique. A few days later, Ancestor Gong also went on a journey and never returned. The Divine Tao technique is the most bizarre technique I've ever encountered in my life. Anyone who sees it can only comprehend it, but cannot express it in words, as if an invisible force is blocking it. Ancestor Chen Shan had mediocre talent, the weakest of Ancestor Gong's disciples. But he, relying on his memory, accomplished something no one else could. He carved this Divine Tao technique. After finishing, Ancestor Chen Chong breathed his last and passed away. Before dying, he told his descendants that the Divine Tao technique was very profound, and that his time had come to only complete 1/10 of it. He warned his descendants to be careful while cultivating it. Actually, Ancestor Chen Chong is worrying too much. How can the Divine Tao technique be easily understood? In the War God Temple's history, over thousands of years, only less than 30 people have understood this 1/10, and more than half of those 30 have successfully formed their nascent souls. As for the cultivators from other sects in the fire-burning kingdom who come to see the Divine Tao technique, they are all fakes, and even fewer can recognize them as fakes. Wang Lin listened to the red-faced old man's words, silently gazing at the jade-green stone wall before him. Before his eyes, a frail man seemed to appear, expending his lifespan to carve this picture. See for yourself. I'll wait for you outside. The water mirror gate has a seal. You shouldn't trespass. The red-faced old man finished speaking and turned to leave. Wang Lin stayed to examine each word on the stone wall, but the more he looked, the more incomprehensible he became. Many parts contradicted his own understanding, and after a while, his face began to wrinkle. After a long while, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed on the jade wall, the characters on it instantly appearing in his mind. The more he looked, the more bewildered he became. The Divine Tao techniques were simply inexplicable. His eyebrows furrowed more and more. After reading the entire wall, he decisively closed his eyes, the incomprehensible characters constantly appearing in his mind. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin still couldn't understand a single thing. He slowly opened his eyes, sighed softly, and looked at the characters on the wall again. But this time, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he whispered, "Something's wrong." In an instant, he looked at the wall, and the characters that had just appeared in his mind suddenly vanished, as if they had never existed. Wang Lin gazed at the characters on the wall, each one familiar. He had just memorized them all, yet in the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, his face showed a serious expression. The Divine Tao technique was too bizarre, no wonder no one could record it. Years ago, he had asked Zhu Zihang to record a version for him, but Zhu Zihang had deluded him into thinking that the Divine Tao technique was fundamentally impossible to record. At the time, he was only slightly surprised, but didn't take it too hard. Today, experiencing this, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking up again, Wang Lin's gaze settled on the words recorded by disciple Chen Chong from memory. His heart trembled more and more. After all, he had only heard about it before, but now he was personally experiencing the difficulty of the Divine Tao technique. The name Chen Chong above was deeply etched in his mind. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Wang Lin's gaze once again fell upon the characters below. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he memorized them all. However, not long after, the same scene repeated itself. What he had just memorized mysteriously vanished. After repeating this several times, Wang Lin's expression gradually turned grim. He stared intently at the stone wall, his eyes unblinking. This time, he wasn't memorizing, but reviewing it again. The first time Wang Lin had examined the Divine Tao technique, it took him 3 incense sticks, but now he only needed 1 incense stick to finish it. His eyes darted faster and faster, gradually taking only half an incense stick to read the entire stone wall. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin's speed increased from once every half incense stick to 3 times. His speed was constantly increasing, slowly, his eyes filled with tiny blood vessels, and a throbbing pain radiated from them. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's eyes seemed to close completely, but the stone wall before him remained unchanged. His reading speed increased rapidly, and eventually, even with his eyes closed, Wang Lin felt excruciating pain. 2 streams of fresh blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, but at that moment, Wang Lin opened them again. His eyes were filled with dense blood vessels, and his face became extremely ferocious. He saw the characters on the stone wall slowly disappear, and a figure in white appeared. The figure's face was blurry, only his hands could be seen continuously performing various hand seals. The figure's arms moved, creating afterimages, then the body transformed into 2, then 3 people. Unlike the clone technique, the clones of the old man in green robes had strength equivalent to the main body, but were somewhat stiff, each movement merely mimicking the main body's actions. But the clones of this white-robed man were different. Each clone was extremely agile, without a hint of stiffness, making it impossible for Wang Lin to distinguish between the main body and the clones. In truth, Wang Lin didn't know that the green-robed old man's ability to create clones was due to a powerful magical artifact, not a formal cloning technique. Gradually, the white-robed man's figure faded and finally disappeared. Wang Lin closed his eyes again, his complexion pale, a pensive expression on his face. Unconsciously, more incantations appeared in his mind. After careful analysis, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. He had finally understood a little of the Divine Tao technique. This was a divine ability for cultivating clones. The reason it could increase the success rate of reaching the nascent soul stage was because it allowed the creation of an additional clone to cultivate simultaneously, thus increasing the speed of one's own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, when the 2 individuals merge during the nascent soul stage, the probability of success is significantly higher than before. However, this technique is incomplete. The clone technique has a major flaw. Once a clone is formed, it will possess no cultivation whatsoever. Furthermore, one's lifespan is also nearly half a decade, rendering this technique weak. Among the incantations left behind by Chen Chong, there is a passage stating that due to his limited lifespan, he was unable to record the complete incantations, thus ruining the technique. He also proposed a solution to the cultivation problem. After cultivating a clone, the remaining 6 years should be used to consume elixirs. Before that, a large quantity of elixirs must be prepared to increase cultivation. If enough elixirs are prepared, it's possible that the clone will become a nascent soul stage cultivator in just 6 years, thus increasing the success rate of nascent soul formation by several %. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then let out a wry smile, abandoning the idea of cultivating the divine Tao technique. He didn't have many elixirs to give to his clones, and besides, he didn't even have enough for himself, let alone his clones. If he had to use this method, it would be best to prepare some elixirs that increase the success rate of forming a golden core. Of the four major sects of the Fire Flame Alliance, only the War God Temple, the Wo sect, and the Evil Demon sect resided on the main peak. As for the Yin sect, except for their initial residence there, they immediately retreated after the 4th level cultivation nation eradicated the Fire Spirit Beast Plague. They returned to the Fire Flame Kingdom, an action that puzzled many. Although the Fire Spirit Beasts in the Fire Flame Kingdom had been eliminated, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth still possessed only fire attributes, making absorption fundamentally impossible. Therefore, this place had become a forbidden land for cultivators. The Yin sect offered no explanation for this. In the dead of night, their entire sect departed. In the eyes of the other 3 major sects, the Yin sect was extremely mysterious. Although they didn't have many nascent soul cultivators, whenever one of their cultivators appeared, no one could sense their presence. It seems that within the nascent soul stage cultivator of the Yin sect, there is some kind of terrifying power. Therefore, regarding the actions of the Yin sect, the 3 major sects maintained a silent attitude, not interfering at all. In the far west of the Fire Flame Kingdom, there is an area where volcanoes continuously erupt. Here, there is an area with many interconnected caves, forming a vast underground world. Compared to the Yin sect of the Zhao Kingdom, their structure is somewhat similar, differing only in size. At this moment, the current sect leader of the Yin sect, Zhao Chunliang, is kneeling on one knee in a stone chamber. Before him are countless small rhombus-shaped rays of light, interwoven in one place, without any pattern. Zhao Chunliang's attitude is extremely respectful, his face showing a hint of fear. If I give you a few more days, who will grant me an extension? That person is a disciple of a 4th level cultivation nation, the Heavenly Gang Kingdom. My branch is also located in the Heavenly Gang Kingdom. Based on the time calculations, that person should have long since completed the body snatching and fusion. The opponent's important figures have also arrived. What do you expect me to give them? From within the light, a ferocious face emerged, growling. Zhao Chunliang inwardly groaned, his face filled with fear, and hurriedly said, "Senior sect. I have found some clues and determined the location of that missing person. Based on the signs around there, a person named Ma Liang, a disciple of the War God Temple, is also involved. I have sent people to investigate." According to the latest information, the opponent has appeared in the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you give me 10 more days, I will definitely be able to investigate. The figure in the halo of light slightly relaxed. After glancing at Zhao Chunliang, he sighed and said, "Chunliang, perhaps I must entrust that body to you now. I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, if there's no result, don't blame me for reporting to the 5th level branch. At that time, with the methods of the 5th level branch, they will certainly destroy that body and take away one chance of choice." After saying this, the figure in the halo of light slowly disappeared. Zhao Chunliang recoiled slightly, sat down, and said with a bitter smile, "Wouldn't that guy be better off in the Tiangong Kingdom? Why bring him here, oh?" Actually, he knew in his heart that all the cultivators of his own country who possessed bodies chose to be sent to him for processing. "I'll take away one chance of choice from you, Zhao Chunliang. Your situation is somewhat unstable." A cold voice emanated from within his body. "Yi Zizai, what should I do now?" Zhao Chunliang remained silent, sighing. "How? I don't know either. However, when I was the sect leader of the Yin sect in Zhao Kingdom, I encountered something similar. My situation back then was somewhat similar. However, that person's soul lamp hasn't gone out yet, proving they're not dead. If we can find them, that would be best. But if we can't, then you're truly in danger. And that body they mentioned, what is it to you?" "It's my younger brother. 400 years ago, my brother and I entered the Yin sect together. His talent was exceptional, so the upper sect selected his body," Zhao Chunliang said calmly. "HMPH, if my previous exceptional body hadn't been discovered and seized by a 5th level sect, I would have already recovered my cultivation and successfully possessed someone else's body." Yi Zizai sneered, his voice tinged with resentment. Zhao Chunliang took a deep breath, stood up, took out a jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and threw it away. All cultivators of the insect beyond the core formation stage, follow me to the fire-burning alliance. Following the command, those seated in the stone chambers of the insect opened their eyes. A faint glimmer of light flickered in their gazes. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was still troubled by the divine Dao technique. Although mysterious, it wasn't suitable for his cultivation. He pondered for a moment, sighed softly, and then stood up and left. However, one thing still filled him with both joy and fear. The divine Dao technique, after he saw through the stone wall, remained in his mind, unlike before when it vanished instantly. But when Wang Lin took out the jade slip to record it, he couldn't. It was as if an invisible force was preventing him from recording the divine Dao technique. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then dismissed the idea. He glanced at the water mirror gate. Behind each door was only black, nothing else visible. He thought for a while, then spread out his divine consciousness. But upon reaching the water mirror gate, it felt as if something was blocking it, causing his consciousness to be repelled. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He looked towards the largest water mirror gate. The red-faced old man was surely waiting outside. His body moved slightly, and he appeared beside the wall in front of a water mirror gate. He reached out to examine it. A cold sensation spread from his hand. After his arm penetrated halfway, it touched the stone wall. Wang Lin withdrew his hand, staring intently at the water mirror gate. After thinking for a moment, he potted his storage bag. The word God Temple's refining jade slip appeared in his hand. He used his divine consciousness to quickly skim the contents of the jade slip. The word God Temple's artifact refining technique is divided into 3 steps: regulation, fusion, and integration. All kinds of magical artifacts are refined according to these 3 steps. Wang Lin glanced through it. It also mentioned something called the reverse flow technique. This is something that artifact refiners often use to analyze the opponent's magical artifacts, ultimately restoring them to their original state. Practicing the reverse flow technique for a long time can improve artifact refining experience. It's a method of learning from others' strengths to perfect one's own artifact refining technique. However, this reverse flow technique can only be used on magical artifacts refined using the 3 steps of regulation, fusion, and integration. Wang Lin looked closely at it and put away the jade slip. He placed his hands in front of his chest, his fingers intertwined. Spiritual power from his body condensed in his hands. He separated a ray of spiritual power and released it into his palms. Wang Lin softly shouted, "Go!" The ray of spiritual power quickly entered the water mirror gate. At this moment, Wang Lin's hands quickly produced countless strands of spiritual power, which he then controlled to continuously penetrate the water mirror gate. The number and length of these strands of spiritual power increased rapidly, quickly enveloping the gate. The fusion stage of the artifact refining technique is similar to when a magical artifact glows, allowing the spiritual power and formation to perfectly fuse with the metal embryo used for refining, thereby achieving a mysterious state of balance. But the reverse flow technique goes against this. First, it destroys the embryo, disrupting its balance. Once successful, the fusion process quickly disappears. The spiritual power within his body surged continuously. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he gazed intently at the water mirror gate. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. A thread of spiritual power gently floated from his hands. A halo of light suddenly appeared in the center of the gate. The light emitted faint sounds, slowly spreading outwards. When it reached the 4 corners of the gate, it disappeared. The entire water mirror gate instantly became dim, devoid of any light. Wang Lin knew that the balance of the harmony character had been broken. Next, he had to separate the spiritual power that had merged with the embryonic energy. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he controlled the thread of spiritual power, slowly turning it back. As the thread of spiritual power returned, countless ripples appeared on the water mirror gate. From the 4 corners of the gate, rings of light flashed. The 4 rings of light spread out, intersected, and then condensed in the center, forming a sphere of light. Countless threads of spiritual power covered the sphere of light. However, one end of those threads was in Wang Lin's hand. "Retrieve!" Wang Lin whispered. Immediately, under the pull of the threads, a small sound echoed, and the light sphere was pulled out of the stone wall. Wang Lin's hands trembled, and the threads of spiritual power disappeared. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at the light sphere hovering in the air. The second step of the reverse flow technique, destroying the fusion process, had been successfully completed. Now the spiritual power had been separated from the embryonic energy. However, because the water mirror sect blocked divine consciousness and the fluctuations of spiritual power, even though such a great change occurred here, it could not be detected outside. Moreover, the red-faced old man didn't believe that Wang Lin, with his core formation stage cultivation, could break through the surface of the water mirror sect, so he remained there waiting, giving Wang Lin an opportunity. But Wang Lin also knew that he had to be faster. Otherwise, if the opponent suddenly entered, everything would be in vain. Thinking this, he potted his storage bag and took out the flying eagle cauldron crafted from the bones of beasts in the Valley of Corpses. After absorbing the light sphere into the flying eagle cauldron, he cast a spiritual incantation and embedded it into the cauldron's body. The flying eagle cauldron immediately began to spin. Gradually, its rotation speed increased. After casting the incantation, Wang Lin went to the stone wall of the spirit embryo. The water mirror gate was made of two things. One was the stone wall of the spirit embryo, and the other was the spirit sphere. The two combined to create the water mirror gate. After Wang Lin separated the two, only the stone wall of the spirit embryo remained before him. Wang Lin reached out and touched the surface of the stone wall. His divine consciousness spread out and entered inside. After surveying the stone chamber, Wang Lin's expression became somewhat strange. There was only one corpse in the stone chamber, but it seemed to be protected by some invisible force, so it didn't dissipate and remained seated cross-legged on the ground. The corpse's finger touched the ground, and a black stream of energy escaped from the skeleton, following the finger and burrowing into the earth. Wang Lin's divine consciousness carefully observed. He stroked his chin, watching the flying eagle furnace spinning at a very fast speed. He grabbed it with his right hand, and the flying eagle furnace suddenly stopped. A spirit ball flew out, its color slightly faded. Wang Lin glanced at it briefly, then put it back into the flying eagle furnace. The flying eagle furnace immediately began to move again. Wang Lin's gaze shifted to the next stone chamber. After using the same method, he consecutively opened more than 11 water mirror gates, his expression becoming even more peculiar. What exactly is the War God Temple doing here? Could this place be a tomb? Wang Lin murmured. Each stone chamber contained a corpse. Aside from it, there was nothing else. Wang Lin looked around briefly, then fell silent. After a while, he began his investigation again. Each time he opened a chamber, after checking, he controlled the spirit sphere to merge with it, restoring the water mirror gate to its original state. Finally, after examining all the stone chambers, he reached the last one. As soon as his divine consciousness scanned it, he detected something unusual. The corpse in this chamber was different from the others. It wasn't sitting cross-legged on the ground, but suspended in midair. A stream of black energy flowed from all directions within the chamber into the corpse. Wang Lin was certain this person wasn't dead. Based on the fluctuating breath, his body was brimming with life force, a startling sight. Wang Lin was about to leave when his eyes suddenly caught sight of a black bag beneath the corpse. Wang Lin blinked his eyes, looked for a moment, then withdrew his divine consciousness and turned around. Upon turning, Wang Lin grabbed the rotating flying eagle cauldron. At this point, the spirit sphere inside had dissolved into a transparent liquid. Without hesitation, Wang Lin reached out with his right hand and took out more than half of the liquid. He rubbed his hands together a few times, then cast a spell on the stone chamber. Immediately, the stone chamber returned to normal. After doing all this, he took a deep breath, hesitating slightly. The appearance of that storage bag was very strange. But after all, this was the territory of the War God Temple. It wasn't acceptable to take their belongings after being allowed to observe the divine Tao techniques. If there were some refining materials in the stone chamber, he wouldn't mind taking some. But at this moment, only one of the stone chambers was unusual. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin suddenly had an idea. He secretly guessed that perhaps all the corpses here were for that person to practice cultivation. Thinking this, something suddenly came to mind. Just now, the black energy emanating from that corpse was exactly the same as the black energy spreading from the corpses in the other stone chambers. Wang Lin's face showed a look of alarm. At this moment, he could confirm that his suspicions were 80 to 90% correct. That person was definitely cultivating some kind of cultivation technique. He glanced around. The corpses in the hundreds of stone chambers were certainly for that person to cultivate. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He suspected that person might not be from the War God Temple. Perhaps the War God Temple didn't even know of that person's existence. Otherwise, the red-faced old man wouldn't have been so calm when introducing him earlier. Moreover, if he knew, he certainly wouldn't have left Wang Lin alone here. Of course, it's also possible that the other party didn't expect this either. But Wang Lin thought for a moment, leaving him here wouldn't do any good for the War God Temple. The more he analyzed, the more convinced he became of his own thoughts. This place was clearly the burial ground of the War God Temple's ancestors. He wondered why that person had taken notice and come here to cultivate. Thinking this, Wang Lin retreated a little. He felt the cold wind around him. It was as if a pair of eyes had been silently watching him for the past few days. He blinked a few times, then returned to the outside of the unusual stone chamber. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of spiritual energy, and a flying sword immediately appeared. The flying sword quickly pierced the right corner of the stone wall, instantly digging a small hole. Wang Lin's divine consciousness intently observed the corpse, feeling tense. He used the gravity technique, remotely grabbing the storage bag and quickly pulling it through the newly created hole. He didn't even bother to look at it, stuffing it into his chest before stepping back. His hands moved swiftly, and the ball of light immediately flew towards the stone wall. In an instant, the stone wall returned to normal. The water mirror gate instantly appeared, though there was a small hole on its right. Wang Lin quickly slipped out. After emerging, he saw the red-faced old man sitting a short distance away. The red-faced old man opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Did you learn anything during your 7 days in there?" Wang Lin shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, "The divine Tao techniques are too strange. I forget them after just one look. So I couldn't understand them. Senior, I have a question. What is sealed inside the water mirror gate stone chamber? Could you tell me?" The red-faced old man glanced at Wang Lin and said, "The ancestors of the War God Temple were all taken to those stone chambers after death." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was terrified. Now he could confirm that his judgment was correct. He clasped his hands and said, "I won't disturb you any further. Farewell." The red-faced old man nodded, stood up, and entered the stone mansion. As the old man's figure entered the water mirror gate, Wang Lin immediately stepped out of the mountain on his sword light. In an instant, he was out of the fire-burning Alliance mountain and saw the old man in the green robe sitting upright on a cloud. When Wang Lin approached, the old man's eyes suddenly opened, and he snorted softly, "If you don't come out, I intend to come in and find you." Wang Lin said nothing and flew away. The old man moved slightly, and the cloud he was sitting on dispersed, revealing a huge gourd. He quickly chased after Wang Lin. Seeing this, Wang Lin stood up on the gourd. The gourd speed was incredibly fast, even faster than Wang Lin's earth-burrowing technique. In an instant, they had reached the border between the Fire-Burning Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom. Since they began moving, the two hadn't spoken a word to each other. The storage bag in his chest rubbed against his body, but he refrained from taking it out to look inside. He didn't even use his divine sense. After all, the old man in the green robe was standing right in front of him. Any unusual action would surely be detected. Before long, the gourd had flown past the border of the Xuanwu Kingdom and into the Fire-Burning Kingdom. A day later, they arrived at the Cultivation Demon Sea. From afar, the Cultivation Demon Sea was surrounded by swirling mist, with glimpses of spirit beasts roaming about. Upon reaching the Cultivation Demon Sea, the old man in the green robe patted the gourd, shrinking it and holding it in his hand. Wang Lin jumped to the ground. The old man put the gourd away and calmly said, "Wait here for a few days, until another person arrives. Then, the three of us will go together." After speaking, the old man sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Wang Lin sat on the shore, gazing at the Cultivation Demon Sea. Layers upon layers of mist, like a rising tide, emitted a slight chill. He remained silent, sitting cross-legged and meditating. After a while, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a strange scene suddenly appear in the sky above the Cultivation Demon Sea. 8 purple light pillars suddenly emerged from the void, gradually transforming into 8 giant purple trees, forming a circular formation. A massive surge of spiritual power, like a whirlwind, dispersed, blowing away the mist beneath the Cultivation Demon Sea and revealing a gigantic vortex. Ancient symbols and patterns were carved on the 8 giant trees. A golden light emanated from them. Looking down from above, the fluctuating light formed a screen, covering a large area. The Yin sect has a special teleportation array. What are those ghosts and demons doing here? The old man in the green robe suddenly opened his eyes, snorted softly, and said in a low voice, "Yin sect." Those 3 words were extremely familiar to Wang Lin. He had even seen the array before him. Looking closely, it was exactly the same as the array at the Yin sect in Zhao Kingdom. Only its area was many times larger. At this moment, the light within the array suddenly shone brightly. More than 30 figures suddenly appeared. Although each had a different appearance, their faces and eyes all emitted a dark light. Their breathing was chaotic. However, the cultivation of these people, the lowest being late-stage core formation, included 5 who had reached the nascent soul stage. Besides the 5 nascent soul cultivators, behind the rest were coffins. One of those 5 nascent soul cultivators was Zhao Chuanliang. He stood there, glancing at the old man in the green robe before turning to Wang Lin. He hesitated for a moment, then remained silent. He raised his hand and lightly grabbed something, instantly transforming it into a cloud of black mist that struck towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered, not dodging at all, remaining seated cross-legged on the ground, seemingly unaffected. Just as the black mist was about to hit Wang Lin, the old man in the green robe suddenly waved his hand, and the mist vanished. A small amount of the remaining black mist spread to Wang Lin's side, where he easily dispelled it with a protective jade talisman he took from his storage bag. What a nuisance! The old man in the green robe sighed inwardly, then looked up at Zhao Chuanliang and coldly shouted, "I don't want to kill. Get out of here." The words of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord were completely sincere. At this moment, he truly didn't want to kill. The mystery of the Yin sect was far more terrifying in his eyes than even the 4th and 5th level cultivation nations. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to antagonize them. Moreover, he was even more enraged that this conflict wasn't for himself, but only for someone he couldn't ignore, a youngling with some exploitable value. Zhao Chuanliang stared at the old man in the green robe, his pupils contracting. Just now, the opponent had casually waved his hand and been able to neutralize his attack, which had somewhat frightened him. Based on the information received from the Fire-Burning Alliance, Zhao Chuanliang had carefully considered the situation. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators in the sect were invited as a precaution against this person showing up. But now that they've met, the other party's cultivation level is clearly higher than his. Zhao Chuanliang was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Senior, this person is involved in a very important matter of our Yin sect. Today, I must take him away." The old man in the green robe sighed inwardly, wondering why this young man was so troublesome. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke the Yin sect. If he could choose, he would really want to wave his sleeves and leave, not getting involved in this matter anymore. But now he had no other choice. Offending the Yin sect was worthwhile if he could achieve his goal after entering that place. Moreover, from the young man Mao Liang's behavior, he certainly knew that he also had to take action. Thinking of this, although he still harbored resentment in his heart, he also felt a little admiration. Speaking of his temperament, he and other demon cultivators were vastly different. Wang Lin's methods of action also aligned perfectly with the 8 Extremes Demon Lord. If it were him, he would certainly have done the same. After hearing Zhao Chuanliang's words, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord frowned, glanced at Wang Lin, and then shouted, "Why are you involved with the Yin sect?" Wang Lin glanced at the aggressive aura of the Yin sect disciples and calmly said, "I don't know." Zhao Chuanliang's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin, saying in a low voice, "You don't know. On the burning gold mountain range, you killed our Yin sect disciples and dared to say you don't know." Wang Lin looked up and said, "I still don't know." After saying that, he ignored the other party, lowered his head to the ground, and continued meditating and breathing exercises. However, if the old man in the green robe didn't come out to take action, he was already prepared to burrow underground and enter the demon cultivation sea. Zhao Chuanliang sneered. Not only did he kill our disciples of the Yin sect, but he also possessed and captured Siliguo of the Heavenly Gang sect in the 4th level cultivation nation of the Heavenly Gang. I personally went to the 5th level cultivation nation and paid a very high price to obtain this information from the Heaven and Earth Elder. This information is definitely not false. The old man in the green robe's expression turned slightly unpleasant. The heaven and earth elder, with his divine cultivation, said that this Mal Yang killed the Yin sect disciples and captured Su Liguo's original soul. After saying this, Zhao Chuliang waved his right hand, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The four nascent soul cultivators behind him also suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord. Zhao Chuliang's figure then appeared above Wang Lin's head. A cloud of black mist suddenly descended. At the same time, the Foundation establishment cultivators inside the formation also shouted, emitting strange sounds. The formation quickly activated, spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord. His body flicked, transforming from 1 into 2. His clone suddenly appeared between Zhao Chuliang and Wang Lin, opening its mouth to suck all the black mist into it. "How dare you!" the clone shouted, a green gourd appearing in its hand. As soon as the lid fell, a powerful energy burst forth. A whirlwind quickly formed, its range expanding rapidly. Zhao Chuliang's expression changed drastically, his body flashing. Below, the 4 nascent soul cultivators who were blocking the 8 Extremes Demon Lord also instantly teleported back into the formation. The old man in the green robe's eyes flashed with cold light, his voice low and slow. "It's been a long time since I committed murder. So you nascent soul cultivators dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord. Today, let Mal Yang leave with me, otherwise, your Yin sect will be annihilated." Having said that, his left hand extended forward, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand, as large as a mountain, as if crushing a child's toy. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the Yin sect's teleportation array shattered, scattering energy in all directions. Within the array, except for the 5 nascent soul cultivators whose faces were pale and who managed to retreat, the core formation cultivators and the wooden coffins behind them were reduced to dust by the whirlwind. Zhao Chuliang trembled, staring at the old man in the green robe, and said bitterly, "Senior, your cultivation is profound, but making enemies with our Yin sect would be unwise. With your knowledge, you must have some understanding of the Yin sect, but I can say that what you know is only a superficial understanding. I advise you not to antagonize our Yin sect. Otherwise, even if you are the city lord of 7 Plum City in the inner sea of cultivation demons, you will hardly escape death." The 8 Extremes Demon Lord said gloomily. He didn't want to offend the Yin sect, so he didn't kill these people. As for the core formation cultivators, before killing them all, his divine consciousness swept through them, finding that none of them were possessors, so he acted without hesitation. "I need him very much, otherwise, I wouldn't bother with such a disgusting matter. You all leave, I won't stop you from leaving." The old man in the green robe frowned and said slowly. Wang Lin remained calm as he watched the teleportation array being crushed. Although his expression remained unchanged, he could no longer maintain his composure. This 8 Extremes Demon Lord easily destroyed the fire-burning sect's mountain protection array, and now he had casually shattered the Yin sect's teleportation array. Wang Lin wondered to himself what level of cultivation the old man had reached. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, making him feel breathless. He had actually anticipated this. Being pursued by the old man in the cultivation demon sea, and then encountering one event after another, had already proven the old man's mysterious cultivation level. The God transformation stage. The 8 Extremes Demon Lord's cultivation could have reached the God transformation stage. Otherwise, he couldn't have done those things so easily. When Zhao Chuliang mentioned the 7 plum blossoms of the cultivation demon sea, Wang Lin noticed the 7 plum blossoms on the old man's clothes. Zhao Chuliang was silent for a moment, then coldly looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Mal Yang, the Yin sect is far more powerful than you imagine. Offending the Yin sect is the biggest mistake of your life." After saying that, his body flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The remaining 4 nascent soul cultivators also coldly glanced at Wang Lin before vanishing. Wang Lin was silent. That day, if it hadn't been for the Yin sect disciple attacking first and using a killing move, he wouldn't have killed the opponent. Moreover, if he had let the demon escape, it could have caused a series of troubles, so he decided to kill him without mercy. But the cultivation world is a place where the strong devour the weak, and the Yin sect is a super-level sect. If it says you're wrong, then even if you're right, you're still wrong. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had acted very carefully, yet he still couldn't avoid getting into trouble. And it all related to cultivation. If his cultivation was the same as the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, killing one person wouldn't be too much trouble. At this moment, Wang Lin's determination to form a nascent soul was even stronger. For himself, and to return to Zhao Kingdom to find Tang Hua Yuan, he absolutely had to successfully form a nascent soul. Otherwise, all his words would be nothing but flowers in a mirror, the moon in the water, a mere illusion. The 8 Extremes Demon Lord looked at Wang Lin, his voice low and ominous. "Boy, I've helped you twice already. Last time, there was a misunderstanding, which can be overlooked. This time, entering that place, I hope you won't overthink things." The 8 Extremes Demon Lord understood Wang Lin's cunning from their interactions over the past few days. Moreover, during the pursuit earlier, he had noticed that Wang Lin had a great talent for demonic cultivation. His ability to quickly make decisions regarding the Yin sect proved that he was a bold and ruthless individual. In the demonic cultivation sea, amidst 10,000 demons, he dared to pursue them for 100 days, striking fear into everyone who heard his name. Thus, it can be seen that he is a decisive and emotionless person. When being chased out of the demon sea, he unexpectedly dared to leave a flying sword ambush, causing even someone like the old man to bleed. This shows his extraordinary courage. If that were all, it would be normal. But he also took the opportunity to achieve his goal of observing the divine techniques. This alone shows his meticulousness. Just now, when Zhao Chuanliang unleashed his full power, he, a mere nascent soul cultivator, remained completely calm, without the slightest panic. This further proves his unwavering resolve. Aside from these things, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord considered that it took him 3 years to capture him, which only justifies his fox-like cunning. He was ruthless and cunning, audacious and decisive in his actions, cold and heartless, yet possessed extraordinary courage, a secretive mind, unwavering will, and the slyness of a fox. Although he was a demon lord of the 8 Extremes, after careful analysis, his heart still pounded, and his eyes flickered. A sudden idea flashed through his mind, but the thought that had just appeared in his mind immediately dissipated. He secretly sighed with regret. If it weren't for going to that place, he would have taken him as his disciple. Now it was still uncertain whether this young man could even survive. At this moment, his expression changed slightly, and he looked up, staring into the distance. Immediately, Wang Lin also felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the horizon. He saw a middle-aged scholar wearing a simple cloth robe and a square headscarf walking calmly towards him. His face was as white as jade, and his eyes occasionally flashed with a sharp glint. His figure swayed in the wind, floating down from the air. He waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "Duanmuji, is my earth walking board working well?" His cultivation level was similar to that of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, unfathomable. From his equal tone when speaking to the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, it was clear their cultivation levels were comparable. Duanmuji, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, snorted softly, taking out an earth walking gourd from his storage bag and tossing it away. "Useless, my ass. You think this worthless thing is a treasure? Even if you offered it to me, I wouldn't take it." The white-robed scholar caught it, his right hand flashing, and the earth walking gourd vanished without a trace. His eyes swept over, settling on Wang Lin, and he calmly said, "Why is there a mere foundation establishment stage junior here?" Duanmuji's expression changed, and he said, "He has some use. Let's go, that place is about to open." With that, his gourd immediately flew out, growing larger. He quickly stepped onto the gourd. Wang Lin glanced at the white-robed scholar, lightly tapped his foot, and also stood up on the gourd. He remained secretly vigilant. Since the white-robed scholar appeared, his divine consciousness had been surrounding him. Just then, Duanmuji's voice echoed in his ears. "This man is Wang Qingyu, the envoy of the Yin-Yang sect from a 4th-level cultivation nation. His cultivation is terrifying. You shouldn't provoke him." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his inner vigilance increased. The 3 of them accelerated their speed, entering the cultivation demon sea. Wang Lin's cold gaze swept over them. The white-robed scholar Wang Qingyu didn't use any magical artifacts, yet his speed was comparable to the gourd. The mist in the cultivation demon sea was usually more than 3 meters thick, as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. Before long, the 3 of them had sunk to the bottom of the cultivation demon sea. They flew swiftly. In an instant, Nando City appeared in their sight. The three of them didn't stop, soaring through the sky above Nando City. Along the way, the monks who saw the three of them all changed color and quickly dispersed. They seemed to recognize the gourd's origins, so they respectfully stepped aside, waiting for the gourd to fly past before daring to continue their flight. Wang Qingyu's expression was calm as he slowly spoke while flying. The prestige of the 8 Extremes Demon Lord is truly considerable. Even outside the Cultivation Demon Sea, there are people who recognize you. The three of them moved at extremely high speed, but their voices still rang out clearly. The old man in green glanced at him and said, "Many people know me. Paying attention to them is just a waste of effort." Wang Qingyu looked at Wang Lin and then at Duan Muji, saying, "Bringing a nascent soul cultivator to that place is just asking for his death, isn't it? You shouldn't underestimate him. He possesses the death curse technique, which will be very useful when we reach the third gate," Duan Muji said calmly. Wang Qingyu was stunned, but then his eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Lin. A strange smile appeared on his lips, but then he quickly shook his head and sighed. What a pity. If you were a nascent soul cultivator, I would also like to have a go at you. Wang Lin remained silent, not saying anything. 1,000 years ago, Duan Muji had gone there, so he must have known what kind of treasure was there. Otherwise, why would he still be so bothered? Where are we going? Are you sure that item is really there? Wang Qingyu looked at Duan Muji and asked. Duan Muji was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "This gourd of mine was obtained from that place." Wang Qingyu, I can only tell you this much. When we get there, you will naturally know. Don't blame me. Wang Qingyu looked at the gourd several times, his expression remaining completely calm. From then on, he said nothing more, only following closely behind Duan Muji. The three of them flew at a very fast speed for a month. Throughout that month, they hardly ever stopped. Along the way, Wang Lin counted that they had passed through 4 cities, and they saw more and more cultivators. The number far exceeded that of Nando City. One day, a gigantic mountain suddenly appeared before him. Duan Muji potted his gourd and flew towards the mountain. In an instant, they had circled around the mountain. There was a vast valley there, unusually quiet inside, without a single sound. Duan Muji, very familiar with the place, entered the center of the valley. Upon arriving, he jumped down from his gourd, his right hand forming a hand seal, striking forward. Immediately, a strange wind suddenly appeared from all directions. The thick fog quickly dissipated, revealing an open space. Wang Lin also jumped down from the gourd. His gaze immediately focused on the empty space. On it was a circular formation, with many small characters carved within. An ancient aura slowly emanated from it. Wang Qingyu looked at the formation, his expression slightly surprised. He thought for a moment, then glanced at Duan Muji. Duan Muji potted his storage bag, taking out a hexagonal spirit stone emitting a faint yellow light. He looked somewhat regretful, then placed the spirit stone in a hollow in the center of the formation. This damned formation is such a waste of spirit stones. My top-grade spirit stone will probably be destroyed after this teleportation, Duan Muji muttered to himself. Wang Qingyu's eyes flashed again, staring intently at the hexagonal spirit stone, and said in a low voice, Duan Muji, this top-grade spirit stone also came from that place, didn't it? That's right, I obtained 3 of them before. To enter that place, it's impossible without using this teleportation array. Back then, several of my friends, relying on ancient texts, only managed to find a few clues. After nearly 1,000 years of searching, they finally located this place. They also spent a huge amount of spirit stones and materials to exchange for this top-grade spirit stone from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom before they could enter. Duan Muji looked at the fluctuating ray and said angrily, top-grade spirit stone, the entire Vermilion Bird star is incredibly rare. It's rumored that it's the currency used for transactions between cultivation planets. If that place has spirit stones of this grade, even without the transformation pill, it's worth investigating. Wang Qingyu stared at the top-grade spirit stone in the array and slowly said, this teleportation array doesn't go directly to that place as you think. It only teleports to the shattered star chaos in the Cultivation Demon Sea. After arriving there, we'll gather with some of my friends before continuing. The inner sea is too far from here. If we only fly, it would take hundreds of years to get there. That's not even considering the dangers outside the shattered star chaos. Just the crimson mist between the inner and outer seas alone. you and I could escape with a little caution. But this kid is doomed. Otherwise, do you think I would waste this entire block of top-grade spirit stones just for fun? Duanmuji glared at Wang Lin, speaking in a low voice. Duanmuji continuously cast several spells with his hands. After a while, the top-grade spirit stone in the center of the teleportation array lit up. The runes within the teleportation array also lit up. Once all the runes lit up, the spirit stone shattered. A massive surge of spiritual power suddenly emanated from the teleportation array. The spiritual power was almost solidified. It transformed into a whirlwind, instantly sucking in the surrounding mist. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind more than 10 meters high rose from within the teleportation array, growing stronger and stronger. The scene unfolded slowly, causing Wang Lin to take a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the hollow within the teleportation array. The spirit stone had turned to dust, blown away by the whirlwind. But the spiritual power contained within that supreme-grade spirit stone made Wang Lin's heart pound. Even tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones placed together would likely not have the same effect. Duanmuji's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Wang Lin, softly shouting, "Go in!" Wang Lin inwardly sneered, glancing at Duanmuji and understanding his thoughts. He was worried that something might go wrong if he entered. Wang Lin calmly and without hesitation stepped into the whirlwind, standing on the teleportation array. Duanmuji followed closely behind. Finally, only Wang Qingyu remained. He carefully inspected the area before stepping inside. Immediately afterward, the whirlwind in the air suddenly became turbulent, causing the entire mountain to rumble. The three people inside the formation instantly disappeared. After a long while, the place returned to normal, and the fog that had been pushed away returned, once again enveloping the teleportation array. The cultivation demon sea was vast. Beyond the inner sea lay a layer of crimson mist. Without a certain level of cultivation, even a little contact with the crimson mist would instantly corrode the body, turning it into dust. Even the divine consciousness could not escape, trapped within the crimson mist for life. The crimson mist had become a natural barrier separating the inner sea from the outer sea. Only on the annual day when the fog transforms into sea mist would the crimson mist dissipate for a single day. Usually, cultivators wishing to leave or enter the inner sea could only wait until this day to pass through. After passing through the crimson mist, they would reach the cultivation demon inner sea. This place is home to countless powerful individuals. Many renowned demon lords from outside have come here to live in seclusion. The inner sea is also vast. If one were to fly, it would take hundreds of years to reach the other side of the inner sea. In the far north of the inner sea lies a plain called the Shattered Star Plain. This is the only place in the cultivation demon sea where the mist cannot spread. It is surrounded by countless mysterious fragments of rock, forming a natural shield. The circle formed from countless fragments of rock, seemingly restrained by some mysterious force, creates a vast area spanning hundreds of miles. This is the Shattered Star Chaos, also known as the Land of Death. It's said that among cultivators at the nascent soul stage, only a few out of 10 will succeed if they attempt to enter before the fog transforms into a sea. Even those who try to force their way into the Shattered Star Chaos will likely perish, with no one surviving. From ancient times, the Shattered Star Chaos within the demonic cultivation sea has been considered the most dangerous place. Legend says this land appeared before the demonic cultivation sea turned into fog. Over the years, countless cultivators have tried to explore it, but all have returned after getting close. Some have even managed to pass through the Shattered Star Chaos, but never returned. Even the 5th-level cultivation nations feared the invisible power of this land. They didn't dare send too many experts to explore it. Moreover, no one knew what was inside that land, so they didn't want to waste their efforts. For a long time, the number of cultivators who still harbor the dream of penetrating this land dwindled. Many years ago, this situation changed. In the only 6th-level cultivation nation on Vermilion Bird Star, a powerful expert with extraordinary abilities single-handedly infiltrated the cultivation demon sea. He challenged countless experts, but none were worthy opponents. Finally, he infiltrated the Shattered Star Chaos, but disappeared without a trace. 10 years later, Vermilion Bird Star dispatched many experts there, setting up a grand formation to seal off the land, and simultaneously ordered that anyone who infiltrated it would be killed without mercy. Therefore, this place became a forbidden zone, striking fear into anyone who mentioned it. To this day, that fear has somewhat subsided, but within a 1,000-mile radius, there is not a single other cultivator to be seen. One day, outside the shattered star chaos, a black mist enveloped a mountain valley. Suddenly, a whirlwind emerged from the mist. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, quickly creating a clearing. On the ground, an ancient teleportation array emitted a dazzling light. 3 figures slowly appeared. The first thing that caught Wang Lin's eye upon his arrival was the shattered stone land. Small and large stones of bizarre shapes formed a spherical mass, slowly moving. Occasionally, purple lightning bolts appeared on the stones. A quick glance revealed that the area spanned approximately 100 miles. Is this the shattered star chaos? Wang Qingyu, clearly visiting for the first time, asked, gazing at the circle formed by countless shattered stones. Duan Munji looked around with awe. After a long while, he slowly said, "Yes, this is it." For 1,000 years, this place has remained unchanged. Wang Qingyu's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips, saying, "Legend says that tens of thousands of years ago, the greatest expert of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom disappeared in this land. Haha, today, I, Wang, have also come to see what mysteries this place holds." Wang Lin pondered for a moment and then said to Duan Muji, "Is this the shattered star chaos that the seniors mentioned?" Duan Muji nodded, his gaze fixed on the shattered star chaos, a hint of fear appearing on his face. The old man said, "This land radiates a mysterious power. When you enter it, this mysterious power will enter your body. The rubble within will form a copy of each person in some inexplicable way. It will even be stronger than each person's original self. Even if you try to lower your cultivation level before entering, it will be useless. When the clone appears, the only way to escape is to defeat it. After traveling another 50 miles, 2 more clones will appear. Only by defeating them can we escape from this place." Wang Lin raised his head and looked up. Duan Muji seemed to have guessed what Wang Lin was thinking, so he continued, "If we enter from above or below, even without the rubble obstructing us, the clones will still appear. And now there are 10 of them." Wang Lin stared intently at the ruined stone, deep in thought, without responding. After observing for a moment, Wang Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Such an interesting land. I must try it." Having said that, he instantly vanished, reappearing outside the shattered star chaos. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Wang Lin watched intently, without blinking. The moment Wang Qingyu entered, purple lightning bolts quickly converged. A clone identical to Wang Qingyu appeared before him. Even its posture and smile were indistinguishable from Wang Qingyu. Without a word, it swiftly lunged forward. Loud sounds continuously emanated from where the two were fighting. Duan Muji snorted, saying, "It will soon return to a higher realm. How will he fight then?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How did you manage to get in last time?" Duan Muji pointed towards the teleportation array and replied, "Thanks to it. Last time, we had a master of array formations among us. Moreover, we obtained some items related to the shattered star chaos. These included records of the method for setting up a teleportation array to enter this place. In addition, 10 top-grade spirit stones are needed to enter. What exactly is inside the shattered star chaos?" Wang Lin frowned slightly and asked. Duan Muji glanced at Wang Lin, then waved his hand. He withdrew the divine consciousness from Wang Lin's body and slowly said, "Okay, since we've already come this far, it's fine to tell you. According to the records in the items we obtained, there is the corpse of an ancient god inside the shattered star chaos." Ancient god? Wang Lin was surprised. Ancient gods existed in the distant past, similar to immortals. In some aspects, they were even stronger. The voice wasn't Duan Muji's, but rather that of a man in black robes who suddenly appeared beside him and spoke. The old man was tall and thin, his white beard fluttering in the wind, his appearance resembling that of an immortal. The whisk in his hand added to his benevolent countenance as he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin, continuing, "Young friend, the power of the ancient gods has surpassed all limits, reaching a level no one can imagine. The era in which the ancient gods lived predates even the ancient times." Wang Lin appeared calm, but inwardly he felt a sense of unease. Although the man's appearance suggested he was a virtuous gentleman, Wang Lin sensed that his cultivation was even higher than Duan Muji's. After speaking, the old man flicked his whisk and smiled, looking inside. However, that smile held a hint of malice. Wang Lin remained highly vigilant. As his whisk swayed, a feeling of unease suddenly arose. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he potted his storage bag and pulled out countless jade talismans. All of these jade talismans were defensive. With his other hand, he reached into his storage bag and grabbed the jade seal. A series of popping sounds rang out, and in an instant, all the jade talismans shattered. Simultaneously, Duanmuji appeared between Wang Lin and the old man, a crescent-shaped black light suddenly appearing to neutralize the whisk's attack. Duanmuji narrowed his eyes at his opponent, the black light flickering back and forth. His expression remained calm as he spoke clearly, word by word, "Ancient Emperor. This young man is crucial for passing the third gate. Don't act recklessly." Hearing this, the ancient emperor's expression didn't change, but he stopped smiling. At this moment, the old man's dignified and virtuous appearance completely disappeared. He even seemed somewhat sinister, calmly saying, "Are you sure?" Duanmuji nodded, saying, "He knows the death curse technique." The ancient emperor glanced at Wang Lin, then turned and walked to the side. After stopping about 3 meters away, he remained silent, looking into the chaotic shattered star. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He saw that this ancient emperor was nothing more than a madman, inexplicably trying to kill someone. He had been smiling just moments before, but now his ferocity was evident. His name is Gulen, but we all call him the ancient emperor. His cultivation is very high. Even I would find it difficult to defeat him easily. You see him as a righteous person on the outside, but in reality, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, a true lunatic. He's the infamous great demon in the cultivation demon inner sea, Duanmuji whispered to Wang Lin from the side. Wang Lin pondered, gazing at the ancient emperor for a moment before turning his attention back to the chaotic shattered star. From there, the occasional growl of Wang Qingyu echoed, further increasing his anxiety. The ancient emperor was a madman, Wang Qingyu a reckless fool. Only Duanmuji seemed relatively normal. "Another one has arrived," Duanmuji murmured, his expression changing slightly. From the horizon, a dragon boat was approaching. Standing at the bow was a handsome man with thin lips and a cold, indifferent expression. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his head held high. He wore a red brocade robe with yellow patterns, his black hair flowing freely in the wind. Behind him was a young man, around 20 years old, with an ordinary appearance, but eyes that occasionally turned a strange, eerie red. After the dragon boat approached, the man in the red robe leapt down. The young man behind him also quickly jumped down. Wang Lin glanced at the man in the red robe. A chilling aura emanated from him, a coldness that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones, like an iceberg that would never melt. After landing, the man in the red robe coldly surveyed his surroundings. After glancing at Wang Qingyu fighting in the shattered star chaos, he turned to look at Wang Lin. Finally, he looked at Duanmuji, coldly saying, "What a commotion!" Duanmuji chuckled, saying, "Lu Yu Demon Lord, 1,000 years have passed, and your cultivation has increased again." After saying this, his lips moved slightly, transmitting a message. Lu Yu Demon Lord, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise on his face. His gaze immediately turned towards Wang Lin, observing for a moment before nodding slightly and saying in a low voice, "Little brother, if you can open the third gate, I, Li Qing, will guarantee your safety." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man behind him changed his expression, looking at Wang Lin with unfriendly eyes. Wang Lin clasped his hands together and replied, "Thank you." The man in red nodded again, withdrew his gaze, and said to Duanmuji, "Only the hunchback is missing. 300 years ago, I heard that he offended the giant demon clan and was hunted by 10 great war demons. I don't know whether he's alive or dead. Even if I die, I'll drag the entire giant demon clan down with me." A hoarse voice echoed from the horizon, reverberating through space. A giant toad, its body more than 10 meters tall, appeared in the distance. When the toad landed, it made a resounding noise. Although the distance was great, Wang Lin still felt the tremor. Immediately afterward, the toad stomped its foot, its enormous body suddenly soaring up and disappearing. When it reappeared, it was only about 10 meters away from everyone. Its body was like a small mountain falling down. With a loud crash, dust billowed in all directions, spreading far and wide. When the dust settled, the body of a huge toad was revealed. Its back was covered with bumps, which slowly contracted, revealing fluctuations of spiritual power. Its large eyes darted back and forth, revealing a fierce ferocity. Sitting on the toad was a short, stocky man in a green robe, his back hunched, seemingly a hunchback. His eyes were triangular, his chin small, his beak pointed, his cheeks sunken like a monkey's, and a faint, ominous glint occasionally flickered in his eyes. His face was also covered in pimples, just like the toad's. His whole body reeked of pus, spreading around him, making him look utterly hideous. He touched the pus-filled pimples on his face, his voice hoarse, cackling. Those immortal giant demon tribe elders who chased after me for 300 years were all poisoned to death by me. If it weren't for the 1,000-year deadline, I would have killed all of them in the giant demon tribe to avenge their pursuit. As he spoke, he leaned forward, one foot stepping off the toad. The toad, sentient, extended its bright red tongue for the old man to step on as he dismounted. He coughed as he walked, his body slowly and gracefully stepping onto the ground. After he landed, he casually waved his right hand, and the giant toad shrunk to about the size of 3 hands, leaping onto his shoulder. Its belly heaved, making gurgling sounds. In an instant, he had covered 3 feet, a mocking smile appearing on his face. A black aura slowly emanated from his face. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He retreated a few steps, observing coldly. He knew this person was skilled in using poison, so he had to be even more vigilant. The 6 Desires Demon Lord raised his eyebrows, glanced at the green-robed old man, and said in a low voice, 1,000 years have passed, and your foul, poisonous body has become even more repulsive. The old man rolled his eyes and snarled, 6 Desires Demon Lord, others fear your demonic techniques, but I am different. 1,000 years ago, we were evenly matched. Do you still want to fight again today? As he spoke, he stroked the toad on his shoulder, chuckling. Liu Yumo-chen's cold eyes stared intently at his opponent. A chaotic surge of spiritual energy immediately erupted between them. But very quickly, both turned away, concealing their spiritual power. At this moment, the ancient emperor, standing more than 10 meters away, slowly said, "You've arrived. This time, I obtained the ice seal from a 4th-level cultivation nation. I should be able to withstand more than half of this first challenge." Liu Yumo-chen's icy voice rang out. "Then let me handle the second half." Meng Tizi touched his festering face and said hoarsely, "Consider the second challenge mine." Duan Muji pointed towards Wang Qingyue on the distant Shattered Star Chaotic Formation and said in a low voice, "That Wang Qingyue is skilled in the 5 elements escape technique. He can assist me. And this young friend is skilled in Forbidden's techniques. The third challenge, the spiritual attack, will depend on him." Meng Tizi's dim eyes swept over Wang Lin, but he said nothing. Liu Yumojun stepped towards the teleportation array, his hands performing strange incantations. After unleashing several streams of spiritual light, the entire array rumbled, shaking and emitting plumes of green smoke. When the green smoke dissipated, the teleportation array was fully opened. Immediately afterward, he focused his gaze, his body flashing as he swiftly moved towards it. With each step, he unleashed a stream of spiritual light. As his body moved, the spiritual light increased in number. Finally, his body almost transformed into a multitude of afterimages, appearing as countless clones simultaneously at various positions within the array. After a while, all the afterimages vanished, leaving only his main body standing within the array. He waved his hands, and numerous precious materials flew out from his storage bag. Next, he conjured a purple flame, quickly burning the materials into liquid. The 6 Desires Demon Lord pointed his hands repeatedly, and the multicolored liquid immediately moved according to a certain rule, splitting and falling into the formation. When the last stream of liquid fell to the ground, the entire teleportation array space suddenly resounded with incessant rumbling. At the same time, another teleportation array suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The symbols inside were twice as numerous as the previous teleportation array. In addition, there were 10 more pillars of light, reaching straight up to the 9 layers of clouds. However, these pillars of light, after appearing, immediately flickered and disappeared like wandering spirits. The 6 Desires Demon Lord took a deep breath and shouted, "The formation has opened. Quickly bring in the top-grade spirit stones. As per the original agreement, this time I will provide for As he spoke, 4 hexagonal top-grade spirit stones flew out from his storage bag, shining brightly. As soon as the 4 spirit stones appeared, they were pulled by an invisible force into the 4 pillars of light, hovering there. This anomaly caught the attention of Wang Qingyu, who was fighting his own clones. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage. The clones attacked in layers equivalent to experts with higher cultivation levels than him. A slight carelessness could instantly cost him his life. He was even knocked down into piles of rubble several times, but his eyes grew brighter, his ferocity increasing. Seeing the mutated formation, he hesitated slightly, then quickly retreated, leaping from the rubble and instantly arriving beside Duanmuji. His eyes blinked, staring intently at the 4 top-grade spirit stones in the teleportation array, a greedy glint in his eyes. After he returned, the clones slowly dissipated, once again turning into piles of rubble, slowly ceasing their movement. Wang Lin also stared at the top-grade spirit stones, his heart pounding. He knew the demonic sea was extremely vast, and traveling normally without using this ancient teleportation array would take an incredibly long time. Moreover, the journey would be fraught with danger. However, the only way to use this type of teleportation array was with top-grade spirit stones. But top-grade spirit stones were incredibly rare, which was why the ancient teleportation arrays within the demonic sea were becoming increasingly dilapidated and mostly broken. At this moment, the ancient emperor patted his storage bag and took out 2 top-grade spirit stones. He glanced at them briefly, then waved his hand. The 2 spirit stones immediately flew into the 2 pillars of light, hovering within them. Duanmuji also gritted his teeth, took out 2 spirit stones from his bag, examined them with a heavy heart, and then threw them out. 8 of the 10 pillars of light now contained spirit stones. Finally, it was Meng Tuozi's turn. He patted the toad on his shoulder. The toad's belly swelled up, then it opened its mouth. 2 beams of light shot out from its mouth, instantly piercing into the pillars of light. By this point, all 10 pillars of light had contained top-grade spirit stones. The pillars of light suddenly dimmed, the light disappearing, and everything concentrated on the spirit stones. The 10 spirit stones now looked like 10 suns slowly flying into positions on the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array vibrated and slowly rotated. Luyu Demon Lord's eyes lit up with excitement as he whispered, 1,000 years ago, nearly 100 of us entered. We didn't even officially enter inside, just getting close to the outer edge of the Forbidden Formation was incredibly difficult. Finally, after returning from the 3rd trial, only 4 of us were lucky enough to survive. Over the past 1,000 years, our cultivation has increased significantly, so we can certainly break through this Forbidden Formation. Let's go in and try. Even the ancient emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he entered the formation. Next came Meng Daozi, Duanmuji, and Liu Mojun, followed by the young man. As for Wang Qingyue, he remained silent for a moment before also entering. Wang Lin bowed his head in contemplation. Then his eyes flashed, and he entered the formation. After all 7 had entered, Liu Mojun let out a low shout. The formation immediately exploded with a loud bang. 10 top-grade spirit stones self-destructed. A massive wave of spiritual power surged wildly in all directions. The entire valley quickly turned to dust. Even the rocks couldn't withstand it for a second. After a while, the wave of spiritual power slowly dissipated, revealing the entire appearance of the teleportation formation. But it was shattered and unusable. Inside the shattered star chaos was a plane. In the middle of this plane appeared a circular light sphere, its interior completely black, making it impossible to see clearly. Beneath the light sphere, bursts of light suddenly flashed, and then 7 figures appeared. Ancient Emperor was the first to emerge, staring intently at the light sphere above his head, his eyes filled with fervent excitement. His body soared upwards, instantly appearing outside the light sphere. Circling it a few times, he said in a deep voice, "No one has come here in 1,000 years. Our seal remains intact." After saying this, he extended his hands, continuously activating the light sphere. A black thread flew out from within, entering his hand and disappearing. Wang Lin clearly felt it. Duanmuji, Luyu Demon Lord, and Meng Tuozi all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wang Lin looked around. The vast plain within the shattered star chaos stretched endlessly, its edge unseen. The sky was extremely gloomy. Wang Lin knew this must be caused by some powerful restriction. The plain was incredibly quiet, with nothing remarkable to be seen. At this moment, Luyu Demon Lord glanced at Wang Qingyu and Wang Lin and said in a deep voice, "Welcome to the Shattered Star Chaos. Whether Duanmuji had told you to about this place before or not, I must repeat it again. Passing through this light sphere will lead you into a mysterious space. According to the records we have, there is the corpse of an ancient god there. The power of the ancient god is contained within his body. His body is enormous. Even the weakest ancient god has a body no smaller than the vermilion bird star. I can tell you too that this ancient god is a grown man. His body is countless times larger than the vermilion bird star. The reason it is said that this place is full of treasures is because when the ancient god died, his consciousness was not destroyed but merely fell into a deep sleep. If we can enter his body and retrieve his memories, each of his cultivation techniques would be equivalent to a great divine ability. Regarding magical artifacts, ancient gods don't have storage bags. Because no storage bag can hold the treasures of ancient gods, their magical artifacts are all stored within their bodies. If we're lucky, we might be able to obtain them. As for elixirs, with the cultivation level of ancient gods, the value of the elixirs they consume is beyond our comprehension. However, they haven't absorbed all of them. Some remain in their meridians. Our target this time is the transformation elixir. This type of elixir can be found in the meridians of ancient gods. Wang Qingyu's eyes gleamed, a slight smile playing on his lips as he stared intently at the light sphere in the air, lost in thought. Meng Dazi touched his pus-covered face and said hoarsely, "Lu Yu. Duangmu, there are too many people this time. If we can't break the restrictions, that's one thing, but if we manage to break them, I don't know how we'll divide them." Luyu Mojin glanced at Wang Qingyue and said in a low voice, "Whoever manages to enter will get one item. As for the transformation pill, that depends on their ability." Duanmuji chuckled and said, "It's too early to talk about this. Let's discuss it after we break the restrictions." Then he looked at the young man accompanying Luyu Mojin and chuckled, "This young friend, I wonder if you can help us break the restrictions." Luyu Mojin glanced at Wang Lin and said coldly, "His abilities can only be fully utilized at the 3rd level. This person is a 3rd-level cultivator from the Tianju Cultivation Nation, capable of dealing with the objects at the 3rd level. It took me several years to find him. So that's it. Haha, the 3rd level, that's where we were stopped before. Hopefully, we can break it this time." Meng Dazi revealed a strange smile, his eyes glancing at Wang Lin and the young man several times. At this moment, the ancient emperor outside the light sphere moved his hands faster and faster. Black threads appeared like a drizzle. His expression became increasingly serious, and finally, he clasped his hands together and pushed forward. Countless black threads suddenly spread out from the light sphere, transforming into a black dragon that roared. Then its body quickly shrunk and fell into the ancient emperor's hands. "We can enter now." The ancient emperor took a deep breath, patted his storage bag, and retrieved the black dragon. Then he took out 2 jade rings, one large and one small. The large one was slightly red, the small one light gray. Holding the 2 rings, the ancient emperor hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the light sphere. His figure instantly disappeared. Luyu Demon Lord blinked, grabbed the young man's body, and soared up, disappearing into the light sphere. Immediately afterward, Wang Qingyue licked his lips and followed. Finally, Duanmuji and Meng Dazi looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin said nothing. His body flew up, stopping abruptly before the light sphere. He turned to look at Duanmuji, extended his right hand, and said in a low voice, "Since you've come here, please fulfill your promise, senior." Duanmuji laughed heartily, saying, "There's no rush. After I break through the 3rd barrier, I'll give it to you." Wang Lin looked at him coldly, saying nothing more. Meng Dazi saw this, chuckled, and his body glided past Duanmuji, ignoring the 2, and entered the light sphere. Duanmuji glared at Wang Lin, remained silent for a moment, then took out 2 pills from his storage bag and said in a low voice, "Take them." Wang Lin accepted them and carefully examined them. These were indeed the things Li Muan had described. One small pill was a nascent soul, and the larger one was a foundation establishment pill. Carefully putting away the pills, Wang Lin said nothing more and entered the light sphere. Entering in an instant, he suddenly felt as if he had just passed through a thin veil. The scene before him made him take a deep breath, standing still. This place was eerily similar to the Annihilation realm he had been in before, both completely shrouded in darkness. The only difference was the countless massive, conical boulders. Each boulder was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair, slowly moving. He was standing on one of these boulders. This boulder was about 30 feet wide, and he was standing alone on it. Below the boulder was boundless darkness, making it impossible to see clearly. All the people who had entered were standing on boulders. Wang Lin saw Duan Muji, Liu Yumojun, Gudi, and Meng Tazi, all comment showing no sign of panic. As for Wang Qingyue, his eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he stood on a boulder surveying his surroundings. Finally, there was the young man. He sat on the rock, staring blankly around, his eyes showing a hint of tremor. Wang Lin took a deep breath, slowly spreading his divine consciousness. There were no restrictions on divine consciousness here, but he was worried about the powerful cultivators surrounding him. His divine consciousness didn't extend too far, only stopping around the rock where he stood. At this moment, the voice of Liu Demon Lord came from afar. There's nothing dangerous here. It's just a passageway. Just sit and meditate on the rock. Hearing this, Wang Lin crossed his legs and sat down. Watching the rock slowly drift forward, he fell silent for a moment. While no one was paying attention, he reached into his bosom and touched the storage bag containing the fire element. His divine consciousness surged in, but the storage bag showed no reaction. Wang Lin was secretly startled but didn't investigate further, slowly withdrawing his right hand and observing his surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Qingyu, still standing on the rock, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" Suddenly, two lights appeared in the void below. Their size was approximately several meters. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over them, and he was immediately shocked. Those weren't lights at all. They were clearly a pair of eyes. Immediately afterward, the eyes suddenly disappeared, only to reappear instantly, much larger. At this moment, Meng Tuozi walked to the edge of the rock, his face grim as he looked down. He raised his right hand, and a blue powder flew out. Along with the powder came a point of dark light. The further down he went, the brighter the dark light became. When he got close to the eyes, a terrifying sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was an enormous serpent-like creature. Even just from where the dark light descended, its size was several thousand meters, and its width was at least 100 meters. Its entire body was covered in red scales, which, under the blue light, made it even more bizarre. The gigantic head had 9 long horns and densely packed teeth, bared in a chilling manner. Meng Dazi's expression immediately turned extremely grim, and he retracted his right hand. The dark light vanished in an instant, and the area below was once again shrouded in black. It's a wild beast. Its cultivation is equivalent to a peak nascent soul cultivator. Meng Dazi said slowly after a moment of silence. We shouldn't provoke it. Last time, we passed through safely. This time, as long as we don't provoke it, we should be able to get through. Liu Yumojun said calmly, his face grim. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud roar suddenly erupted. Immediately afterward, the enormous eyes grew larger and larger. A foul stench suddenly spread. Everyone immediately stood up. Meng Dazi potted his storage bag, and several pills appeared in his hand. He threw them out forcefully, shouting, "Hold them in your mouths, to guard against poison." Liu Yumojun flipped his body, instantly appearing beside the young man accompanying him. After grabbing the man's body, he accepted the pill and fled into the distance. At the same time, Duan Muji also flew towards Wang Lin. Upon seeing Wang Lin's calm demeanor, he hesitated for a moment, then transmitted a message, "Follow me." Then his body immediately flew into the distance. Wang Lin, having received a pill from Meng Tuzi, didn't immediately swallow it but quickly glanced at the people around him. After seeing everyone else swallow it, he put the pill in his mouth. Everyone quickly used the mace-shaped rocks to escape. From afar, these rocks seemed endless. Wang Lin followed closely behind Duan Muji. The roars from the void below grew clearer and clearer. The surrounding rocks began to tremble. At this moment, a rock not far behind them suddenly shattered. A huge head suddenly shot up, revealing a pair of icy eyes. A foul, putrid wind swept in from behind. Wang Lin, with the medicinal pill in his mouth, quickened his pace, swiftly following the others. Strange noises echoed from behind. Except for the young man who turned to look, everyone else was fleeing at full speed. This showed the significant difference in speed among them. The fastest was Wang Qingyu, renowned for his 5. Element's 5 Elements Escape Technique. His body was semi-transparent, moving completely differently from the others. He sped straight ahead. If he encountered a rock blocking his path, he would instantly vanish before hitting it, reappearing in a different location. The enormous, cold eyes of the serpent-like beast stared intently at the group ahead, letting out a low growl. Its body suddenly lifted, then slammed down. This single blow felt as if the sky had fallen. A whirlwind suddenly descended from midair. He possessed many of these talismans. After killing people and plundering their treasures, he had countless low-level magical artifacts. The talismans transformed into layers of light screens, instantly enveloping Wang Lin's body. He calmly dodged to the side, escaping just before the whirlwind descended. At the same time, the Ancient Emperor and the 6 Desires Demon Lord stopped, speechless. The Ancient Emperor's face showed a serious expression as he took out an ancient bell from his storage bag. The bell immediately enlarged upon appearing. Then it vibrated and emitted a resounding bell sound. A wave of air spread out, shattering the rocks it touched. At that moment, the serpent-like creature twisted its body, turned its head, and plunged straight into the wave. It let out a low growl, spewing out a cloud of black mist. The black mist was incredibly powerful. The surrounding rocks instantly turned into dust upon contact. Meng Dazi immediately recognized the black mist spewed by the serpent-like creature. He stroked his slimy face, then crushed a pimple on it. An unbearable stench of decay emanated from it. A black liquid also flowed from the pimple. In an instant, Dazi's body vanished, reappearing in the black mist. His face was ferocious as he opened his mouth and sucked in all the black mist. Gradually, the hump on his back grew larger until, having absorbed all the black mist, the hump had become like a small mountain. He staggered, leaning against a rock, his eyes flickering as he stared silently at the snake-like creature. The black energy emanating from the ruptured pimple on his face had been absorbed into the toad's belly on his shoulder. As soon as the Ancient Emperor unleashed the Ancient Bell, the 6 Desires Demon Lord also performed strange incantations with both hands, muttering to himself, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he retreated a few steps, quickly producing a nascent soul-level jade talisman, simultaneously spitting out a beam of light. The light flashed, and a sword appeared before him, its tip pointing towards the 6 Desires Demon Lord. The 6 Desires Demon Lord's gaze lingered for a split second before shifting. This time, he looked at the young man beside him. The young man looked terrified, nervously watching the snake-like creature, his body trembling slightly. Terrifying. Liu Yumo Chen's eyes flashed, uttering a single word. The young man's body trembled, a surge of black energy emanating from his nose and mouth, quickly condensing into a sharp black sword that flew towards Liu Mojun. The young man froze, standing there bewildered, his eyes vacant. Liu Mojun tapped the sword several times with his right hand, uttering complex, incomprehensible sounds. Gradually, the sword grew larger and larger, eventually becoming almost a gigantic weapon. All of this happened in a very short time. At this moment, the snake-like creature plunged headfirst into the air currents emitted by the ancient bell, spewing black mist. Liu Mojun softly shouted, "Go!" The black sword before him instantly swung up, swiftly striking 7 inches from the snake-like creature's head. With a resounding crash, the sword struck the giant snake's head. The giant serpent, in pain, violently tossed its head, instantly knocking the black sword away. At this moment, the young man beside Liu, the demon lord, suddenly spat blood from his nose and mouth. His body weakened, and his eyes completely lost their clarity. The ancient emperor swung his right hand, and the giant bell immediately began to spin. The sound of the bell grew louder and faster. Waves of ripples appeared continuously, furiously striking the serpent-like creature. The giant serpent, having just knocked away the black sword, was immediately struck by the waves of the giant bell. Its body trembled, and its eyes became even more ferocious. Its enormous mouth suddenly opened, as large as a small mountain. A phantom image flashed inside. At the same time, the ancient emperor's expression changed. His giant bell suddenly vanished into thin air. Wang Lin's divine consciousness remained focused on the serpent-like creature. He carefully observed, and as soon as it opened its mouth, he saw another snake head appear inside. The smaller snake head quickly bit the giant creature and pulled it back. Meng Dazi, standing on a distant rock, suddenly had his eyes light up, staring intently at the snake-like creature, his lips pressed together, his body ready to lunge forward. But the creature's mouth closed. Meng Dazi's abnormality was also noticed by Wang Lin. Of course, he didn't forget to pay attention to that expert using poison. At this moment, Liu Mojun said nothing more. His gaze turned to the young man beside him. His right hand pointed at his forehead, and he softly shouted, "Rage." A purple-red energy spread from the young man's 7 orifices, forming a sharp sword that flew towards Liu Mojun. Duan Muji's eyes darkened as he looked at Wang Qingyue. He understood the unspoken meaning, and immediately jumped down, rushing downwards. The speed of the two was extremely fast. In an instant, they were in the middle of the snake-like creature, deploying their magical artifacts to attack. Duan Muji did not use a gourd, but a large hammer gleaming with silver light. Each time the hammer struck, countless lightning balls condensed in the air, attacking simultaneously. As for Wang Qingyu, he did not use any magical artifacts. He simply clasped his hands together. Ancient talismans representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in the air, forming a 5-element formation, simultaneously bombarding the snake-like creature. Wang Lin was shocked. The magic of these 5 people was too powerful, far surpassing that of ordinary people. What caught his attention most was the magic of the 6 Desires Demon Lord. This magic clearly required someone to bear the brunt of the enchantment. That young man was the unfortunate one. At this moment, the snake-like creature, in pain, roared furiously, its body spinning rapidly. A powerful current appeared around it. The surrounding rocks flew up, swept into the current. As this enormous vortex appeared, Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu rushed up from below. Both of their faces were grim. The ancient emperor's expression was even more grim. He had lost his connection with the magical artifact. The current grew larger and larger, its suction force so strong that everyone had to retreat quickly. The purplish red sword in front of Liu Demon Lord emitted an eerie, malevolent light. His eyes flashed, and the sword immediately shot out. At the same time, the black sword also flashed. The 2 swords, moving at incredible speed, instantly pierced the snake-like creature's eyes. Upon impact, the swords transformed into gas, penetrating its eyeballs. The snake-like creature, in agony, let out a furious roar, its eyes flashing with red light. The 2 streams of gas, one black and one purplish red, were quickly forced out of its eyeballs. At this moment, its mouth opened again. The snake had emerged, swallowing both streams of gas whole. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had been waiting for this very opportunity. His body swiftly soared upwards. Upon entering the current, his speed doubled, and in a flash, he plunged into the giant snake's mouth. At the same time, a green light flashed beside him. It turned out that Meng Tuozi, who had been coldly observing, shared the same intention as him. Seeing Wang Lin, he was slightly taken aback, then revealed a smile of admiration. However, this smile also carried a hint of cruelty. Meng Tuozi's body flickered. His target was the snake inside the giant snake's mouth. Seeing this, Wang Lin changed direction, following the enormous mouth down towards its spine. That day, Murong Wen had told him that the most valuable part of any creature resembling a dragon was not its inner core, but its marrow. Wang Lin's reason for risking his life to enter was actually for its marrow. Since seeing the serpent-like creature, he had been secretly observing it. According to Li Miwen's words that day, bone marrow fluid possessed various miraculous effects. One of them was that if a dragon had lived long enough, its bone marrow fluid could increase the chances of forming a golden core. Although he didn't know if this creature before him was a dragon, its appearance suggested it was of the same species. If he could obtain its bone marrow fluid, it might still have some effect. Therefore, he waited until it opened its mouth a second time before rushing forward. In fact, he had already noticed Meng Dazi entering with it. He had seen Meng Dazi's expression from afar when the serpent-like creature first opened its mouth. Therefore, he was even more determined to enter the snake's mouth. Before, he was a little hesitant, worried that if he took the bone marrow fluid, everyone would be suspicious. But now that Meng Dazi had also entered, if anything unusual happened to the creature's body, he could just blame it on him. Moreover, since the two had chosen to remain motionless, unless something unexpected happened, Meng Dazi would definitely not be able to detect Wang Lin's actions. That wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, even if someone suspected something, he wasn't afraid of being attacked while he was here. After all, these people's goal wasn't the marrow fluid, but the corpse of the ancient god. As he flew past, Wang Lin swung his flying sword, trying to stab and slash, but he couldn't even inflict a single wound. The further he descended, the more his heart sank. Except for the smaller snake body, the giant serpent's body was completely hollow, surrounded by slowly wriggling black flesh walls. Wang Lin controlled his flying sword and thrust forcefully. Unfortunately, he still couldn't leave a single wound. The spine was normally deeply embedded in the flesh, but now he couldn't even scratch it. This made Wang Lin frown. His eyes flashed, and he shifted his body to the side. This time, his target was the area between its head and neck. Just then, the small snake suddenly trembled and gently emerged from the black mist. Wang Lin's body flashed, quickly darting towards the snake's head. As soon as he reached the point where the snake's head met its neck, he saw a flash of red light. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his spiritual power circulating throughout his body, and patted his storage bag. Hundreds of flying swords appeared simultaneously. He swept his divine consciousness over them, concentrating it outside, then controlled the flying swords to frantically rush towards the red light. A series of deafening noises erupted. All the flying swords were directed at one spot, relentlessly attacking. The membrane trembled continuously, each flashing with light. Gradually, under the onslaught of the sword energy, a dent appeared on the membrane. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the flying swords immediately emitted intense light, continuing to attack the dent. The dent deepened. At this moment, the giant snake seemed to have noticed the abnormality, and its body began to writhe. Wang Lin, worried, waved his hand again, and hundreds of flying swords attacked with increasing force. Finally, with a loud bang, the membrane was shattered. A stream of pungent blood spurted out. Wang Lin's figure flashed, rushing to the side of the fleshy wall, immediately holding his breath. The medicinal pill in his mouth took effect, blocking the stench from the outside. Waiting for the fishy smell to dissipate, Wang Lin immediately jumped in. At this moment, the snake's body inside the giant serpent suddenly shriveled up. Wang Lin vaguely sensed that the giant serpent wouldn't be easily killed like that. If there was a small snake inside the giant serpent's body, would there be another snake inside that small snake? More importantly, Meng Tuozi had previously mentioned that this giant serpent was indeed a primeval beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the great perfection of the transformation god stage. It's worth knowing that a cultivator at the great perfection of the transformation god stage is already a top-tier expert in the 4-tiered cultivation world. Unless someone reaches the cultivation level of an ancient emperor, reaching the great perfection of the transformation god stage, but based on Meng Tuozi's words, Wang Lin believes these people have only reached the mid-stage of the transformation god stage. No one can defeat it. They can only flee for their lives. Wang Lin had thought so before. But then Wang Lin discovered that apart from its thick skin, fleshy body, and ability to spew poisonous gas, this creature possessed no other supernatural abilities. This surprised him greatly. He observed the people outside, noticing that although no one spoke, their eyes held a hint of skepticism. He surmised that this creature only possessed the body of a primeval beast, but lacked the divine abilities of a peak-level nascent soul cultivator. Seeing another snake in its mouth further reinforced his suspicion. Therefore, he decided to risk extracting the marrow from its mouth. From its behavior, he believed there couldn't be any danger inside. He even entertained a strange thought. This primeval beast was an extremely peculiar creature. It was the kind where a large snake contained a smaller snake, and a smaller snake contained an even smaller one. Only when the smallest snake could no longer contain any other snakes would it truly be a primeval beast. This outer body is merely a facade to conceal its true form. That's why it can't unleash the divine abilities of a primordial beast. Thinking of this, he shuddered slightly, quickly calming his mind and swiftly approaching the junction between the snake's head and neck. There was no membrane here, only a small patch of exposed white bone. Wang Lin's right hand, without hesitation, rested on it. He controlled the gravity technique, suddenly pulling with all his might, causing the snake's body to tremble and a whirlwind to rise. At the same time, a black light suddenly flashed from the head of the small snake within the giant serpent, and its skin quickly dissolved. Meng Tuozi's face was filled with terror as he frantically rushed towards the snake's head at incredible speed. As he passed the junction between the head and neck, he suddenly saw Wang Lin. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Go quickly, this is just a parasitic serpent." Within its body were 9 snakes, the last one inside being the true form, possessing all the divine powers of a primordial beast. After saying this, he patted the flesh with his right hand. Immediately, a dark mark appeared on the flesh, which even flying swords could hardly injure. The giant snake cried out in pain, opening its mouth. Meng Dazi's body flashed, and he darted out. Wang Lin's expression changed. Instead of running, he pressed himself against the flesh, concealing himself. Just then, from within the withered snake's body, a small red dragon suddenly emerged. Its speed was like lightning, chasing after Meng Dazi. Wang Lin's body remained pressed against the flesh, motionless. He waited until Meng Dazi and the dragon had flown far away. His eyes flashed. Meng Dazi was indeed not kind. He had told Wang Lin to flee with him, his purpose being merely to distract the dragon's pursuit. He inwardly sneered. He didn't want to be in the same place as these people anymore. They needed him at the third gate. If he could open it, there would be nothing more to say. But Wang Lin knew he didn't possess any kind of death curse. If the third gate couldn't be opened, he would lose all his value. In their anger, they would surely kill him to vent their rage. And if he wasn't killed immediately, he would be subjected to the demon Lord Liyu's false death curse. The young man with the vacant eyes was the clearest example for Wang Lin. Originally, Wang Lin planned to find an opportunity to escape at the beginning of the second level. If there was no opportunity, he would create chaos and then seize the chance to escape. By then, they wouldn't have time to deal with him. But now, Wang Lin changed his mind. The Crimson Dragon had already rushed out, so for now, the corpse of this giant snake would be the safest place. His eyes flickered, and his right hand reached towards the spine, drawing it in. The giant serpent immediately trembled violently, and Wang Lin felt his blood surge, involuntarily lunging forward. His expression turned grim. His spiritual power surged, instantly stabilizing his body, but the feeling of rising blood still lingered. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across, peering through the gaps in the giant snake's fangs. He was immediately stunned. The giant snake was falling at an incredibly fast speed, disappearing into the void of darkness in an instant. Approximately half an hour later, its descent slowed. Finally, its body trembled, and a rumbling sound echoed outside. After a long while, silence returned. Wang Lin took a deep breath and, without delay, continued to extract the bone marrow. At this point, the giant snake was no longer moving, and there was nothing unusual. A drop of golden liquid slowly emerged from its spine, emitting a fragrant aroma. Wang Lin's expression became serious. He potted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. Only after pouring the liquid into the bottle did he breathe a sigh of relief. After retrieving it into his storage bag, he immediately flew out through the gap between the giant serpent's fangs. Before him was a patch of darkness, devoid of any light. Wang Lin's hands formed a series of incantations, and he softly shouted, "Go!" Immediately, a small, silent fireball appeared before him, flying forward. Then, Wang Lin unleashed countless fireballs in all directions. His expression began to become strange. To be precise, this place was also a rock suspended in the void. However, this rock was about 100 times larger than where he had been standing before. At this moment, only the head of the giant serpent's corpse was stuck to this rock. Its body hung down, its length unknown. The giant serpent's eyes were tightly closed, and there was no longer any sign of life. Wang Lin looked closely and realized that because the red dragon had left, it resembled a cultivator's nascent soul leaving its body. The giant serpent had temporarily lost its vitality, causing it to fall from above. This explains why it remained completely still even after he extracted the marrow fluid. Wang Lin looked at the giant snake, a glint in his eyes. He sighed softly and dismissed the thought. At this moment, the giant snake was nothing short of a treasure trove. Leaving aside other things, just its inner core and skin were priceless treasures. But Wang Lin wasn't fooled by these things. First of all, he couldn't even pierce through the outer layer of flesh around the inner core. Moreover, the crimson dragon that had just emerged could return at any moment. Once it noticed Wang Lin, even with 100 lives, he would die instantly. Wang Lin glanced behind him and took out a poison-preventing pill from his mouth. The pill had been reduced by more than half, but Wang Lin still carefully placed it in his storage bag. Without hesitation, he destroyed the fireballs and leapt up. In the dark void, the flames were truly dazzling. For his own safety, he had no choice but to fly cautiously. Gradually, his eyes adjusted to the darkness. While he couldn't say he could see everything clearly, he could at least make out the shapes. Except for this rock formation, which was 100 times larger, this place wasn't much different. However, the rocks here moved faster than before. Furthermore, a constant sense of danger emanated from all directions. Wang Lin moved cautiously, slowing down his pace. Every few meters, he carefully observed his surroundings. At this moment, he stopped on a rock, his body suddenly stiffening. A dark shadow flashed before him. Wang Lin held his breath, his body motionless, not daring to move. Gradually, he could see clearly. In the middle of the rock formation stood a dark shadow, about 100 meters tall. Its body was covered with countless long tentacles, wriggling chaotically. The flashing dark shadow was one of its tentacles. The fact that this bizarre creature could live down here proved its immense power. It was not something he could provoke. He slowly retreated a few meters to the side of the rock. His eyes remained fixed on the creature. Suddenly, his body abruptly moved backward, flying towards the distance. Only when he was several hundred meters away did Wang Lin take a deep breath, look up at the endless sky, and let out a bitter laugh. Only by reaching the original rock could he find a way out. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, not daring to spread his divine consciousness too far, lest he provoke some powerful creature and put himself in danger. He slowly flew forward. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a gigantic black shadow ahead. He quickly stopped, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was just a round rock, he slowly flew forward again. But at this moment, a red beam of light suddenly appeared from above, rapidly descending with a strange whistling sound. Wang Lin's body instantly darted to the cylindrical rock, not daring to move. He only saw the red light shoot past the rock, falling downwards, and disappearing in an instant. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. In that fleeting moment, he vaguely saw that the red figure was the dragon that had escaped from the giant snake and pursued Meng Tuozi earlier. Now this red dragon had flown back. He didn't know if Meng Tuozi was alive or dead. Wang Lin sneered, leaving the cliff and slowly flying forward. After flying to another rock, he immediately carefully observed his surroundings. This was a rock devoid of any living creatures. After carefully examining it for a while, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, sat down cross-legged, and took a sip of spiritual energy liquid, cautiously looking downwards. Once the crimson dragon returned to its body, it would naturally notice something unusual. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then immediately sank into the rock. He took out the heaven-defying pearl and entered its spatial dimension. Not long after he entered the pearl's space, a furious roar echoed from deep below. The crimson dragon, like lightning, flew up from below, continuously roaring and shattering several rocks hundreds of meters in size. Its eyes were filled with icy coldness, its body flashed, and it began searching in all directions. This crimson dragon also possessed a certain level of intelligence. Knowing that the marrow thief might not have gone far, its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it darted back and forth. After a long time, still finding nothing, the dragon let out a few more furious roars, reluctantly lying down on a rock, gradually calming down. But very quickly, its body immediately lunged forward, heading towards the rock where Wang Lin had previously encountered the shadowy figure with countless tentacles. As soon as the dragon charged, these tentacles rapidly moved, quickly intertwining to form something shaped like a mace, fearlessly aiming at the red dragon. Loud explosions continuously erupted from below, accompanied by flashes of light of various colors. Enormous streams of spiritual power radiated in all directions. In an instant, nearly half of the rocks were shattered. After a day of intense battle, things finally calmed down. The red dragon, enraged, finally defeated the shadowy figure, but it was also severely wounded. After roaring a few times, it finally quieted down. 10 days later, Wang Lin left the space of the bead, his body flashing, appearing above the rock. As soon as he appeared, his divine sense quickly spread out, closely observing his surroundings. The surrounding rocks were noticeably fewer, and countless fragments of rock had appeared. After a long time, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, then pondered for a moment. Then, he flew upwards. After continuously gliding past several rocks, Wang Lin suddenly startled and stared intently ahead. Just now, in an instant, he saw a fragment of rock in front of him suddenly disappear. His expression became serious, and he slowly retreated, simultaneously raising his right hand to draw several fragments of rock into his hand. Wang Lin pointed forward and whispered, "Go." These rocks immediately rushed forward, his gaze fixed on the spot. He saw the rock fly a short distance before suddenly vanishing. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had clearly seen a small black hole appear where the rock had just disappeared, and then vanish again. But because of the extremely high speed and poor visibility, it looked as if the stone had suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin remained silent, staring straight ahead. He potted his storage bag, drawing out his flying sword and holding it horizontally in front of his chest. He pointed his right hand at the sword's hilt, and the flying sword immediately shot forward. In an instant, it entered the spot where the stone had disappeared, and the black hole reappeared. Just as it swallowed the flying sword, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, chanted a spell, and softly shouted, "Break." A loud bang resounded, and just as it entered the black hole, the flying sword shattered into many pieces, scattering rapidly in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes focused, and he immediately summoned a small piece of it with his right hand. It quickly changed direction and shot back into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin stared at the drops of black liquid remaining on the sword fragment. Around the drops of liquid, traces of the sword fragment's corrosion were visible. "It's not a spatial rift," Wang Lin immediately determined. The reason he had been so cautious and tested it so many times was because he was worried there might be a spatial rift here. If that's true, then the danger of this place will increase even further. After all, Wang Lin is now not just a soul devourer, but has a physical body. Under the tearing force of the spatial rift, everything is destroyed. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and with a wave of his hands, the rubble from all sides gathered together, forming a layer of rubble that completely enveloped his body. He flew far away before flying forward again. Along the way, whenever he saw the rubble disappear, he immediately changed direction. Gradually, after many observations, Wang Lin was able to determine that the thing devouring the rubble was similar to the spatial rift. In fact, it was a strange creature invisible to the naked eye. The body structure of this creature was extremely bizarre. Even his divine sense could hardly detect that it was a soul devourer. Thanks to his understanding of the spatial rift after countless years in the outer space, he was now able to analyze this answer. As he proceeded, Wang Lin was extremely cautious. This place was fraught with danger. Even the slightest carelessness could lead to his demise. Moreover, for a core formation cultivator like him, he didn't need to venture into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. A single misstep would lead to certain death. Wang Lin silently calculated that, despite the long passage of time, he had only traveled less than 1,000 miles. Under normal circumstances, he could have traversed this 1,000-mile journey in a short time. But now, he had been traveling for several days. He couldn't pinpoint the exact number of days, as his entire mind was immersed in heightened vigilance. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin didn't know how long he had been here. Throughout this long period, his constant vigilance and careful attention allowed him to narrowly avoid numerous dangers. Today, Wang Lin was resting on a rock. His spiritual power wasn't significantly depleted, but his mind was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Wang Lin had always been extremely cautious in his work, a habit he developed. If it were someone else, they would have likely been tortured to exhaustion and perished here. After resting for a while, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stood up. He pointed his right hand at the air several times, and a flying sword instantly appeared. The rocks spun around him, and suddenly, smaller rocks separated and flew in all directions. Wang Lin extended his hands, and the fragments of rock immediately coalesced. For days, Wang Lin had been using them to clear a path. Whenever he ran out, he would extract more from larger rocks. After these fragments formed a circle, Wang Lin slowly flew away. His eyes flicked as he observed his surroundings. The darkness of this place had naturally lessened considerably. The higher he went, the more he felt a faint glimmer of light emanating from all directions. As for where it came from, Wang Lin didn't have time to worry about it. Currently, he was constantly looking around, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. His eyes had now fully adapted to the darkness. Moreover, there was some light here, so he could basically see clearly. He did some rough calculations. From here to ahead, within a radius of about 1,000 miles, there was only one floating pile of rubble. All of this was unusual. Based on Wang Lin's experience, there was usually a pile of rubble every few miles. Even if they were broken, there would still be some debris and dust. But here, there wasn't a single bit. There could only be two explanations. Either a fierce battle had just taken place here, creating a whirlwind that swept away all the rocks and soil, resulting in this scene, or there were countless creatures resembling spatial rifts. Over the years, these creatures had devoured all the rocks and soil, leaving nothing behind. Wang Lin speculated on this point based on a cylindrical rock that was suddenly swallowed by a black hole. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the cylindrical rock, 70 or 80 feet in size, had vanished without a trace. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. If this was indeed the case, he would definitely have to take a detour. Otherwise, entering would immediately put him in danger. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then pointed his right hand at a piece of rock debris, which slowly floated forward. The rock immediately flew a great distance without any incident. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his hands continuously pointing at the surrounding rocks. All of these rocks were aligned and simultaneously flew forward. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. He quietly stood there, watching the debris slowly drift by. The debris flew towards the only rock within a 1,000-mile radius. Just as it reached the rock, the debris suddenly vanished. Wang Lin's pupils narrowed as he stared intently. After a while, another rock disappeared. And so it continued, until all the debris vanished without a trace. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he noted these points. Based on his experience over the past few days, Wang Lin knew that the creatures resembling this spatial rift couldn't move. They seemed to remain fixed in one position. However, he didn't rule out the possibility of movement. Wang Lin pondered, considering whether to abandon entering this place because it was too bizarre. He'd rather spend more time going around it than risk entering. Obviously, leaving this place meant there was no way around it. The only way was to charge in. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, his right hand pointing at the flying sword. The flying sword flashed, flying backward, continuously slashing at the large rock. Gradually, more and more rock fragments were scattered around him. Then Wang Lin absorbed them, creating a new circle of rock. Gradually, the number of rock fragments increased, forming 5 or 6 dense circles of rock around his body. He calculated for a moment and then retracted the flying sword. Carrying the large pile of rock fragments, Wang Lin entered the open area, slowly flying forward. Along the way, everything went smoothly with no danger occurring. However, Wang Lin's vigilance did not lessen. On the contrary, it increased considerably. Having spent a long time in this strange place, Wang Lin did not believe this place could be safe and peaceful. Conversely, it seemed a colossal creature existed in this place, creating this false sense of security. He was extremely focused, his flying sword subtly appearing and disappearing among the rubble. He also tightly clutched the nascent soul-grade jade talisman in his hand, his divine consciousness spreading in all directions. He maintained a connection with his storage bag, ensuring that if there was any movement, he could quickly retrieve the necessary items. Gradually, he had covered half the distance. If viewed horizontally, his current position was level with where the rubble had disappeared. Wang Lin became even more cautious. After taking a few more steps, a very strong sense of danger suddenly emanated from his divine consciousness. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated. At the same time, the nascent soul-grade jade talisman instantly opened, forming a halo of light. As soon as he retreated, 2 arc-shaped formations appeared in his previous position, intersecting like a huge, gaping mouth. The nascent soul-level jade talisman in Wang Lin's hand shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lin immediately retreated, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He stared at the slowly closing mouth, his heart pounding. This creature, resembling a spatial rift, didn't appear when debris flew past, but waited until he flew closer before suddenly opening. It seemed Wang Lin had become its target. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment. Looking into the distance, seeing that he was only halfway there, his heart ached. He only had one nascent soul-level magic treasure, yet it had been shattered by the creature's mouth. The power emanating from its mouth far surpassed the attack of a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, if Wang Lin were to touch it, he would certainly be severely injured, if not killed. He took a deep breath. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin unhesitatingly took out a series of defensive magic treasures from his storage bag. These were all spoils of war obtained from those who had died at his hands before. However, they were all low-level magic treasures, which he kept to by himself some time. After hesitating for a moment, he controlled the rubble again, flying forward. This time, he was even more cautious, his divine consciousness spreading out from his body. If anything went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Suddenly, more than half of the rubble in front of him instantly disappeared. A semicircle about 10 meters long suddenly appeared in that spot, and Wang Lin immediately retreated. But very quickly, more than half of the rubble behind him also disappeared. Moreover, several points disappeared simultaneously. This proved that creatures resembling spatial rifts appeared both in front of and behind him. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to rush to the side. But immediately afterward, the layers of defense formed from hundreds of magic treasures suddenly exploded with a series of loud bangs. They were destroyed at a very fast speed. Wang Lin's expression showed panic, and he immediately ran to another side, narrowly escaping danger. He stood 10 meters away, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Just now, from that position, at least 7 creatures resembling spatial rifts simultaneously opened their mouths. If it weren't for those magic treasures delaying him for a while, he would certainly have been buried there by now. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. The surrounding rubble had been devoured. He still had some defensive magic treasures left, but if such dangers appeared a few more times, he would surely lose them all. More importantly, Wang Lin worried that if those creatures appeared all around him, he would have no way out. In that case, he would only have one path left, death. He sighed inwardly and brought out some defensive magic treasures. Then his divine consciousness spread out, and he cautiously advanced. He looked towards the distant border. At that distance, if he flew at his highest speed, he could reach it in a moment. But Wang Lin knew that if he flew at high speed, the chances of him flying into the mouth of those creatures were very high. At that point, he would be walking straight into a trap, and even a god couldn't save him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and continued flying forward at a very slow speed. His divine consciousness spread out, focusing on observing his surroundings. Time slowly passed, and 3 days later, Wang Lin was exhausted, having used up all the defensive magic treasures in his storage bag. Over the course of 3 days, he had narrowly escaped death several times. On one occasion, he was even half swallowed. If he hadn't hastily entered the heaven-defying space, he would have perished. Fortunately, the heaven-defying space wasn't swallowed by the creature. After emerging, he was still in the same position. However, Wang Lin didn't dare enter the heaven-defying space. He feared that if he did, even the heaven-defying space itself might be swallowed by the creature. Even if he survived, he would certainly be unable to escape death afterward. Seeing that he was only about 10 miles ahead, Wang Lin took a deep breath and flew forward. Suddenly, an arc-shaped rift appeared before him. Just as Wang Lin was about to retreat, a powerful sense of danger surged through his consciousness. His greatest fear had finally materialized. Arc-shaped rifts were rapidly opening all around him. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. His divine consciousness immediately frantically scanned his storage bag. Suddenly, it focused on an extremely ordinary jade slip. This was a defensive jade slip that Li Miwan had left him when they parted ways, to use during his secluded cultivation. Without hesitation, Wang Lin quickly summoned this jade slip. He had made up his mind that if the situation became unfavorable, he would immediately enter the heaven-defying space. That was the only way. As soon as he brought out the jade slip, the largest rift approached him. But at that moment, a spherical blue light appeared beside Wang Lin, then spread outwards. The illusory image of a gigantic azure dragon immediately rushed out from the jade slip. As soon as it appeared, the rift spread to it, beginning to surround and devour it. The light flashed continuously, and the azure dragon quickly flew towards him, its body constantly rotating around Wang Lin. Wang Lin decisively leapt into the gap between the two large mounds of the creatures and rushed out. During this process, the azure dragon continuously roared, its illusory form gradually fading. After rushing out for more than 10 miles, Wang Lin encountered numerous gaps along the way. However, any gaps that were about to strike Wang Lin were blocked by the azure dragon circling around him. Once he had completely left the open area, the azure dragon's illusory form disappeared. Without hesitation, Wang Lin quickly cast several spells. The azure dragon gradually transformed into a thin wisp of smoke, condensing and being absorbed into the jade slip. A cracking sound echoed from the jade slip, followed by a tiny crack. Wang Lin felt a pang of pain and used his divine consciousness to examine it. After discovering that the jade slip was not damaged, he breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put it into his storage bag. He turned his head and stared back at the open area, a chill still lingering in his heart. After a moment of silence, he turned his head forward, lightly touching the top of the cylindrical rock. It immediately vibrated and shattered into countless small pieces. Then, guided by Wang Lin, they formed a circle of stones, flying with him forward. Several more days passed, and Wang Lin's speed increased steadily. Since leaving that eerie and terrifying empty area, he seemed to have entered another world, no longer encountering any creatures like that. Furthermore, he didn't see any creatures like dragons. Unlike below the empty area, where he detected the breath of living beings with every step, his speed was naturally much faster. However, he remained extremely cautious, not letting go of the flying debris around him. Given Wang Lin's cautious nature, he wouldn't throw away the warning stones unless he was absolutely certain of safety. The faster he moved, the shorter the time it took to escape. Gradually, Wang Lin noticed that the size of the cylindrical stones here was similar to the one he had stepped on when he first entered. This space was too vast, and Wang Lin didn't think he could easily find the exact stone he had encountered before. Therefore, he could only rely on their size to determine his location. One day, he stood on a cylindrical stone, blinked slightly, and looked ahead. In this area, the stones were all roughly the same size. After flying back and forth searching for a long time, he finally found the light sphere he had entered earlier. Above it, a light sphere was suspended in midair. It was somewhat regrettable that he hadn't passed through the gates, because if he could pass through the fourth gate, he would reach the place where the ancient god's body was located. Inside, there would definitely be something he needed. But after experiencing the dangers there, Wang Lin knew that with his current cultivation level, he absolutely could not survive there. He sighed inwardly, leapt up, and flew towards the light sphere. But just as he was about to make contact with the light sphere, streaks of purple lightning suddenly appeared inside. The lightning intertwined, forming a diamond-shaped pattern that was indented. Wang Lin was stunned. His body couldn't move forward, as if blocked by a powerful force. He blinked, staring at the center of this diamond-shaped pattern, his expression immediately darkening. This indentation was exactly the size of a top-grade spirit stone. Wang Lin immediately retreated several meters. The diamond-shaped indentation transformed into streaks of purple lightning and disappeared into the light sphere. He repeated the experiment several times, and each time the diamond-shaped indentation reappeared. Wang Lin fell silent. After a while, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned his head and flew upwards. He remembered that Liu Demon Lord had said before that this was the passage to the first gate, and that he only needed to sit upright on top of the stone. When the stone changed position, he could pass through this place. He had waited here for a very long time. The rock continuously rotated, flying upwards. Wang Lin continued flying, and finally, after half a month, he followed the rock to its summit. This was the final point of the area with the rock formations. Countless huge vortices appeared in the void. All the rock formations fell into the vortices, slowly disappearing. Wang Lin looked at the vortices, pondering for a moment. He made a hand gesture, and a flying sword immediately flew out from his storage bag, floating motionless in front of him. He released a wisp of divine consciousness to form a mark on the flying sword. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying sword immediately flew towards the vortex. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the flying sword, carrying a wisp of divine consciousness, quickly approached the vortex. After getting close, it didn't stop but suddenly flew into it. As soon as he entered, the flying sword suddenly seemed to sink into a mud pit, only slowly moving to the other side after a moment. Appearing before Wang Lin was a world radiating light. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. The sky was quite dark, but some light still shone down on the ice and was immediately reflected. Gusts of wind appeared, swirling across the ice before blowing away into the distance. From afar, this area seemed incredibly vast. At intervals, black towers appeared. The nearest black tower was 10 jang tall, but the ones further on grew taller. Wang Lin's divine sense detected that the furthest black tower was over 40 jang tall. The towers connected in a straight line. Their increasing height created a sense of grandeur. In particular, the black tower was constructed from blocks of black stone. The light reflected from the ice layer beneath the ground was completely absorbed by the tower's body. The flying sword paused for a moment, then pierced through the vortex and flew back, landing in Wang Lin's hand. Outside the vortex, Wang Lin opened his eyes and withdrew his divine consciousness from the flying sword. Then he put the flying sword into his storage bag. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the dragon scale from his storage bag. Immediately, the demon flew out from inside, its face excited as it looked at Wang Lin, loudly saying, "Who are we going to kill this time?" Where is this place? The demon was excited, but after seeing its surroundings, it was stunned. Its body flew quickly, circling around. Finally, its gaze shifted from the huge vortex to Wang Lin. It rubbed its hands and said, You don't want me to enter this place, do you? No, absolutely not." Wang Lin didn't say a word, his right hand pointing towards the vortex, coldly staring at the demon. Every step here was fraught with danger. If he didn't try several times, Wang Lin wouldn't recklessly intrude. The demon's face was full of anguish, and he resolutely said, "Who knows what's inside? This place gives me a very strange feeling. I won't go, absolutely not." Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and several soul flags immediately flew out. These were all items he had obtained from others. Wang Lin took out one of them. After observing it for a moment, he extended his right hand forward and grabbed forcefully. Immediately, Tang Muyai's soul was sucked out. That day in the Cultivation Demon Sea, Wang Lin encountered Tang Muyai just as he was killing his senior brother to seize the soul. After extracting the necessary information, he casually extracted the opponent's soul, sealing it within the soul banner crafted by Tang Muyai himself. A faint white light flickered in Wang Lin's hand. Within the light, Tang Muyai's terrified face was faintly visible. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the light immediately flew towards the demon. The demon licked its lips, its eyes revealing greed. Without a word, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed. After touching its stomach, it shook its head and said, "No, I'm still not going." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his extreme realm divine consciousness spread out. The demon immediately cried out in pain. A thin wisp of smoke appeared on its body. It hastily begged for mercy and finally had no choice but to fly towards the vortex. Using the divine consciousness within the demon's body, the moment it entered the vortex, Wang Lin saw the scene behind it. But his expression instantly changed. Behind the whirlwind, instead of a world of ice, it had transformed into a sea of fire. This sea of fire was boundless and infinite. The further away the flames went, the darker they became. From afar, the sky-filling black flames turned the entire space a purplish red. Waves of heat rushed straight into their faces. Besides that, countless strange beasts flashed within the flames. Within the sea of fire, just like the ice world before, there were still black towers of increasing height, forming a straight line. The demon let out a strange howl, terrified, and hastily retreated from the whirlwind. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, staring intently at the whirlwind, his eyes blinking repeatedly. He pointed his right hand at the demon. The demon immediately cried out in supplication, wailing, "Give me another soul." Wang Lin glanced at it, then took out another soul from within his soul banner and threw it out. After swallowing it, the demon lord displayed a resolute and self-sacrificing spirit, leaping back into the whirlwind. At this moment, the world inside the vortex transformed again. It was a desert teeming with countless large cacti. In the distance, a series of gray vortices moved slowly. Just like the two previous worlds, a series of towering black spires rose in a straight line. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. After several more experiments, he saw mountains of blades, then towering trees. Arranging them in order, they represented metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wang Lin suddenly understood why Duamuji had sought out Wang Qingyu. Based on Wang Qingyu's 5 elements technique, he could easily overcome anything: glacial rivers, seas of fire, deserts, mountains of blades, forests, anything. In the world of the 5 elements, if Wang Lin had to choose, he would naturally choose the desert. After all, he was skilled in earth. With it, he would undoubtedly be of great help in traversing this place. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his body gently landing on a nearby rock. The old rock slowly moved toward the vortex. He glanced at the demon lord. The demon lord sighed softly and immediately obediently crawled inside. Not long after, when this rock sank into the vortex, Wang Lin quickly retreated, standing on top of another rock. The demon lord then emerged from the vortex, his face pleading, and crawled back in again. This continued repeatedly. Finally, when the demon lord crawled in for the fourth time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he followed. What appeared before him was an endless desert of earthy yellow. Violent desert winds howled wildly. Far in the distance, countless black vortices moved slowly across the horizon. The vortices' power was boundless and endless, reaching up to the sky and down to the earth. Even using the image of an overwhelming force wouldn't fully capture the scene. The wind carried countless grains of sand, swirling and lashing against him. Wang Lin retracted his demonic head, sat down, and touched the golden sand beneath his feet. Then he lightly stomped his foot and performed the earth escape technique. Instantly, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 100 yards away. 100 yards away was the location of the first black tower in the earth element land. Wang Lin entered the tower. Immediately, the howling wind outside ceased, and everything returned to normal. Carefully observing the tower, Wang Lin's expression became serious. The black tower had 3 floors. The first 2 floors were empty, except for a table on the 3rd floor. The table was covered in a thick layer of dust. Wang Lin looked around, about to descend. Suddenly, he stopped, staring intently at the table, his eyes blinking. Just now, when he glanced at it, he noticed that the dust on the table had a spot in the middle, not at the same height. He stepped closer to examine it carefully. Then, he gently waved his right hand. A light breeze blew through, sweeping away a layer of dust and ashes. At this moment, a series of faint, small characters appeared on the table. Wang Lin said nothing, but gently waved his hands. After several movements, the writing on the table became clearer. These characters were clearly written by his predecessors, gradually obscured by years of accumulated dust and grime. Whoever enters this place, leave behind a written message. The characters were strong and powerful, containing an aura that felt like a direct blow. He silently looked at them for a moment, then turned and descended, leaving the black tower. The moment he left the black tower, the howling wind resumed, sand swirling everywhere, obscuring the sun and plunging the sky into darkness. Wang Lin could only use earth escape technique too. Move along the ground, not daring to risk flying. If there were a powerful restriction in the air, flying into it would surely lead to death. He pondered for a moment, patted his storage bag, took out a flying sword, and threw it into the air. The flying sword immediately soared upwards. When he had flown over 100 feet into the air, a silent whirlwind suddenly descended from the sky. The flying sword was instantly sucked into it, shattering into pieces. Wang Lin remained completely calm. He had anticipated this, so the flying sword was merely a test. He estimated the distance from here to the next black tower to be about 100 miles. After a moment of contemplation, he landed, sinking back into the ground, and ran forward. At this point, Wang Lin clearly felt something beneath the desert ground hindering his earth escape technique. However, this resistance was not great. With a slight circulation of spiritual power in his body, Wang Lin managed to safely traverse the 100-mile distance. Inside the second black tower, Wang Lin searched for a while but found nothing. Currently, he could not determine whether the ancient emperor's group had passed through this earth-walking land. However, judging from their previous words, especially considering the ice wind artifact, it seems they were planning to cross the ice wind land. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles ahead of Wang Lin, inside a 1,000-foot-tall black tower, Meng Tuozi stood gloomily. Looking outside, he saw countless swirling vortices surrounding him. The howling wind sounded like weeping. He looked somewhat disheveled. Even the toad on his shoulder was listless, emitting weak cries. He stroked the toad, his heart filled with hatred. A few months ago, he and the 6 Desires Demon Lord were chased by a red dragon in the passage. None of them were a match for it. Even working together was useless. In the end, they could only flee. Everyone's goal was the whirlwind at the top of the passage. Only by reaching it could they consider themselves temporarily safe from the first gate. But the red dragon relentlessly pursued them, completely disrupting their previous plans. Originally, they had planned to join forces after entering the first gate to reduce the difficulty. This way, they wouldn't expend much spiritual power, preserving their strength for the second gate. Unfortunately, the Red Dragon's power was too great, making it difficult for everyone to cope, forcing them to flee quickly. Even after entering the whirlwind, no one dared to linger. Therefore, each person encountered a different world. The place Mang Desi entered was the earth element. Upon seeing the desert, his heart sank. Originally, according to their plan, they were supposed to enter the water element, a world entirely covered in ice and snow. Last time, countless people died there before they could get through. Although it was dangerous, for the four of them, they had experienced it once before. Moreover, this time they had all prepared magical artifacts to counteract the place, so they believed they could safely pass through. But Mengdozi had never experienced the land of the earth element before. Therefore, he could only persevere forward. The first 1,000 miles could be considered safe, but after that, overwhelming whirlwinds rushed towards them. Especially within the whirlwinds was a strange creature. It used sound to attack, making it difficult to defend against. Originally, there weren't many of these creatures, so after encountering them, Mengdozi used his poison techniques to eliminate them one by one. But he didn't expect that the number of these creatures would increase significantly later on. Previously, in a great battle, no fewer than tens of thousands of these creatures had attacked at once. However, Mengdozi was still a cultivator at the nascent soul stage and skilled in poison techniques. Although the sonic attacks of these creatures made him somewhat apprehensive, he ultimately killed them all. However, he hadn't gone far when more than 100,000 such creatures appeared. Killing 100,000 resulted in 1,000,000. Killing 1,000,000 resulted in 10 million. Their numbers were almost limitless. Inside each whirlwind were countless creatures. In fact, the whirlwinds were formed by these creatures flying together. He continued killing as he went, until his spiritual power became uncontrollable and he fell into exhaustion. He had no choice but to carve a bloody path to escape their encirclement, taking refuge inside a black tower, not daring to come out. Although his cultivation was at the nascent soul stage and he possessed poison techniques, killing so many made him hesitate. The number of creatures was overwhelming. He even worried that after killing all the creatures outside, 10 times that number might fly in again. Especially within this boundless and endless earth elemental land, there are countless tornadoes. Not to mention 10 times that number, even 100 or 10,000 times that number is very possible. Thinking of this, Mengdozi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. These creatures aren't powerful themselves, but if their numbers exceed 1,000,000 or 10 million, and they all unleash sonic attacks, even a nascent soul stage expert would have their consciousness instantly shattered, and their bodies might even be reduced to countless fragments. Wang Lin became increasingly suspicious as he ran. He had traveled thousands of miles, but apart from occasional tornadoes, he hadn't encountered any danger. The only problem was that the resistance within the earth was increasing, forcing him to slow down. Half of his spiritual power was being used to resist that resistance. One day, Wang Lin appeared outside a black tower. This black tower was about 100 feet tall, piercing straight into the sky. As soon as Wang Lin entered the black tower, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He stared intently at the ground inside the first floor. A few tiny footprints were visible on the thick layer of dust. The dust seemed to have been trampled by someone. Wang Lin slowly walked forward, bending down to look. His eyes flashed, and he quickly and carefully searched the bottom floor of the black tower. Finally, in a patch of ground on the first floor, he discovered countless footprints in the dust. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He could now confirm that someone had entered this world before him. Moreover, based on the footprints in the dust, this person must have left not long ago. Wang Lin stood inside the highest floor, looking out the window. From this position, he could see very far. However, looking towards the horizon, there was nothing but countless black vortices. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin immediately slowed down, neither fast nor slow, running forward. Based on his analysis, whoever was ahead of him was all the same to him. Once caught, he would certainly be controlled by that person. But if he could maintain distance, he could completely borrow the opponent's strength to safely pass through this world. With this thought in mind, Wang Lin ran forward at a steady pace. From then until 3 days later, he had only traveled another 1,000 miles. Every time he passed a black tower, he released a demon to investigate, and only after confirming it was safe did he cautiously enter. Time passed, and half a month later, the height of the Black Tower had reached 800 jong. Wang Lin carefully inspected one of the towers, then stood on the highest floor, looking into the distance. Along the way, he had made it a habit to stand at the top of each tower and look ahead. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. In his field of vision, he saw all the swirling vortices, large and small, moving forward. These vortices seemed to be drawn to something, rushing in one direction. Wang Lin blinked, observing for a moment. Then he descended the Black Tower, submerging himself again and running forward. The resistance beneath the ground was immense. Currently, Wang Lin needed to use 8 parts of his spiritual power to resist it. Only then could he slowly use the Earth Escape technique. While running, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His divine sense detected a faint black glow emanating from the sand ahead. A slightly pungent scent slowly wafted towards him. Without a word, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out the remaining anti-poison pill that Meng Tuozi had given him earlier, and put it in his mouth. Then, he emerged from beneath the ground. This was the first time he had revealed himself before reaching the Black Tower. As soon as he emerged onto the desert ground, the whistling sounds intensified several times. Waves of sound surged through him, causing him excruciating pain. But Wang Lin didn't care. He narrowed his eyes, his right hand forming a hand seal, and shouted, "Come." Immediately, a strange, empty wind appeared. It weaved through the other whirlwinds, quickly swirling around the desert. Gradually, the desert seemed to be shaken by a giant hand, revealing countless black animal carcasses buried within. These were creatures with bodies no bigger than a fist, possessing thin wings. Their mouths were full of teeth, and their faces were ferocious. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, examining them briefly, and his expression immediately darkened. There were no fewer than 10,000 carcasses of this type of creature here, all pitch black, having died from a deadly poison. Wang Lin instantly knew that the person who had entered this place with him was Meng Tuozi. Remembering him, Wang Lin smirked coldly, but at the same time, he felt a growing sense of vigilance. With a light stomp of his foot, he sank back into the ground, running towards the Black Tower. After several hours, Wang Lin's divine sense spotted the Black Tower. However, in front of the Black Tower was a small whirlwind, emitting a whistling sound and slowly swaying. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, slowly retreating a few meters, preparing to bypass it and move on to the next Black Tower. But at this moment, the whirlwind suddenly moved slowly towards Wang Lin. Wherever it passed, the earth and sand were swept up into the vortex, then quickly ejected. Some of it struck the Black Tower, causing explosions. Wang Lin chuckled coldly to himself. His divine sense detected only that one whirlwind in the vicinity. Therefore, without a word, his extreme divine sense immediately shot out from his eyes, penetrating into the whirlwind. In an instant, he sensed more than 1,000 divine senses inside the whirlwind. Each of these consciousnesses was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. However, unless they surpassed the nascent soul stage, they posed no threat to Wang Lin. His consciousness swept across, instantly destroying nearly 100 consciousnesses. But at this moment, suddenly, the remaining 900 or so consciousnesses merged together in a ghostly manner, transforming into a sharp sword that stabbed towards Wang Lin's consciousness. Simultaneously, the small vortex paused briefly, revealing countless small beasts within. These beasts closely resembled the animal carcass Wang Lin had just seen. They flew close together, emitting mournful cries. These sounds, along with the sharp sword condensed by his consciousness, immediately merged, forming a sound wave that, along with the consciousness sword, stabbed towards Wang Lin's consciousness. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and immediately withdrew his consciousness. Patting his storage bag, the demon lord flew out. Upon seeing the sword condensed by divine consciousness, his eyes immediately lit up. Without waiting for Wang Lin's command, he eagerly charged forward. The moment the demon lord flew out, the divine consciousness sword and sound wave attacks came one after another. The demon lord excitedly shouted, his body suddenly transforming into a cloud of black smoke, spreading outwards. In an instant, it surrounded the divine consciousness gathered by the small beasts. As for the sound wave attacks, they had no effect on the invisible and intangible demon lord, directly piercing through him. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out flying swords towards the small beasts. As the flying swords entered the pack of beasts, they quickly scattered throughout the air. It happened so fast. Seeing the small beasts disperse, Wang Lin suddenly potted his storage bag, and hundreds of flying swords immediately flew out. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over them, controlling all the flying swords with the power of his ultimate divine consciousness. Wang Lin didn't intend to eliminate all the small beasts at once, but rather wanted them to get out of the way. Sure enough, under the furious onslaught of the flying swords, the small beasts moved aside. Without a word, Wang Lin followed the gap that had opened between the swarm of small beasts and entered the Black Tower. He stopped just outside the Black Tower. He immediately collected the hundreds of flying swords swirling around him into his storage bag. At the same time, he summoned the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, happily devouring the consciousness of the small beasts, ignored Wang Lin's summons. A flash of supreme divine consciousness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. The sound reached the Demon Lord's ears, causing it to tremble and stop devouring. Its body quickly condensed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. Its eyes flickered, greedily watching the dissipating consciousness of the small beasts returning to their bodies, and it reluctantly entered the tower, hovering beside Wang Lin. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this killer's mind, why he would stop killing so many enemies and instead call him back. Wang Lin stood inside the Black Tower, concentrating on the small beasts. He didn't let the demon continue devouring them for a reason. He had just thought of that problem himself. The small beasts gathered in one place, forming a whirlwind. This place was the area in the Earth element region with the most whirlwinds. It was clear that the number of these small beasts was countless. Besides their ability to attack with sound waves and divine consciousness, their bodies were very weak. If there weren't so many of them, they would be easy to destroy, especially with Meng Tuozi's abilities. Simply releasing poisonous smoke would be enough. But Wang Lin still couldn't forget the scene he witnessed a few days ago on top of the Black Tower, the pitch-black whirlwinds gathering and converging in one direction. Their flight in that direction was deliberate. It showed that the small beasts were summoned by some special method. Once too many were killed, they could call for reinforcements, and once they fell into such a cycle, once a certain number were killed, a great whirlwind would inevitably form. At the same time, if too many were killed, it could even summon the whirlwinds that Meng Tuozi had already attracted. If that happened, it wouldn't be the hunchback clearing the way for him, but rather he would have to help Meng Tuozi restrain the whirlwinds. In the previous battle, about 200 small beasts had been annihilated by Wang Lin and the Demon Lord. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched the swarm of small beasts outside gradually condense into a large whirlwind. After circling the tower where Wang Lin stood a few times, it ignored him and flew forward. Only after the whirlwind had drifted far away did Wang Lin breathe a sigh of relief, a chill running through his heart. This place was truly bizarre, seemingly defying all logic. No matter who it was, if surrounded by these small beasts, after realizing how weak their sonic and spiritual attacks were, they would likely want to eliminate them all to prevent them from gathering in larger numbers. But doing so, once they had eliminated a certain number, and the beasts called their companions, then unless one possessed heaven-defying cultivation, death was inevitable. Wang Lin sat cross-legged in the Black Tower, taking a few breaths before intently watching the black whirlwinds continue to move in a fixed direction. He pondered for a moment, not rushing out, but remaining inside the Black Tower. He looked at the demon head, its face showing a look of frustration and regret. Its eyes flickered as it watched the whirlwinds drift further and further away. Wang Lin offered no explanation. Coldly, he said, "No matter how much consciousness you've swallowed, you must vomit half of it back to me." The demon hesitated for a long time, secretly wondering if Wang Lin would chase after it if it escaped. But seeing Wang Lin's unfriendly gaze, its whole body trembled, and it hastily vomited out the souls and consciousness of the little beasts. After vomiting out 20 souls, it feigned exhaustion, inwardly gloating, "If you have the ability, you must eat what I vomit out. If you have the ability, then don't eat." Wang Lin was obviously unaware of the demon's thoughts, but seeing the smug glint in its eyes, he could probably guess a few things. However, he didn't bother to argue with it. He focused his attention on the 20 little beast souls in front of him. After observing them very carefully, Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and with one hand he grabbed the 20 souls, stood up, and went to the upper floor of the Black Tower. Reaching a certain floor, he surveyed the surroundings, finding the space relatively suitable. Then his supreme realm divine consciousness was unleashed, quickly enveloping the area. The demon, who had been following Wang Lin, wanted to witness firsthand how he would devour the souls he had seized. Just as he was feeling triumphant, he suddenly realized he was surrounded by divine consciousness. Red lightning bolts constantly flashed around him, making him tremble with fear. He thought to himself, "It's over, it's over. This killer wants to finish me off." He was about to kneel and beg for mercy when he saw Wang Lin not even looking at him, only focusing on the 20 small beast souls without saying a word. So he quickly swallowed his plea, secretly thinking how fortunate he was. Wang Lin observed the group of small beast spirits. Their consciousness was equivalent to that of an early-stage core formation cultivator. It wasn't exactly strong, but it wasn't weak either. If it weren't for the fact that the demon head he created had some characteristics similar to a wandering soul, devouring the consciousnesses of cultivators not much weaker than itself wouldn't have been easy. It was precisely because of the success of the demon head that Wang Lin considered creating another one. He understood that his biggest shortcoming was the lack of magical artifacts and how few of them he could use. Up until now, he only had his flying sword. The others were mostly useless artifacts. Besides the flying sword, the only other thing he had was the demon head. It must be said that the demon head was very useful. For example, in the incident just now, if he hadn't unleashed the demon head to deal with the consciousnesses, Wang Lin would have been in serious trouble. Besides these two, there was also the dragon turban and the scroll. Unfortunately, the aura within the painting was too sinister, and Wang Lin didn't want to use it without a clear understanding of it. The key to cultivating a demon lies in the unique nature of its soul. The first demon, being originally at the nascent soul stage, had some similarities to a wandering soul, so under Wang Lin's training, it eventually acquired some of the wandering soul's characteristics. However, it couldn't compare to the wandering soul's ability to lure living beings into its trap. A wandering soul, regardless of cultivation level, could absorb the essence of flesh and blood within a soul simply by devouring it. Unless it encountered someone with extraordinary divine power, only soul devouring could be its match. The demon transformed by Siligu could only devour those of the same level. If it encountered a nascent soul stage cultivator one level higher and tried to devour them, it would surely fail. At this moment, Wang Lin looked at the souls of the small beasts that possessed the ability to merge. This was the first time he had seen so many individual consciousnesses. Unexpectedly, they could merge into one, forming a new consciousness. This unique characteristic sparked an idea in Wang Lin's mind to create another demon lord. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, then patted his storage bag and took out several soul banners, which hovered on either side of his body. Many souls were sealed within the soul banners, mostly demonic cultivators. There were also some souls of creatures from the cultivation demon sea. He flicked his right hand, and a restraining spiritual force immediately appeared, trapping more than a dozen small beast souls inside. One soul remained motionless outside. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and took out a soul from the soul banner. After imprinting a mark on it, he threw it out. Unfortunately, just like Siliguo at the beginning, it was essentially unable to devour. It only glanced around nervously. But Wang Lin wasn't impatient. After his first experience raising a demon, he understood very well that transforming an ordinary soul into a consciousness with wandering characteristics required a great deal of time. The first step required him to give it a little push. Wang Lin's eyes flashed red. His supreme consciousness instantly transformed into a pink net, appearing around the little beast's consciousness and slowly contracting. Forced, the little beast's consciousness quickly flew inward, its eyes watching the pink net tighten around it. It had no choice but to fly towards the soul. Wang Lin focused his gaze, watching intently. In that instant, he only saw the little beast's consciousness increase its speed, and a moment later, it pierced the soul. However, it didn't devour it at all, but only merged with it. Wang Lin could clearly feel the little beast's consciousness growing stronger by several degrees. He was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that it would take a great deal of force to make them devour each other, just like Siliguo had initially. But unexpectedly, these little beasts only needed a little pressure to immediately merge, not devour each other at all, and they achieved the same result. Wang Lin said nothing, closing the pink net. Then he took out another soul. After leaving a trace of his consciousness behind, he threw it out. This time, without Wang Lin forcing the little beast's consciousness, it immediately merged with it. In this way, Wang Lin became increasingly excited. His eyes flickered, and he continuously pointed his hands at the soul banner, causing dozens of souls to fly out. After he left his consciousness behind, he pushed them outwards. In an instant, the little beast's consciousness suddenly surged, rushing into the souls at an extremely fast speed. As soon as it touched one, it merged immediately and then continued to penetrate the next. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it had completely absorbed dozens of souls. At this point, the little beast's consciousness had grown significantly, seemingly surpassing the early stage of the Golden Core realm and showing signs of reaching the middle stage. Wang Lin became increasingly excited, his right hand trembling as he picked up a soul banner. Hundreds of remaining souls within it simultaneously flew out. After he sent a wisp of his consciousness into them, they all flew towards the little beast's consciousness. The little beast's consciousness immediately let out a cry. This was the first time it had uttered a sound inside the tower. The sound instantly transformed into waves of rumbling energy spreading in all directions. Wang Lin's face showed clear joy, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. He knew he had stumbled upon a treasure. He couldn't understand why the little beast's consciousness was so peculiar, as if it were born to be a demon, automatically merging without any prompting. Furthermore, what made Wang Lin even happier was that he hadn't expected it to attack using sound waves emanating from its body. Moreover, the consciousness emitting sound waves to attack was clearly a method specifically targeting the soul. After the sound waves appeared, what was supposed to merge with those souls suddenly slowed down and showed signs of shattering. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he stared at the little demon beast. His supreme divine consciousness suddenly separated from his body, transforming into a massive red chain that roared towards it. The majesty of the soul-devouring technique instantly manifested. Not to mention the little demon beast, even the demon Soligul recoiled in fear, cowering on the ground, unable to move. The oppressive aura of his nemesis made his heart pound and his legs tremble. The transformed little demon beast struggled and cried out a few times. In stark contrast to Wang Lin, it appeared utterly helpless, its eyes filled with pleading. The red chain, formed from his divine consciousness, coldly wrapped around the demon beast for a moment before Wang Lin slowly retracted it. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and took out a soul banner. Without a word, the demon beast transformed into a red smoke and flew into the soul banner. Wang Lin left a trace of his divine consciousness on the soul banner before putting it into his storage bag. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and countless threads of light immediately appeared around him. These were all threads of divine consciousness he had previously arranged to subdue the demon beast. These threads of divine consciousness, bundled together, gathered into Wang Lin's hand. The reason why the little demon beast, no matter how fast it was, couldn't get past him earlier was partly due to these threads of divine consciousness. Having detected the demon beast's anomalies early on, Wang Lin had quietly arranged these threads of divine consciousness to envelop it, like spider webs. No matter where the little beast tried to penetrate, Wang Lin would detect it. Furthermore, after the demon beast had merged with many souls, the remaining traces of divine consciousness on its body would also be very useful. With the two effects interacting, it was not surprising that Wang Lin could detect the demon's actions. After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Wang Lin stood up and went out through the tower's door. After a long period of contemplation, he moved slightly and descended. Once outside, he adjusted his attire and stepped down, the demon also hastily following closely behind. Unfortunately, it didn't have much freedom. Wang Lin grabbed it and threw it into the dragon scale. At this position, the resistance from the ground was obviously very great, and Wang Lin had to use 9/10 of his spiritual power to resist the resistance, thus significantly reducing his speed. While slowly advancing, his divine consciousness carefully spread out to observe the distance. After a few days, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. From his divine consciousness, he could see a dark cloud flying very fast towards him in the distance. Wherever the dark clouds drifted, whirlwinds appeared. Those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly shattered into tiny beasts and devoured. Wang Lin intently watched the dark clouds, quickly gripping the poison-preventing pill tightly, and slowly descended. Soon after, the dark clouds roared and approached. Behind the dark clouds was the king of the giant winds. At this moment, the whirlwind spun rapidly, carrying immense wind, causing the dark clouds to move even faster. The king of the giant winds blew the dark clouds past Wang Lin's hiding place and away into the distance. Before long, the king of the giant winds returned, this time not only faster, but also emitting even more powerful roars. Once again, it swept past and disappeared into the distance. Once it was gone, Wang Lin slowly advanced, a cold smile in his heart. It was obvious that those dark clouds were created by Meng Tuozi. Judging by its power, if it weren't for the giant wine king blowing it away, once it spread, that little beast would likely suffer terrible casualties. He pondered for a long time, his eyes flickering, secretly thinking that if this little beast could kill Meng Tuozi, he would surely have a lot of treasures and elixirs on him. Thinking of the treasures on a great expert of the nascent soul stage, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. But he quickly suppressed that thought. Compared to treasures, that little life was more important. Wang Lin sighed, putting aside the unrealistic thoughts in his head, and continued forward. However, after determining Meng Tuozi's location, his intended direction changed slightly. He didn't go straight but circled around. After half a month, with his carefulness, he passed the place where his divine consciousness had seen those terrifying tornadoes. It was a place densely packed with tornadoes, and the number of little beasts within them reached billions. Wang Lin's scalp tingled, and he became even more cautious. Finally, after more than half a month, he had circled around that place. Fortunately, the vast majority of the tornadoes were attracted by Meng Tuozi. Throughout the journey, Wang Lin had been extremely careful, but he couldn't help but feel frightened at times. Now, standing inside the Black Tower, he turned around and looked behind him. The hunchback was right there. After a few cold laughs, without saying a word, Wang Lin quickly left the Black Tower and moved forward. Obviously, he could see a very large stream far ahead. That stream seemed to pierce through a void, clearly heading towards the second gate. Wang Lin took a deep breath and walked towards the stream. The earth burrowing technique was no longer usable after arriving here. The resistance underground was too great. Even though he had used 10 parts of his spiritual power to resist the resistance, he couldn't perform the earth burrowing technique. But the art of burrowing not only increases speed underground, but even when not underground, simply having your feet touch the ground makes you much faster than walking. For the past few months, Wang Lin had been using the earth burrowing technique almost every day, making his proficiency quite high. Wang Lin himself felt that the earth burrowing technique he cultivated was far inferior to the shrinking the ground into inches described in the jade slip, which could instantly travel thousands of miles. While Wang Lin sighed, his divine consciousness didn't spread out, inadvertently observing his surroundings. Fortunately, most of the whirlwinds had been attracted by Meng Tuozi, so Wang Lin didn't encounter any danger along the way. 3 days later, the stream was in sight. As Wang Lin was walking, he suddenly stopped, and without a word, immediately burrowed into the ground. Suddenly, a huge and powerful resistance emanated from him. He quickly drank a mouthful of spiritual liquid, circulating the spiritual energy in his body to resist it. Not far away, more than 10 whirlwinds suddenly appeared. These whirlwinds, originating from the other vortex, were aimed directly at Meng Tuozi's direction. As they passed Wang Lin's hiding place, they suddenly stopped, circling around without moving. Wang Lin's heart sank. He had once tried to enter the heaven-defying space, but for some reason, he couldn't find a way to enter after arriving here. Otherwise, he could have been safe just now if he had simply entered. Wang Lin looked at the distant currents, a calculation forming in his mind. He gritted his teeth and patted his storage bag. The demon immediately appeared, quickly spotting a large number of small beasts outside and, without thinking, charged forward. Unfortunately, as soon as its shadow appeared, more than 10 whirlwinds around it instantly let out powerful roars. Tens of thousands of divine senses merged together, forming a thunderous lightning bolt that slammed towards the demon. The demon let out several agonizing screams. After the divine senses combined, the power far exceeded the demon's ability to withstand it. Its body emitted a stream of green smoke, causing the demon to flee in fear back to Wang Lin's side. At this moment, the second wave of spiritual attack arrived. Simultaneously, Wang Lin took out his soul banner and waved it, causing a second demon to appear. Upon its appearance, this demon emitted piercing sounds. As soon as these sounds appeared, the swirling vortices trembled, and instead of moving further, numerous small creatures with flapping wings emerged. These creatures looked at the second demon with apprehension. Even the next wave of sonic attacks on the demon Suligul was immediately withdrawn. The second demon's eyes flashed with red light, and it let out a few more cries. The creatures immediately retreated, staring intently at the demon's eyes, filled with fear. Wang Lin felt strange, his eyes flickered, and he pondered for a moment. As for the demon Lord Suligul, he felt ashamed. At this moment, he realized that recovering his memory was not a good thing at all. At least before he recovered his memory, he said that no matter what, he couldn't feel this shame. He muttered to himself, "How embarrassing. Obviously, I was saved by my little brother. No matter what, I was the first to accompany the killer. No, if this situation continues, the killer will create even more little brothers later. Then each one created will be more powerful than me. No, absolutely not." The demon lord gritted his teeth and immediately charged forward. He entered a whirlwind, grabbed several small beasts, and devoured them instantly. The small beasts immediately panicked and tried to escape, but the second demon lord roared a few times, and they immediately froze, their eyes filled with even more fear. The more Wang Lin looked, the brighter his eyes became. His gaze was analyzing the situation. In the eyes of the small beasts, the second demon seemed to be merely one of a kind, a different kind. However, a miraculous transformation had occurred within it, creating a transcendence beyond its kind, resulting in the scene unfolding before him. If this was true, the reason for the fusion of the small beast's consciousnesses gradually became clear. Wang Lin's eyes flicked, and his body instantly emerged from the ground. The moment he appeared, the small beast's eyes showed a hint of wariness, but they were not panicked, nor did they actively attack. At that moment, the second demon looked at Suligul, who was devouring something, and let out strange cries. All the small beasts suddenly trembled, their consciousnesses rushing out of their bodies, condensing, and lightning flashed once again, targeting only Suligul. The demon lord Suligul immediately sneered, his face showing a fawning expression. He hastily vomited out the swallowed consciousness and quickly returned to stand behind Wang Lin. His fawning expression vanished, replaced by a gnashing of teeth and a furious glare at the second demon lord. He thought to himself, "Just you wait, there will be a time when I'll fight you to the death." Wang Lin ignored Suligul. Holding the defensive jade slip given to him by Li Muan, he slowly spread his consciousness. He carefully observed each of the small beasts, finally discovering that among the more than 10 groups of small beasts, each group had a distinct consciousness with a power different from the others. In Wang Lin's observation, he detected more than a dozen such unusual types. Suddenly, one of them flew towards the second demon lord, emitting a piercing sound. The second demon's eyes flashed crimson. Without a word, it charged at them. The other creatures were equally brave, not only not dodging but also unleashing their divine consciousness to meet the attack. The two sides immediately merged. Thanks to the remaining divine consciousness within the second demon, Wang Lin sensed that the situation inside was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Only one would survive the battle. If the second demon was not devoured, then the other creature would be merged. Very quickly, Wang Lin smiled. As a soul devourer himself, the demons he created already possessed some characteristics of wandering souls. Therefore, the other creatures couldn't compare. The divine consciousness of both sides merged, devouring each other. The ferocity of the second demon became increasingly apparent, while the other creature's divine consciousness weakened more and more. Finally, it was completely merged by the second demon and became a part of its body. In the instant of fusion, a swarm of small beasts immediately flew towards the second demon lord, surrounding it and forming a large vortex. Wang Lin's eyes flicked. The reason these small beasts' consciousness could condense so perfectly was because there was a dominant consciousness within that could devour and fuse with the others. At this moment, the second demon lord roared a few times, dragging one vortex into another. Wang Lin's eyes flicked, and he let out a soft snort, causing the second demon lord's attack to suddenly slow down. The vortex flying around it also immediately stopped moving and revealed its true form as small beasts. Wang Lin clearly saw the second demon lord, standing amidst a swarm of small beasts, looking at him with pain and fear in its eyes. Wang Lin sent out a divine thought from his consciousness. The second demon lord immediately roared a few times, and the small beasts surrounding him swarmed towards Wang Lin. His expression remained unchanged, his eyes as calm as still water, watching the small creatures flapping their wings beside him without the slightest hint of abnormality. After those small beasts flew closer, instead of attacking, they lifted him up and transformed into a whirlwind. The demon Sulagu hastily tried to chase after them, but as soon as he touched the whirlwind, he was pushed away, feeling deeply wronged and angrily roaring a few times. Finally, Wang Lin extended his hand from within the whirlwind, and only then did Sulagu manage to enter. Inside the whirlwind, Wang Lin didn't need to fly himself. His feet rested on countless small beasts as if walking on solid ground. The outside was enveloped by the concentrated divine consciousness of the small beasts, making it difficult for outsiders to probe with their divine consciousness. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he ordered the second demon. Immediately, the whirlwind flew towards Meng Dazi. Then, other whirlwinds followed in turn. In this way, more than 10 whirlwinds roared forward, quickly reaching the place where the whirlwinds had gathered, which had once startled Wang Lin. The moment they flew towards them, a powerful divine sense swept over them. Wang Lin hastily restrained his mind. The divine sense didn't stop but continued to sweep over them. Obviously, the divine sense didn't observe closely. It only glanced over briefly and didn't detect anything unusual. Perhaps, in its eyes, this whirlwind was fundamentally incapable of anything unusual. Wang Lin was inside the whirlwind, his gaze fixed on the Wine King, secretly chuckling to himself. Needless to say, the Wine King must be a leader within it. Now he understood this species a little better. In every whirlwind, there is always one creature with tremendous power to condense the divine senses of the other small beasts together and simultaneously act as the commander. This is similar to soldiers and generals. The ordinary small beasts are like soldiers, while the one with tremendous power who commands is the general. As for that whirlwind, it is the king within. Following the whirlwind, looking outside, one could only see a towering black tower standing majestically within it. Meng Dazi was clearly inside. Wang Lin was in no hurry. He had the second demon lead him here because he sensed this method allowed him to approach without causing any commotion. From there, he could act as he pleased. He didn't want to kill Meng Dazi, but he wanted to seize his treasures. If handled skillfully, that was entirely possible. The divine consciousness remaining in the second demon was different from the divine consciousness remaining in Suligu's body. Suligu's divine consciousness had been unconsciously controlled over a long period of time without him knowing. If Wang Lin wanted to, he could even reduce it to ashes without needing the extreme realm divine consciousness. However, under normal circumstances, he didn't want to use the divine consciousness remaining in its body to attack, but rather kept it as a last resort. Normally, he would use his supreme realm divine consciousness to intimidate Li Guo so that he wouldn't be able to detect it. After all, he had recovered some of his memory, so there was a clear difference compared to ordinary wandering souls. But this second demon was completely different. Although the imprint of the divine consciousness that Wang Lin left in its body wasn't deep, he used a forceful method to quickly take over its body, giving it no chance to resist. Previously, the reason he didn't let the second demon continue to fuse with other main entities in the vortexes was because if the second demon swallowed too many, the divine consciousness stored in its body could fade. If that happened, it would turn against them. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he absolutely wouldn't let that happen. Even someone as tenacious as Suli Guo was subdued by Wang Lin, let alone the second demon created from the souls of small beasts. At this moment, Meng Dazi was extremely gloomy. He bitterly watched the whirlwinds outside. Especially when he gazed at the towering whirlwind for a long time, his eyes revealed fear. The divine consciousness within that whirlwind seemed to possess the combined power of all the other whirlwinds. The poisonous cloud had been shattered by its divine consciousness and swept far away. In the past few days, all the spirit beasts in his storage bag had been used up. After each time he replaced spirit beasts, the spells he used when leaving the tower, while able to eliminate a large number of small beasts, would quickly give way to even more whirlwinds from afar. It was simply impossible to kill them all. If he was even slightly careless, he would be attacked by the condensed divine consciousness of countless small beasts. Once struck, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would be severely injured, if not killed. The injuries would certainly not be light. At the very least, his cultivation level would plummet drastically. He had used many magical artifacts, and while they had some effect, the results were still the same. He was now in a desperate situation. It wasn't that he hadn't considered breaking out. That time, he had used over 10 spirit beasts as substitutes, charging directly out. But just as he was about to break out, that heaven-shattering whirlwind struck him, rendering all his efforts futile. Not only did he fail to escape, but he was also severely injured. Does heaven intend to destroy me? I've roamed the martial world, reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. I thought I could obtain the soul transformation pill and then reach the soul transformation stage. What a pity, Mangdazi lamented as he thought about it. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall a scene from 1,000 years ago. A group of people came here, and in the end, only 4 of them survived. The rest were all buried here. Among them were some with higher cultivation levels than him, but they still couldn't escape death. The 4 of them were fortunate to have survived and returned. Over 1,000 years later, he had risen from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. The reason for this rapid progress was that he had used the giant demon clan's ultimate treasure, the ancestral demon heart. This was also the reason why the giant demon clan was relentlessly pursuing him. Mangdazi's face showed clear signs of reluctance. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the toad on the ground. This Litia toad had been with him for thousands of years. Then he looked at his own low-grade spirit beasts, which had now become high-grade spirit beasts. They were only a little short of becoming savage beasts. If they could be nurtured with spirit elixirs for another few thousand years, they might even become savage level. However, for now, Mangdazi showed a resolute expression. He stroked the toad and whispered, "This damned place. If only I could use teleportation, it wouldn't be this complicated. Li Tian's success this time depends entirely on you." After saying that, he extended his right hand and put something into the toad's mouth. It showed signs of pain, its whole body trembling uncontrollably. But it didn't resist, only silently looking at its master. Mangdazi closed his eyes, but quickly opened them again. With an expression of indifference, he said in a low voice, "Li Tia, I apologize for the offense." After saying that, he grabbed it with his right hand, then suddenly pulled it back. In his hand was an object of fist-sized black core elixir. It emitted powerful streams of spiritual energy. Li Tian's toad-like body went limp and fell to the ground, emitting weak cries. The boils on his back burst, and foul-smelling black fluid oozed out, instantly enveloping his entire body. Even his previous gurgling sounds were now clearly weak and powerless. Holding Li Tian's core elixir, Mangdazi, without a word, immediately threw it into his mouth. His body immediately convulsed, and a black mist suddenly appeared on his face. Then he let out several screams, and the pus-filled blisters on his face burst. The poisonous liquid shot out in all directions, splashing onto the surrounding tower walls and sending up columns of black smoke. The inner cores of spirit beasts are divided into many types. Only when spirit beasts reach certain levels do inner cores appear in their bodies. In addition, some mutated beasts also possess inner cores, but these are merely pseudocores. They are simply temporary condensations of spiritual power within the body, serving to store spiritual energy. True inner cores have immense power. They are the source of all the divine abilities within a spirit beast. Upon reaching the lower grade spirit level, the inner core transforms into an earth core, equivalent to a cultivator in the core formation stage. Upon reaching the middle grade spirit level, the earth core transforms into a heaven core. If it reaches the upper grade spirit level, the heaven core will transform into a primal core, only one level below the primal spirit of a desolate beast. Only upon reaching the realm of a desolate beast does the inner core transform into a primal spirit. From then on, it officially becomes one of the beasts in heaven and earth possessing astonishing power. The dark aura on Mangdazi's face deepened, his entire body pressed down to the ground, his right hand gripping Li Tia. After catching it, he screamed and pressed it against his forehead. The pimples on Li Thien's back oozed more and more black fluid. This fluid slowly seeped into Mangdazi's body, following the pus-filled sacs on his face. Finally, the entire toad transformed into black liquid, which Mangdazi absorbed. The tumor on Mangdazi's back suddenly swelled, and countless pimples appeared. They quickly spread across his back. At this moment, Mangdazi looked at himself and saw that he bore some resemblance to the toad Li Thien. Mangdazi half closed his eyes, and the black energy on his face slowly condensed on his forehead, forming a vortex. Then he opened his eyes wide, his pupils suddenly turning into triangles, revealing an emotionless gaze. Mangdazi clenched his fist. Immediately, crackling black electric sparks appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice, "This ancient demonic technique truly has a strange effect." Thanks to the help of the Leafine Tota top-grade spiritual artifact, he was able to reach the great perfection stage of the God transformation realm in a short time. This time, he would definitely break through. Unfortunately, the price to pay this time was truly too great. If it weren't for the unavoidable circumstances, After saying that, he slowly stepped out at the Black Tower. The moment he appeared, the condensed divine consciousness lightning bolts suddenly struck down. Mengdazi's face showed a fierce expression, and he spat out a stream of green smoke. The divine consciousness lightning bolts, upon encountering the green smoke, immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mengdazi darted out, entering a whirlwind. The whirlwind suddenly spun and then stopped. The small beasts within it dispersed, but they hadn't flown far before they all exploded and died, a rain of blood scattering everywhere. Mengdazi's eyes showed a ruthless expression as he quickly rushed into another whirlwind. But then, millions of divine consciousnesses suddenly merged into one, forming a spear in midair, rapidly thrusting forward. This spear left behind a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Mengdazi. The restrictions in the earth element land were also stirred, emitting terrifying explosions. The vortex that Wang Lin was in was far away, so it wasn't greatly affected by the sound waves. He stared intently at Mengdazi's appearance, neither human nor ghost blinking. In particular, he focused more attention on the storage bag at his waist. Mengdazi merely glanced at the spear formed from condensed divine consciousness. He clasped his hands together and muttered a few complex, incomprehensible words. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a small cauldron, its four legs covered in a thick layer of green gas. The peak, which had just appeared, immediately emitted a dense green aura. At the same time, the spear fell, striking the small peak. The two collided with a deafening sound. A circular wave of energy instantly spread out, forcing even the swirling vortices to retreat. Those vortices that couldn't retreat in time were struck by the wave, instantly reducing the small beasts within to dust. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he retreated with the swirling vortex. His gaze remained fixed on Mengdazi. At this moment, the green peak in the air let out a thud, then split into and fell from the sky. However, the spear that struck it instantly turned completely green. The spear suddenly trembled and once again transformed into streams of divine consciousness, scattering in all directions. Just then, a strange scene occurred. After the divine consciousness dispersed, each stream of consciousness was tinged with green. The moment the cauldron shattered, Mengdazi's body trembled, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. That green cauldron was his life-bound magical artifact. Under the control of his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, it had broken through the attack of billions of divine consciousnesses, but it had also split in two. Mengdazi felt no pain. His eyes, bloodshot, glared at the divine consciousnesses turning green all over the sky and laughed gleefully. If I hadn't paid a price with my life-bound magical artifact, it wouldn't have been so easy to harm them. Even though it's broken, it will still cause your deaths. Explode, explode, explode for me. Any divine consciousnesses that were touched by the green energy immediately exploded. The exploding divine consciousnesses transformed into spiritual energy, scattering in all directions. At the same time, once the divine consciousnesses were destroyed, they themselves perished. Along with the self-destruction of the divine consciousnesses, the surrounding vortices suddenly diminished by half. All those vortices stopped spinning. The small beasts inside fell one by one. Mengdazi's right hand grabbed the broken cauldron and stuffed it into his storage bag. Then, without a word, he seized the opportunity and quickly rushed towards the distance. The direction he rushed towards was the whirlwind where Wang Lin was inside. At that moment, roars erupted from the giant Wine King. The whirlwind suddenly stopped spinning, revealing a huge flying beast nearly 3 meters tall. This beast was many times larger than its counterparts, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it was no match for the savage dragon beast in the passage. It roared angrily and lunged forward. Its pointed mouth emitted sound waves. Wherever the sound waves went, cracks appeared in the space, showing just how powerful it was. At the same time, the swirling vortices that hadn't yet dissipated quickly flew towards Mengdazi. especially those vortices that had just entered his path, disregarding their own lives, used all sorts of mental attacks, sound waves, and other methods, dazzling the onlookers. But none could stop Mengdazi's advance. Any vortex that tried to stop him was instantly annihilated, leaving almost none alive. However, after each collision, the black vortex on Mengdazi's forehead faded slightly. He cried out in pain, knowing that the time for his cultivation upgrade would soon end. If he paused even for a moment, he would be struck by the sound waves from the Beast King behind him. So he accelerated his charge. Wang Lin glared. In the instant the Beast King unleashed its sound waves, he saw a golden light flash above its head. A golden finger bone was revealed within. Before he could think further, Mengdazi was already close. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he chuckled coldly, lightly patting his storage bag. Immediately, the dragon's scales appeared in his hand. He swung his right hand, and the scales instantly coiled. The moment Mengdazi advanced, the whirlwind he was in quickly dispersed to the side. At that time, because it was mixed in with the whirlwinds hindering his progress, his whirlwind didn't seem unusual. The moment Mengdazi flew past the whirlwind, Wang Lin immediately threw the scales. Mengdazi, having just dispersed a whirlwind, suddenly sensed an unusual movement of spiritual energy around him. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy from his divine consciousness, which had been absorbed by his life-bound magic treasure, permeated the surroundings. So the subtle movement was undetectable unless one examined it carefully. At this moment, Mengdazi was preoccupied with finding a way to escape, and although he sensed it, he didn't pay attention to it. Basically, he hadn't considered that there was another cultivator here besides himself. But the moment he felt a powerful force pressing down on his right leg, his expression changed instantly. Without needing to lower his head, relying on his experience, he knew this was a type of magical artifact crafted from animal tendons. And the one who could use such an artifact here was obviously not one of those small beasts. There was only one possibility: a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, an artifact made from animal tendons wouldn't concern him. A little spiritual power would not only break it but also release poison, causing the user to die from the poison. But now, the swirling vortexes, sound waves, and constant mental attacks were exhausting him, forcing him to rush out recklessly. Especially the destruction of his life-bound magical artifact made him even more panicked. If it weren't for the fusion of ancient demonic techniques and the Lichiatode, he would probably be dead by now. At this crucial moment, the dragon scale, which he normally disregarded, felt like a death-dealing talisman clinging to his body. Although the dragon scale snapped into pieces when he stepped on it, its speed was reduced by a factor. Only a factor, but the consequence was the pursuit by the sound waves behind him. The attacks of the surrounding whirlwinds also increased severalfold. Straw can't kill a camel, but it can become the key to crushing it. At this moment, the effect of the dragon scale was no different from that straw. The moment his body was struck by the sound waves, Mengdazi vomited several mouthfuls of fresh blood, his body falling forward. Just then, a whirlwind flew to his side, an arm reached out from within, grabbed the storage bag on his waist, and flew away. In an instant, Mengdazi vaguely saw through the whirlwind, seeing Wang Lin's cold, smiling face within. He became even more enraged and vomited fresh blood again. As soon as the blood spurted out, bursts of gas erupted, causing people to faint, and they sped towards Wang Lin's whirlwind. After Wang Lin retrieved the storage bag, without a word, he controlled the second demon to quickly fly towards the distant void, the entrance to the second level. The drops of blood were blocked by the small beasts flying outside. However, the poison contained within was not to be underestimated. Wang Lin, cautiously and without a word, instantly darted out of the whirlwind that had struck him. Following him were the two demons. As soon as Wang Lin's body touched the ground, he used his earth-burrowing technique, quickly moving forward. As for the whirlwind, due to the blood's infiltration, all the small beasts within were killed. All of this, though it takes a long time to describe, actually happened very quickly. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the storage bag on Mengdazi's waist had vanished. Mengdazi was struck by the sound waves, his bones instantly shattered, the boils on his back were destroyed, and a foul-smelling black fluid scattered around. Any small beast that came into contact with the fluid recoiled and died. He saw his blood attack blocked, and Wang Lin fled with the storage bag. He didn't grieve over his storage bag. Instead, he hated Wang Lin to the core. If it weren't for Wang Lin, he would have long since broken free, perhaps even reaching the second gate. But all of this changed completely because of Wang Lin's appearance. With Meng Dazi's sharp mind, he knew that everything he had just done was paving the way for the opponent. He had drawn in all the storms. Otherwise, with his core formation stage cultivation, how could he have safely passed the first gate? Meng Dazi's body was swept away by the raging whirlwind, disappearing into the vortex. The frenzied whirlwind enveloped everything. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning, instantly dodging away. Several whirlwinds surrounded him, trying to block his path. Wang Lin sneered, his eyes completely calm. At this moment, from among the surrounding whirlwinds, one suddenly became furious and rushed towards Wang Lin, quickly engulfing him. Then it swiftly dodged the other whirlwinds and flew away. The events unfolded so quickly that the other whirlwinds couldn't react in time. And even if they did react, with their intelligence, it would be a long way off. Wang Lin stood within the whirlwind, swiftly flying straight towards the vortex in the air. Just moments ago, upon emerging from the whirlwind, he had secretly controlled two demonic heads to rush to the side of one of the whirlwinds and seize control. Everything was going so smoothly, so escaping now would be incredibly easy. The Beast King's two eyes, hidden within the largest whirlwind, coldly scanned the surroundings. Finally, when its gaze fell upon the whirlwind containing Wang Lin, its expression showed a hint of doubt. In an instant, it let out a loud roar. Immediately, all the surrounding whirlwinds chased after Wang Lin. As for itself, its eyes became strange as it looked at the whirlwind containing Meng Dazi, which it had captured. Then, it quickly moved in the opposite direction of Wang Lin, slowly disappearing. At this moment, countless whirlwinds carrying the small beasts formed a straight line, chasing after Wang Lin. Although countless whirlwinds were pursuing him, Wang Lin remained calm and fearless. He silently calculated in his mind. Then, he stared intently at the whirlwinds behind him, opening his mouth and spitting out a beam of light. His flying sword suddenly flashed, instantly teleporting towards the whirlwind Wang Lin was focusing on. The flying sword contained a supreme realm divine consciousness. Wang Lin's target wasn't the enormous number of small beasts inside the whirlwind, but the whirlwind itself, controlled by the whirlwind master. Under the influence of the supreme realm divine consciousness, the flying sword occasionally flashed with sharp, cold light. Several flashes of light suddenly appeared within the whirlwinds that Wang Lin was paying attention to. Instantly, those whirlwinds stopped, and the small beasts outside immediately fell to the ground, their faces bewildered. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He pointed his hands repeatedly. Instantly, the starlight flashed incessantly. Several of the whirlwinds that Wang Lin was paying attention to quickly stopped by more than half. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the whirlwinds behind him showed signs of concentrating divine consciousness. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't want to continue killing the enemy, but after a few attempts, the small beasts had become wary. Their previous surprise attack was what allowed him to achieve a certain level of effectiveness. But now it continues. As soon as the flying sword appeared, the opponent's concentrated divine consciousness also arrived immediately. He didn't want to end up like Meng Dazi, having his life-bound magic weapon destroyed. Wang Lin smirked coldly, retracted his flying sword, and continued his escape. In an instant, the distance between them widened again. Earlier, Wang Lin had chosen a slightly faster whirlwind. The whole process, though lengthy to describe, was incredibly fast in reality. In a flash, the distance between them had widened considerably. At this moment, the little beast's consciousness had completely condensed and countless lightning bolts flashed and struck. Wang Lin's eyes remained completely calm. The moment the consciousness attacked, he immediately ordered the second demon head. The demon head controlling the little beasts immediately turned back frantically. Countless screeching sounds erupted, creating ripples in the air. The sound of the attack suddenly intensified, causing the consciousness attack to fail. By the time it condensed again, preparing to attack, Wang Lin's whirlwind had already flown far away. A gigantic vortex appeared in midair right before his eyes. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Actually, if he hadn't intended to seize Meng Tuozi's treasure, he would have entered the second level long ago. Even without the vortex, he could have safely entered it using only his own strength. But Wang Lin had no intention of doing so. He didn't know how difficult the second level would be. If he rushed in recklessly, he feared he wouldn't be as lucky as he was in the first. Therefore, being a cautious person, he decided to use the vortexes chasing him from behind. Ideally, he could bring a few vortexes with him into the second level. This would increase his safety. With this intention, he obviously couldn't go in alone and look back at the countless vortexes behind him. He gritted his teeth and ordered the second demon. Immediately, the speed of the vortex slowed down. The speed of the swirling vortices behind him suddenly increased, instantly closing the distance to less than 50 feet. At the same time, countless kinds of divine consciousness and sounds of attacks surged forward. At this moment, Wang Lin's position was very close to the vortex. The distance was only about 50 feet. With that distance, even if the vortex flew at full speed, it would only take a single breath to reach him. In other words, the swirling vortices behind him would need one breath to reach his position. To enter the vortex, it would take 2 breaths. In the first breath, Wang Lin took something out of his storage bag. The vortex behind him was struck by divine consciousness, but he didn't reinforce his defenses. Instead, he used the divine consciousness of the small beasts within the vortex to resist. In a single breath, more than half of the small beasts in Wang Lin's whirlwind were dead. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, showing no sign of panic. At this moment, the distance between him and the vortex had narrowed. The whirlwinds behind him were still chasing. In the second breath, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his body, like an arrow released from a bow, decisively shot out of the whirlwind. Countless whirlwinds behind him roared and rushed forward. A screeching sound emanated from within the whirlwinds. After Wang Lin left, in an instant, except for the 2 demons, all the small beasts were dead. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was inside the whirlwind. The chasing whirlwinds had also entered it. Some of the whirlwinds behind immediately retreated. But how could Wang Lin let them have their way? He stared at the more than 40 whirlwinds and softly shouted, "Stop right there!" As he shouted, Wang Lin poured spiritual power into the object he had taken out earlier. Suddenly, a halo of light emanated from his position, enveloping all the swirling vortices. Simultaneously, the illusory image of the Azure Dragon emerged from the jade slip. Under Wang Lin's control, the halo began to rotate. At that moment, due to Wang Lin's appearance, countless purple lightning bolts flashed within the vortex. These lightning bolts struck Wang Lin, enveloping the entire defensive light circle around him and spreading outwards. In an instant, more than 40 swirling vortices within the halo were pulled into the vortex and disappeared. At this time, countless other vortices came from behind, but upon touching the vortex, they were repelled. The swirling vortices gathered in ever-increasing numbers, but after countless attempts, they still couldn't enter the vortex and slowly dispersed. The first gate, the earth element land, slowly returned to silence. Only outside, the blood-soaked body of Meng Tuozi hung suspended in midair. His eyes were devoid of any clarity. A beast king, over 3 jang tall, stood before him. At this moment, a golden finger bone slowly emerged from the beast king's forehead, pointing towards Meng Daisy's brow. Wang Lin, emerging from the vortex, hastily spread his divine consciousness around. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but be stunned. Before him was a world of nothing but dust and ashes. Except for a black stone bridge, there was nothing else. Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness and turned to look behind him. Within his defensive aura, more than 40 whirlwinds were still spinning wildly, emitting screeching sounds and striking the aura. Each time they attacked, the light around the aura dimmed a little. Wang Lin snorted coldly and retracted the defensive formation. As soon as the aura and the illusory Azure Dragon disappeared, the 40 whirlwinds screeched and dispersed. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed his right hand. The second demon immediately appeared, letting out a cry and provoking the whirlwind. The whirlwind instantly stopped, and a small beast flew out from within, engaging in battle with the demon. Wang Lin calmly watched. He had planned this beforehand. The reason he didn't dare let the demon challenge the first gate was because the number of whirlwinds chasing it was too great, practically impossible to stop. Once it challenged, it would attract many more whirlwinds. At that point, if the demon failed in its challenge, it would have nowhere to escape. But now there were only over 40 whirlwinds, so things were different. 3 days later, Wang Lin stood on the Blackstone Bridge, looking behind him. 42 whirlwinds were howling and swirling, intertwined with each other. If you looked closely, you could see that each one was surrounded by a smaller whirlwind. From within the whirlwind, a red electric light flashed, forcing them all together. All the fake demon lords inside the whirlwind were fused by the second demon. Then, under Wang Lin's command, it was forced to release them all so that he could absorb them into his soul banner. Later, when time came, he would create a large number more demons. This was also to prevent the second demon from fused to many and escaping his control. Wang Lin blinked his eyes, then looked down at the black stone bridge beneath his feet. For the past 3 days, he had been observing it, not stepping outside. In this dusty world, except for the bridge, everything else was just empty space. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand. Instantly, 42 whirlwinds dispersed. They no longer spun, but transformed into over 10,000 small beasts, spreading out around him. Wang Lin blinked his eyes, using the demonic head to control the number of small beasts. The swarm of small beasts quickly flew in all directions. Their howling gradually faded away, finally disappearing completely. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, then flew towards the northwest. Following him, the small beasts from all directions began to gather, forming a whirlwind. After a while, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. Before him appeared a stone tablet about 30 feet tall. The tablet was slightly reddish in color and emitted a faint demonic aura. Several small beasts flew towards the tablet out of curiosity, their wings buzzing against it. Seeing Wang Lin approaching, the small beasts quickly flew away, disappearing into the whirlwind. Wang Lin looked at the stone tablet and saw 3 large characters written on it, "No Return Road." These 3 characters contained traces of the vicissitudes of time. Wang Lin examined it carefully, then looked up at the top of the stone tablet. After observing it, he raised his right hand, and a gust of wind appeared, blowing away the dust on it. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was extremely shocked. He had encountered these small characters before, right from the beginning of his journey into the Black Tower in the Land of Earth. Clearly, they were written by the same person. Looking at the characters outside the Land of Earth, it seemed that this person held the place in extremely low regard. Even the Beast King within the massive vortex had been subdued. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, if what this person said was true, why was the Beast King still in the Land of Earth? This person's words were likely a lie. After all, the 2 words subdued were self-explanatory. If it had been subdued, it would surely have followed. Of course, it was also possible that this person had truly subdued the Beast King. But after countless years, another one had appeared in the Land of Earth. Whether it was real or fake, Wang Lin didn't care. His gaze lingered on the 3 words "no return" as he pondered. After a moment, he turned and flew towards the bridge. A swarm of whirlwinds followed closely behind him. Returning to the bridge, Wang Lin patted his storage bag. The demon Siligo immediately emerged, glaring enviously at the whirlwinds, thinking to himself, "What's so special about that little brother? I want to follow him too." Wang Lin pointed at the stone bridge, and the demon Siligo instantly became excited. This time, unlike before, he didn't haggle. Instead, he was happy and smugly looked at the whirlwinds, thinking, "See, the master has taken a liking to me." Otherwise, why wouldn't he entrust something like this to the second brother? He looked at Wang Lin with a somewhat obsequious expression, then flew towards the bridge. After flying a considerable distance without encountering any danger, he circled around a few times before returning. Wang Lin frowned, extending his right hand. Instantly, a small beast flew out from the whirlwind. It landed in Wang Lin's palm. Its small eyes stared intently at him, not moving at all. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the small beast immediately flew towards the bridge. After only about 3 steps, the beast's body trembled and it stopped. Wang Lin's gaze was serious as he stared at the beast. He saw its body tremble violently, slowly turning around, its eyes showing fear. At that moment, a stream suddenly appeared beneath the bridge. In an instant, it swallowed the small beast and returned to normal. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He now guessed that this bridge was the place to cross the unreturning path. He thought for a moment and then sent several more small beasts towards the bridge, but the result was the same. Only one thing caught Wang Lin's attention. If several small beasts flew in at once, only the first one would be devoured. Only after that one was devoured would the others follow. Wang Lin blinked, thinking to himself, "No return, no return." Its meaning is that once you go out, you can't come back. He pondered for a moment but didn't move rashly. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the bridge. He took out 2 storage bags from his person. One of them contained something he had stolen from the mysterious corpse inside the cave inscribed with the divine Tao techniques of the War God Temple. Unfortunately, there was a force on this bag that prevented Wang Lin's divine consciousness from probing it, making it impossible for him to open. Wang Lin knew that only when the opponent's divine consciousness disappeared could someone else open it. But that divine consciousness was too powerful. Wang Lin tried to probe it several times but had to give up. He only used his own divine consciousness to surround it with a layer, preventing it from sensing its surroundings, making it unable to sense its owner. Although he couldn't make it disappear, he could still conceal it with his supreme realm divine consciousness. The remaining storage bag was something he had seized from Meng Tuozi. The divine consciousness on it had completely vanished, proving that Meng Tuozi was dead. Wang Lin chuckled coldly and opened it. Immediately, his eyes lit up. It was indeed the treasure of a nascent soul stage cultivator, accumulated over thousands of years. Inside the storage bag were nearly 300,000 spirit stones, piled up in heaps. Their quality was all top grade. What excited Wang Lin even more were the 2 hexagonal spirit stones shining brightly. Those 2 were indeed extremely rare, top-grade spirit stones. Wang Lin's heart pounded. The 2 top-grade spirit stones he risked stealing earlier were entirely worth it. Besides that, there were a few other miscellaneous items. As for magical artifacts, there was only a small blue cauldron that had broken into 2 pieces. Apart from that, there were no other magical artifacts. Wang Lin thought for a moment and understood. Meng Tuozi must have used up all his magical artifacts because he had been imprisoned for so long. In fact, his guess was quite accurate. Meng Tuozi had quite a few magical artifacts, all of them at least at the nascent soul level. But due to repeated use in destroying the vortex, he had lost many. Especially once, he used more than 11 spirit beasts as substitutes to break through the encirclement. He threw out countless magical artifacts. He even repeatedly caused his magical artifacts to self-destruct to create a bloody path. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Because of that, apart from the small blue cauldron, there were no other magical artifacts left in his storage bag. However, there were still some jade slips among them. Wang Lin took them all out and placed them on his forehead to examine them. As he read, his expression became even more joyful. All of these jade slips contained records and introductions to methods of alchemy, artifact forging, and records of various spirit beasts. These things were of great use to Wang Lin at this moment. At the very least, unlike in the past when he saw rare materials and didn't know what they were. Moreover, because Meng Tuozi was involved in alchemy and poison making, the jade slips provided even more detailed information on these matters. Wang Lin carefully examined them for a long time, his knowledge increasing steadily compared to the past. Among the jade slips, one azure-colored one caught Wang Lin's attention. It contained a set of cultivation techniques. The name of the technique was just one word, Ming. For now, he'll call it the Ming Decree. The Ming Decree describes a divine ability that strikes fear into demons and gods. This cultivation method uses poison to achieve enlightenment. It has 9 levels in total. According to the description, upon reaching the 6th level, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to escape the poison's attack. However, reading it, one can see that this cultivation method is too powerful. If one were to cultivate it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. The method uses poison to stimulate the body, thereby reaching a state where the entire body is completely poisoned. Moreover, unless one can cultivate to the 9th level, achieving the state of returning to one's true nature, only then can the body expel toxins, officially forming the Ming poison, and returning to being like a normal person. Before cultivating to that state, the body would undergo countless mutations, especially the appearance of pus-filled sores all over the body. After reading it, Wang Lin thought for a moment and abandoned the idea of cultivating this cultivation method. Meng Die's rotting body clearly showed signs of having cultivated it. Although Wang Lin didn't care much about his body, the jade slip mentioned that once the cultivation of the Mingju reached a high level, the toxins in his body would increase. It was highly likely that the poisonous energy would invade his consciousness, turning him into a bloodthirsty killer. This was the main reason he abandoned the idea of cultivating it. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. Although this cultivation method couldn't be practiced, it contained many spells that could be cultivated. If combined with poisons, they could be fully utilized. As for the art of concocting poisons, Meng Die's lifelong experience had been recorded in a jade slip. After carefully examining it, Wang Lin felt a slight stir in his heart. He took out some miscellaneous items from his storage bag. Following the jade slip's description, he slowly distinguished each item. Basically, they were all poisons. Only in one jade bottle was the anti-poison pill that Wang Lin had used. According to the jade slip, this type of antidote pill only has average effectiveness. Only when combined with a very small amount of poison can its defensive effect be maximized. Wang Lin examined the contents of Meng Daisy's storage bag and transferred everything to his own. Then he threw Meng Daisy's bag to the ground. Finally, he picked up an item, his expression gradually becoming serious. This item was Meng Daisy's life-bound magic treasure, a small green cauldron. Although the cauldron was broken in two, a faint trace of spiritual power still emanated from it. However, that spiritual power was filled with toxins. Especially the green mist, capable of destroying divine consciousness, made Wang Lin even more cautious. He knew that the most precious items in Meng Daisy's storage bag, besides the Mingju jade slip and the top-grade spirit stones, were this thing. After all, it was the life-bound magic treasure of a nascent soul cultivator, refined by the fire within his body for thousands of years. Just now, when he examined it, the jade slip contained information about the history of the small blue cauldron. After cultivating the Mingju to the second level, one must have something in their body to suppress poisonous substances. That small cauldron was originally a replica of the treasure, the Medicine King Cauldron. Although it was only a replica, it was not much inferior to the Medicine King Cauldron. The only difference was that the Medicine King Cauldron could absorb the spiritual energy of plants and herbs. This cauldron was originally a supreme treasure of a sect in a third-tier cultivation nation. Later, Meng Tuozi spent hundreds of years diligently becoming a disciple. Finally, relying on his extraordinary talent, he became the sect leader. Only then did he have the opportunity. Afterward, he killed his master, stole the cauldron, and fled into the cultivation demon sea. Later, he used the cauldron as his life-bound magical artifact. From a Medicine King Cauldron, he transformed it into a Poison King Cauldron. If he hadn't died and cultivated the Mingju to the 9th level, this cauldron, although not comparable to the legendary Medicine King Cauldron, wouldn't be far behind. It could also be considered a genuine Poison King Cauldron. Unfortunately, he lost his life. Now, this cauldron has fallen into Wang Lin's hands. Wang Lin's mind kept replaying the descriptions of the cauldron on the jade slip. After thinking for a while, he considered that if he also cultivated the Mingju to a certain level, he could swallow it as his life-bound magical artifact. Unfortunately, Wang Lin no longer intended to cultivate the Mingju, so he didn't know what to do with this cauldron. He felt somewhat unwilling to let go of such a treasure. After all his efforts, couldn't it help him become a little stronger? Although he hadn't yet reached the nascent soul stage, this cauldron wouldn't be of much use for that purpose anyway. But at this moment, his body was in grave danger. If he could use it, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He looked up at the bridge before him. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and without a word, he unleashed a beam of light. Immediately, the flying sword circled around and hovered before him, emitting a chilling aura. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword, his heart filled with hesitation. Then, gritting his teeth, he clapped his hands. The flying sword immediately trembled, emitting a clear humming sound. Countless tiny blood-red lines appeared on the sword's surface. These blood-red threads were formed by Wang Lin using the blood refining technique to condense his own blood essence while he was in Zhao Kingdom. Although the flying sword ultimately vanished along with his body, the blood refining technique was incredibly powerful, still preserving the sword spirit. The sword spirit was originally an invisible and emotionless entity, but having followed Wang Lin for many years and devoured souls alongside him, it developed a trace of consciousness, allowing it to survive until now. It wasn't until Wang Lin used the War God Temple's refining technique to refine the sword blank once more that the flying sword was officially completed. This flying sword had accomplished countless feats for Wang Lin, and the number of people who died under its blade was immeasurable. Over time, the killing intent within the sword spirit increased, turning it into a formidable weapon. Wang Lin's expression turned serious. His right hand slowly moved along the blood-red lines on the sword's body. As his hand moved, The blood-red lines on the sword's body multiplied. Finally, the flying sword emitted a crackling sound. Some of the blood-red lines broke into small pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, only the blood-red lines remained in the air, with the sword's shadow faintly visible within them. Wang Lin took a deep breath and patted his storage bag. The flying eagle cauldron flew out. He pointed at the cauldron. Instantly, the two halves of the small cauldron flew into the flying eagle cauldron and disappeared. A bluish-green mist suddenly enveloped the cauldron. A peculiar sound emanated from within. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he continuously cast several incantations, piercing through the green mist surrounding the cauldron. The flying eagle cauldron immediately began to spin. Gradually, its speed increased, until the surrounding mist transformed into a small vortex. Wang Lin waved his hand, and a piece of flying sword flew into his hand. He gently stroked the flying sword, his eyes fixed on the flying eagle cauldron. After a moment, he forcefully swung his right hand, and the flying sword transformed into a beam of light and entered the cauldron. The moment it entered, the flying sword turned into liquid, blending into the cauldron. Wang Lin's eyes didn't blink, and he continuously waved his right hand. Within an hour, he had thrown all the flying swords into the cauldron. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. He then cast several streams of spiritual energy into the flying eagle cauldron. In an instant, the speed of the flying eagle cauldron doubled, its rotation speed becoming imperceptible. At first glance, one might think it was stationary, but in reality, its extremely rapid movement gave the impression of being still. "Is it still not enough?" Wang Lin murmured. From his divine sense, he could observe that the flying eagle cauldron generated high temperatures through its rotation. However, for the small cauldron, that temperature seemed insufficient. The cauldron's color only turned slightly red, but it didn't melt. A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He immediately took something out of his storage bag. Without even bothering to examine it, he lightly swung his right hand and threw it into the flying eagle cauldron. The moment the object entered, a bluish-green flame erupted. The temperature inside the cauldron quickly doubled. The small cauldron's color turned bright red, but there was still no sign of melting. The object Wang Lin had just thrown in was a special refining material from the War God Temple. It was called bloodstone, and after infusing it with spiritual power, it could generate extremely high temperatures. However, adding too much would not only fail to increase the temperature, but would actually decrease it. Therefore, after throwing in a few pieces, Wang Lin stopped. At this point, the heat of the flying eagle furnace had reached an astonishing level. But the small cauldron only glowed red and did not melt. Wang Lin thought for a moment and then added more purple moon vine, shattered flower stone, blue moonwood, and more than 10 other refining materials from the War God Temple. A column of smoke of various colors rose up, forming a phantom cauldron. After the phantom cauldron appeared, it immediately spun like a whirlwind and quickly dispersed, returning to the flying eagle furnace. In an instant, explosions erupted from within the flying eagle furnace. Slowly, a crack appeared on the outside of the furnace. Wang Lin calmly focused his mind, staring intently at the inside of the small cauldron. He saw that the two halves of the cauldron began to flow out at a slow pace. At this rate, it was very likely that it wouldn't all flow out until the flying eagle cauldron shattered. Wang Lin blinked. He raised his right hand, and a blue flame appeared in his palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. This was the Yellow Springs ice flame, formed after cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. The ice flame had fused with the golden core, so it could be said to be inexhaustible. However, if used too much, the golden core would certainly be damaged. Therefore, until today, he had kept the ice flame as a trump card, rarely using it. If the flying eagle cauldron wasn't about to shatter, he wouldn't have used it at all. Wang Lin quickly pushed his hands forward. The ice flame flew out and touched the flying eagle cauldron. Wang Lin concentrated intently, carefully controlling the ice flame, slowly approaching it without allowing any fluctuations in spiritual power. He tried to keep the temperature of the ice flame stable. In an instant, the fluctuation level of the flying eagle cauldron suddenly increased. But before it could spread, it was enveloped by the ice flame. Although everything happened very quickly, Wang Lin was drenched in sweat. This time, he risked everything to control and prevent the flying eagle cauldron from being destroyed. If there had been even a slight mistake, the Flying Eagle cauldron would certainly have shattered. With the ice flame protecting it, the destruction of the Flying Eagle cauldron slowed down. However, if the ice flame wasn't carefully controlled, the melting process of the small cauldron would be affected. Therefore, Wang Lin became even more cautious, controlling the ice flame with utmost precision, not allowing any mistakes to occur. The small cauldron slowly melted. During this process, Wang Lin was extremely tense. After an unknown amount of time, the small cauldron finally completely dissolved, becoming a kind of emerald green liquid at the bottom of the Flying Eagle cauldron. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, sending out a beam of spiritual light that embedded itself into the Flying Eagle cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron trembled and stopped. Wang Lin reached out and grabbed a handful of the emerald green liquid, which flew up. Within the liquid, the faint outline of the small cauldron was visible. Wang Lin knew that this was the cauldron spirit of the Poison King cauldron. He waved his hand, and the sword spirit flew out, merging into the emerald green liquid. In an instant, the cauldron spirit also fluctuated and merged into the liquid. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. The two different spiritual entities had not yet attacked or devoured each other as he had predicted. After facing each other for a moment, the spirit peak transformed into a stream of azure spiritual energy and entered the sword spirit. The two quickly merged together. Only then did Wang Lin breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly pointed his fingers a few times, and instantly, the liquid slowly condensed. At Wang Lin's will, it quickly transformed into a small, dark green sword, about 1.5 feet long. Sharp spikes appeared on both sides of the sword's body. Countless sharp points emerged, creating a chilling sensation. At this point, the flying sword was fully formed, dark green in color, and contained the poison of the Poison King Peak. If one were to accidentally touch it, they would either be killed by the flying sword or poisoned to death. With this flying sword, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to escape death if attacked by him. After all, its poison came from Meng Tuozi's Poison King Peak. However, after refining it, Wang Lin didn't dare swallow it to use his golden core for refinement. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would hardly escape death. With the poison in the Poison King's cauldron, there was basically no antidote. Except for Meng Daozi, no one could cure it. Wang Lin felt a little pleased. From now on, the thorns on the flying sword would be his ultimate attack. Whenever he wanted, those thorns would instantly appear, making it difficult for anyone to defend against them. Wang Lin waved his hand. The flying sword immediately flew into his hand. Then Wang Lin put it into his storage bag. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be poisoned to death by the very flying sword he had forged. After creating a good flying sword, Wang Lin stood up. He looked towards the bridge, then without saying a word, walked straight ahead. Behind him, countless swirling vortices followed. Wang Lin walked cautiously. The scenery before him suddenly changed. The stone bridge beneath his feet instantly shrank to about 100 feet. On the other side of the bridge, a large vortex slowly appeared. Wang Lin blinked slightly. He thought for a moment, then extended his right hand. A small beast immediately flew into his palm. He threw the small beast straight forward. The small beast, like a flash of lightning, shot straight towards the stream. When the small beast had flown about 10 meters, a purple lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, striking it. In an instant, the small beast turned into dust. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. If it hadn't been protected by the restrictions, he could have easily overtaken it with all his might. But now, he could only proceed slowly, step by step, unable to rush. He looked at the 100-meter-long path, took a deep breath, and began to walk. With each step, Wang Lin was extremely focused. After he had walked 10 meters, the dust in the air suddenly became denser. Suddenly, the whirlwinds behind him disappeared. Even the second demon head was nowhere to be seen. Although Wang Lin and it had a spiritual connection, it was as if an invisible force was blocking it, rendering its effect ineffective. Unconsciously, Wang Lin was about to turn around and look back. But just as he was about to turn, he stopped abruptly. Wang Lin's expression turned grim as he pondered for a moment. Then, he smirked coldly and continued forward. He had only gone about 10 meters when suddenly an earth-shattering roar erupted behind him, causing the entire bridge to tremble. Wang Lin tried to maintain his balance. That roar was extremely familiar to him. It was clearly the roar of the red dragon inside the corpse valley. A wave of heat blew from behind. Wang Lin closed his eyes, not bothering to use his divine sense to observe. If this place was called the path of no return, it meant that once you stepped onto it, there was no turning back. But if that were all, it wouldn't be anything special. In Wang Lin's mind, this place was certainly not that simple. Perhaps it not only meant that turning back was impossible, but that even looking back was forbidden. Even the divine consciousness is forbidden. In short, everyone must adhere to the principle of no turning back, otherwise, they will end up like the little animal, dying right here on this bridge. Although he couldn't turn around or use his divine sense to observe, Wang Lin could still feel that the hot breath on the back of his neck was from the dragon. It was even gaping its mouth, clinging closely to his back. Despite his fear, Wang Lin tried to remain calm. A dragon couldn't possibly be here. It must be an illusion. Just then, a red light flashed to his right and then disappeared. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. That red light was clearly a tongue. Sweat poured down his forehead. He glanced to the side and saw a sticky puddle on his right shoulder, emitting a strange smell. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes gradually regaining their composure. His steps remained unhurried, walking slowly. Around him, the red tongue appeared continuously, accompanied by a series of roars. Even its breath made the corner of his robe flutter. A wave of killing intent suddenly surged from behind. Wang Lin looked at his clothes flapping and smirked. If he hadn't quite believed it before, after seeing the slime on his shoulder, he truly believed it wasn't an illusion. But now, seeing his clothes fluttering, he could confirm it was just some kind of magic. The main reason was, if there were a real beast behind him, at such close range, a single breath would have sent him flying far away. But at this moment, the breath only caused his clothes to flutter. Wang Lin's resolve grew even stronger. He didn't hesitate, continuing forward. No matter what happened behind him, he wouldn't stop. At this moment, the dragon behind him roared fiercely. It opened its mouth and lunged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin could sense it from the corner of his eye, but his eyes didn't blink as he continued walking leisurely. In an instant, as the dragon swallowed his body, it transformed into a gray mist and disappeared. Within the mist, Wang Lin slowly walked. He had already traveled more than 10 feet. He was only about 10 feet away from crossing the bridge. But at that moment, a faint cough suddenly came from behind him. Although the cough was very faint, it sounded like thunder to Wang Lin, echoing in his head. His steps involuntarily stopped, his body trembled, and tears streamed down his face. Although the cough continued, Wang Lin knew it was all an illusion. He still didn't turn around. "Taiju, turn around so your father can see you." The familiar voice rang out again. Wang Lin clenched his fists and closed his eyes. When he opened them, his eyes showed clear determination. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin continued to move forward. "Iron Pillar, Mother wants to see you for a moment." "Why are you so heartless, not turning back?" Wang Lin closed his eyes again, his legs trembling, but he resolutely walked on without hesitation. In an instant, he reached the end of the bridge. In the last 10 meters, the voices of his parents echoed in his ears. As soon as he took the last step, his parents' voices vanished. The howling of the whirlwind once again filled his ears. His connection with the second demon reappeared. Wang Lin still didn't turn around. He stood before the vortex, pondered for a moment, then sighed. After that, Wang Lin took out the jade slip that Li Muan had given him. Immediately afterward, surrounded by the whirlwinds, they all moved together into the vortex. Countless purple lightning bolts appeared, pulling him in, and Wang Lin disappeared. As he emerged from the stream, a towering mountain loomed before him, shrouded in clouds. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, Wang Lin was nothing more than a tiny ant. Wang Lin stared blankly at the mountain before him. But then, he resumed his thoughts. The unreturning path he had just encountered was certainly not the second gate. Otherwise, according to what the ancient emperors and Duanmuji had discussed, the third gate would require Wang Lin's death curse technique, which was completely different from this place. He hadn't detected any signs here that required the use of his divine consciousness. Wang Lin looked at the towering mountain before him, secretly guessing that this was probably the official second gate. His divine consciousness swept across the area, and his eyes immediately narrowed as he looked directly at the foot of the mountain. There, a clearly broken restriction was emitting a faint red light. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then approached. Before long, he appeared before the restriction. This place had clearly been broken by someone. He destroyed the barrier, creating a path. Pink light flickered continuously on both sides of the path. Wang Lin observed carefully, then looked up at the mountain peak. He knew someone had already entered before him. There was nothing else around the second gate. Obviously, the mountain was the crucial point. There was only one path to the summit. For ordinary people, climbing this mountain, whose peak was invisible, was extremely difficult. But for cultivators, it wasn't too hard. With his experience, Wang Lin knew there was a restriction preventing flight. He could only walk, not use his sword to ascend. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin turned to look at the countless whirlwinds behind him. He waved his right hand. 40 whirlwinds slowly merged into one giant whirlwind. Wang Lin rushed straight towards the whirlwind. As soon as he got close, the whirlwind revealed a passage, welcoming Wang Lin inside. Standing within the whirlwind. As Wang Lin's thoughts stirred, the whirlwind moved forward. Immediately after he passed through, Wang Lin's divine sense could perceive that the restrictions were slowly returning to normal. A heavy feeling settled in Wang Lin's heart. If the restrictions could automatically restore themselves, he couldn't use the method he had used to close the first gate here. At this moment, the divine senses of tens of thousands of small beasts in the vortex suddenly converged, using Wang Lin's divine sense as the main source and the demon head as the conduit, quickly spreading in all directions. He carefully controlled his enormous divine sense to scan the surroundings. Gradually, Wang Lin's expression became increasingly gloomy. Restrictions appeared everywhere. This mountain could be called a mountain of restrictions without any mistake. Under those countless restrictions, let alone climbing to the top, even a slight carelessness in disturbing a restriction would mean certain death. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, Wang Lin discovered one restriction that was rapidly restoring itself. In an instant, it returned to normal. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. After a moment of thought, he stepped out of the whirlwind. Then he took out a storage bag. With a flick of his right hand, the second whirlwind, along with the demon head, entered the bag. This storage bag was something Wang Lin had found on a cultivator. It couldn't store magical artifacts, but it could naturally house living creatures. After finding it, Wang Lin had tested it with small beasts a few days earlier. Indeed, the small beasts could live inside. Once the small beasts had all entered, Wang Lin tied the bag to his back, took a deep breath, and cautiously moved forward. His divine consciousness was constantly spreading out, observing his surroundings. Just now, using the beast's divine consciousness to probe, he had discovered a small passage within a forbidden formation. However, the passage was too small for the whirlwind to pass through. Therefore, he abandoned the idea of using the whirlwind to ascend the mountain. After obtaining the supreme grade spirit stone, Wang Lin did consider returning the way he came. However, the situation was too critical. If he turned back and left without Meng Tuozi leading the way, he didn't know if he could safely return to his original location. Although he could try his best to return, if it was only a one-way teleportation array, death awaited Wang Lin. Given Wang Lin's personality, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't gamble his life. But according to his thinking, the four people, including Meng Tuozi, were able to return 1,000 years ago because of a teleportation array. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't dare to run around here. Unfortunately, Meng Tuozi's jade slip didn't mention this place, and their records weren't in Meng Tuozi's possession either. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He believed that if he could find those records, he would surely find a way out. After carefully observing his surroundings, Wang Lin slowly moved forward. After a while, he suddenly stopped, staring at the cliff in the distance. There was a slight fluctuation of spiritual power on the cliff. Wang Lin observed for a moment, then took a few steps back, and then moved to the side. The gloomy sky only intensified the heavy feeling in his heart. After carefully passing through a gap between two restrictions, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back. From the beginning until now, he had only traveled about 30 feet, but it had taken him several hours. Glancing at the towering mountain whose peak was invisible, based on his current speed, Wang Lin didn't know how long it would take him to reach the summit. He sighed inwardly. Passing the second gate depended entirely on himself. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his expression turning grim. With his current core formation stage cultivation, overcoming this place was extremely dangerous. But retreating was equally perilous. To survive, he could only persevere and move forward. Wang Lin thought for a while. He didn't continue further, but instead retreated, cautiously turning back. The foot of the mountain was where the restrictions began. Upon reaching the foot, he stopped, sat down, and carefully observed the restrictions. Within a radius of several dozen meters, countless blades of grass grew. But the higher he went, the less grass there was. However, if one looked closely, the weeds seemed to grow according to some kind of pattern. Wang Lin intently examined each blade of grass. After examining each one, he took out his jade slip and recorded his observations. For 3 days, Wang Lin stayed here, observing every blade of grass, recording all the fluctuations and directions. He wanted to see if he could find a way to break the restrictions through them. Wang Lin knew that if he just charged in recklessly, there was no hope of reaching the summit. Moreover, the higher he went, the greater the power of the restrictions became. At the same time, the gaps for movement became smaller and smaller. There might not even be a path to follow. Once there, without prior preparation, death was certain. To overcome this obstacle, he had to diligently study the restrictions here. The more he understood, the greater his chances of survival. There was no other way. Therefore, Wang Lin came down from the top to carefully study them. Restrictions are completely different from formations. Formations only use special techniques to create a certain spell with varying power. This thing is related to many things. Even if you spent your whole life researching it, you would only have touched the threshold of understanding it. As for restrictions, in reality, it's also a type of formation. However, it's a flexible form of magic. It can change according to the thoughts of its creator. Simply put, restrictions tend to be based on divine consciousness. Usually, a person with great divine power can cast a restriction simply by wishing to do so. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, as long as the divine consciousness remains, the restriction will still be effective. There are even types of restrictions where, even if the person who set it up dies, the consciousness remaining on the restriction will form its own consciousness, maintaining its operation. It can be said that restrictions have thousands and tens of thousands of variations. Except for the person who set the restriction, very few people can understand it. As for the methods of dispelling restrictions, there are only 2 types. The simplest is to destroy it by force. This method requires very high cultivation. The second method is to understand the principles and rules of the Forbidden's formation to a certain extent, then one can break it. The method Wang Lin used was precisely the second one. After recording his observations of the Forbidden's formation, he began to study it. Fortunately, when he was still a soul-devouring being, he had spent a lot of time studying formations, so he could understand the Forbidden's formation now. Time slowly passed. 10 days later, Wang Lin gazed intently in one direction. His right hand suddenly raised and grabbed. Instantly, the dense grass around him began to move. His hand moved from right to left. However, upon closer observation, his right hand was following a certain pattern. Carefully sensing it, one could see that it was similar to the movement of the surrounding grass. After a while, his right hand moved faster and faster, reaching a certain frequency. At this moment, his arm transformed into countless afterimages, one disappearing as another appeared. After a few more breaths, sweat beaded on Wang Lin's forehead. His right hand suddenly stopped. Instantly, a pink light emerged from the grass, following Wang Lin's arm. After Wang Lin retracted his hand slightly, the pink light weakened and finally disappeared. At this point, he had almost lost all feeling in his arm. Wang Lin blinked, looking at the weeds. It was completely normal, with nothing unusual about it. The effect of the restriction here was to use powerful force to kill enemies. Once inside the restriction, one would be instantly killed. If it were a cultivator with a certain level of cultivation capable of resisting the killing blow, they would be bombarded with a continuous barrage of pink light upon escaping. After several days of study, Wang Lin had gained some understanding of it. The previous attempt was merely a test. He had tried it more than 10 times in the past few days. The first time, he could only sustain it for 3 breaths before hastily withdrawing, and he nearly got injured. This time, he could endure about 10 breaths, and the pursuing red light was also neutralized. Wang Lin believed that with a little more time, he could definitely endure it longer. In other words, if he entered the Forbidden Formation, although he couldn't break it, he could still safely leave for about 10 breaths. After that, even the red light wouldn't be able to stop him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Although this Forbidden Formation was only the simplest one here, Wang Lin believed he had found a way. If he persevered, he still had a chance to pass the second gate. Moreover, initially, Wang Lin studied the Forbidden Formations with only one goal: to pass this gate. But now, the more he studied, the more fascinated he became by the marvels of the formations. Wang Lin had never imagined that mastering certain types of Forbidden Formations could grant him such immense power. For example, the formation created by those plants and trees, although he could now safely pass through it, he still couldn't set it up. The main reason was that he hadn't fully understood it yet. Once he understood it completely and could integrate himself into it, this formation would be invincible. While its power might not be equal to that other formation, its transformative power would be no less impressive. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His mood was extremely excited as he immersed himself in studying the Forbidden Formations. Time slowly passed. After a month, Wang Lin suddenly put away the jade slip and his body instantly disappeared into the dense grass. As soon as he entered, the weeds immediately began to stir. A red mist suddenly appeared from all directions. The weeds on the ground swayed rapidly, transforming into sharp weapons that vanished into the pink mist. At the same time, terrifying screeching sounds erupted from the formation. Countless weapons appeared from all directions, hurtling towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his eyes completely composed, paying no attention to it. He acted as if he were standing in his own garden. Countless swords instantly flew towards him. Wang Lin remained unfazed, his right hand gently waving. His movement looked incredibly leisurely, but in reality, for some unknown reason, it deflected the incoming flying swords. If anyone else were here, they would surely be shocked by this sight. Clearly, only someone with a deep understanding of Forbidden's techniques could master the Jiaotong technique. Wang Lin himself didn't know what the Jiaotong technique was. He only knew that if he was going to defend, he had to be as fast as a flying sword. Thinking this, his movements quickened. With a slight wave of his right hand, he drew a circle in the air. It seemed like a simple movement, but it took Wang Lin days of study to perfect it. Although it appeared simple to others, in reality, Wang Lin's right arm had performed over 1,000 different movements. As soon as the movement was complete, the countless swords hurtling towards him slowed down. In an instant, they transformed into countless blades of grass sprouting around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained completely calm. Only then did he lift his foot and continue walking forward. As he moved, the grass scattered, offering no resistance. In this way, Wang Lin walked leisurely. When he was almost out of sight, a red light suddenly flashed from within the pink mist. At that moment, Wang Lin raised his hand to the sky and grabbed downwards. Suddenly, the crimson light seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, transforming into countless tiny rays. Although it quickly merged back together, it appeared beneath his feet, forming a pink path of light that stretched straight outwards. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he stepped onto it and exited the Forbidden Formation. After stepping out, he let out a long, drawn-out howl. After spending so many days, he had finally managed to break the formation. Now, he felt a great deal of interest in it. Wang Lin turned around, his eyes blinking. Suddenly, he smirked coldly, his right hand stopping outside the formation. Instantly, the direction of the weeds within the formation changed. Compared to before, it became much more intricate. If anyone follows me, they should be careful, Wang Lin murmured. Now his understanding of this formation had reached a higher level. If anyone else were to step inside, no matter what method they used, they would be met with the second Forbidden Formation set up by Wang Lin. At that point, if they couldn't react in time, they could very well lose their lives. Of course, following Wang Lin's method would take several times longer. Wang Lin smiled, glancing around. Then his body suddenly moved to another patch of grass, and he placed another Forbidden Formation. In this way, the difficulty of traversing all the grass at the foot of the mountain increased. After doing all this, Wang Lin thought for a moment and felt it wasn't cruel enough. Therefore, he destroyed all the gaps between the Forbidden Formations. From now on, to ascend the mountain, one must enter through the Forbidden formations. Only then did Wang Lin lift his foot and continue his ascent. At the same time, on the mountainside, Liu Demon Lord was staring intently at the thick mist ahead. The mist had been there for 3 days and hadn't moved at all. No matter what the Demon Lord Liu did, it wouldn't disperse. His expression was somewhat gloomy. The young man following him stood there, bewildered, staring at the mist. The Demon Lord Liu glanced at the young man, then looked behind him, and let out a cold laugh. On his way, he had passed through a place called the Ice Wine Land. He was very familiar with it. Even without the ice wine shield of the ancient emperor, with his 1,000 years of preparation, how could he possibly lack it? At that time, he had told everyone that he was completely confident in handling the latter half of the journey. Because 500 years ago, he had found a treasure that could perform water escape techniques. Its effect was similar to the earth movement technique. Since then, with his cultivation and knowledge of the Ice Wine Land, there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, he easily led the young man through. As for the path of no return in the second gate, he didn't have to expend much energy either. Although he nearly lost his life crossing that bridge that year, his cultivation of the 6 Desires demonic technique had now reached the transformation stage. He no longer feared that kind of mental fluctuation. Thanks to that, the path of no return was like a game to him, easily traversed. If it weren't for having to protect the young man, he wouldn't have wasted much time. Although he had to protect someone, his journey was still very leisurely, without much difficulty. What truly caught his attention was something called the Forbidden Mountain in the second gate. Its name was fitting. The entire mountain was covered in restrictions. The higher they went, the more complex and powerful the restrictions became. That year, the 4 of them had managed to get here by following a group of powerful cultivators, but they suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were captured by powerful individuals to test the power of the Forbidden's death technique. If he hadn't followed his master, Liu, the Demon Lord, would have been doomed. Fortunately, his master was one of the main forces in dismantling the Forbidden's formation back then. They continued dismantling the formation all the way, stopping only about 100 feet from the mountaintop. At this point, there was absolutely no way out. Therefore, several powerful cultivators secretly attacked a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Using that person's flesh and blood, they opened a 100-foot-long passage. This passage could only last for about 3 breaths. During that time, all the survivors scrambled to get through. In the end, only a few managed to reach the mountaintop and enter the third gate. The rest perished. Liu, the Demon Lord, shuddered at the thought. Now that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage nascent soul realm, he dared to come here to search. The first half of the second gate, the path of no return, was surprisingly easy, boosting Liu's confidence. He considered himself lucky. Furthermore, the fact that he held a crucial position at the third gate meant that the Demon Lord Liu was only trying to protect his life. However, the Demon Lord Liu didn't pay much attention to that. What he cared about was the final 100 zhang distance to the mountaintop. Although he had prepared for 1,000 years, he was only 50% certain of success. Over the past 1,000 years, he had spent countless hours researching the Forbidden's formations. At the same time, relying on his extraordinary memory, he could recall most of the original Forbidden's formations at the second gate. After 1,000 years, he had gained enough confidence. Along the way, no Forbidden's formation could stop him. He easily broke through them all. However, after breaking one, he would restore it to its original state. Furthermore, he had added several more restrictions outside, with the same purpose as Wang Lin. However, the restrictions on Forbidden's Mountain became increasingly complex the higher one ascended. Even with the level of the 6 Desires Demon Lord, he had to slow down. It took him some time to steady them before he could get out. The mist before him, for example, was completely absent when he entered last time. But now, its appearance here surprised him. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, after traveling several dozen yards, saw the weeds thin out, revealing a layer of black bloodstone. Wang Lin observed for a long time, then took out his jade slip to record. The restrictions on the stone were completely different from those on the weeds. On the weeds, the restrictions could be formed based on the direction of the grass and some mysterious rules. But on the stone, it was completely different. Except for some patterns on the stone, there was nothing else unusual. If it weren't for the fluctuations of spiritual power, It would be impossible to guess that there were restrictions here. Wang Lin walked around. All four sides were covered in what looked like a forbidden formation. Previously, Wang Lin would have relied on the gaps between the formations to pass through. But this time, he felt very interested in the formations and didn't intend to leave immediately, wanting to study and research them further. He knew that passing through this place was too simple, but to reach the mountaintop, he would definitely have to put in a lot of effort to work on the formations. With that thought in mind, Wang Lin studied with utmost care. Time seemed to have no concept in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Today, Wang Lin stood on the mountainside, a large rock protruding from it, and took a sip of spiritual liquid. After 7 years, half of his hair had turned white. Not eating or sleeping, devoting all his energy to studying the formations, had kept his mind constantly preoccupied with thought. Therefore, 4 years ago, his hair had begun to show signs of turning white. However, his spiritual consciousness, due to constant calculations, had become much stronger. His cultivation even suddenly reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm. He was only one step away from the nascent soul realm. At this moment, his gaze had become even more sharp. His entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. If 7 years ago, Wang Lin was like an iceberg that sent chills down people's spines, now besides that, he also exuded an unfathomable depth. This feeling emanated from his eyes. Occasionally, a flash of light containing the essence of the sun and moon flickered in his gaze. If Duanmuji were to meet Wang Lin again now, he would surely not believe his eyes. Clearly, only someone with a certain level of knowledge of forbidden techniques could possess such a gaze. Wang Lin's gaze was honed through training. In the past 7 years, his experience with forbidden techniques had increased significantly. He devoted considerable time and effort to studying and considering each type of restriction. He narrowly escaped death countless times within these restrictions. In particular, there was one restriction that was clearly added by someone else. Fortunately, Wang Lin was always careful and observant, noticing its differences from the restrictions on the Forbidden Mountain. Therefore, after studying it, he determined that it had been added by someone else. Examining that restriction, it was clear the person who created it was far more skilled than himself. But Wang Lin wasn't intimidated. This mountain of restrictions in the second gate had given him a great deal of interest. For him, it was the most suitable place to study restrictions. A place like this was truly hard to find. All kinds of restrictions, from simple to complex, were present here.